Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 201, 188. I have plenty of tricks. There must be one that will make you open your mouth. Subscribe, please. Chapter 201, Chapter 188. I have plenty of tricks. There must be one that will make you open your mouth. Subscribe, please. Overwhelmed by sudden blindness and stiffness, Odessa sensed a threat of death, and a surge of unwillingness rose in his heart. He had not yet witnessed the destruction of Wizardland, and he had not fulfilled the Master's will. At the same time, Odessa could no longer afford to hide and immediately employed the most powerful protective divine arts at his command. Holy protection. A golden radiance lit up around him, forming a sturdy barrier that encircled his body and collided with the oncoming space oscillation. Accompanied by a faint tearing sound, cracks began to appear on the golden barrier. Odessa's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, grateful that he had managed to block it. But before he could take a breath of relief, a second wave of magic power followed closely behind. It was Lin who, to be on the safe side, had drunk a magic potion while releasing the space oscillation, and then released a second spell without hesitation. The two consecutive space oscillations overlapped, and the golden barrier could no longer hold together and exploded instantly. Odessa only had time to twist his body to avoid vital areas when the next second he felt his right side go numb, and he fell awkwardly from the sky. Also severed was the bizarre statue that his right hand was tightly clutching. Thousands of ethereal demons vanished amidst wails of agony, and the blood-red space dissipated quickly. The moment they escaped the Doomsday Realm, everyone present finally let down their hearts that had been held high. Odessa's appearance was now pitiful. His right arm and part of his lower leg had been severed by the space oscillation, the cuts remarkably clean, and crimson blood gushed ceaselessly. The bisected bizarre statue lay beside him, having lost its former oddity. Raphael quickly stepped forward, seized Odessa's mouth, and poured a blue magic potion down his throat. The magic potion quickly took effect, stanching the blood spurting from his arm and leg, while a bone-chilling coldness nearly pierced through Odessa's heart. His body felt as if it had been frozen. Only his eyes and mouth could still move. "You'd better answer me honestly, Odessa." Raphael's face was as dark as still water. He had nearly died in the Doomsday Domain and felt no pity for the culprit before him. The use of the magic potion to save the other's life was simply to extract more information. Facing Raphael's inquiry, Odessa remained silent and watched the two disdainfully, showing no intention of answering. Lin suddenly interjected. He had once witnessed the other use a bit of divine power to break the rules and cast a fourth ring divine art, Holy Barrier. The one used by Odessa to block the first space oscillation must be an upgraded version of that. For Raphael, born in Wizardland and unexposed to the outside world, divine arts were an unfamiliar concept, so much so that he didn't recognize them immediately. But that didn't mean Raphael didn't understand the seriousness of the matter. The reason these wizards stayed in Wizardland was largely due to the blockade of the church. Raphael said with a vicious tone. Lin, standing to the side, gazed at the strange statue that had been split in two, using Mage's hand to draw the pieces closer without daring to actually touch them, fearing that it may have been tampered with, tainted by the evil intent that pervaded it. "This is a statue of an evil god." Aurora's voice quickly rose in his ear. Contrary to the anxious Lin and Raphael, the other wizards were more concerned with something else. Yoland whispered to Philip, quietly seeking information. Although Lin had explained that the severed celestial body was just a magical illusion, defeating the Doomsday cult's emissary with Master Raphael would at least require the power of a great wizard. "I'm not quite sure either," Philip muttered in confusion. Lin had never mentioned this to him, and he couldn't help feeling a bit resentful. Just as the group was engaged in idle chatter, a strong wave of magic power suddenly swept over from a distance. Everyone present turned their heads in unison. Looking through the shattered wall, toward the towering Corona Tower in the distance. This is bad. Their real target must be the heart of the Corona Tower. Aurora's slightly panicked voice rang in Lin's ear. August, who had been silent all this while, also gazed at the towering spire, unable to hold back his laughter. He knew that no one could resist that temptation. 20 minutes earlier, in the archives room of the Corona Tower, Luo, who had stayed behind in the council, arranged for personnel and then pulled out the documents that had been collected beforehand. Luo was very interested in the guests that Lin mentioned before, but the last few days had been too hectic, so he delegated the task of searching for intelligence to several colleagues. Not many people had passed through the Mist Sea to the Wizard Land in the last 10 years, and even fewer had stayed for long, only 37 in total. Luo patiently reviewed each one, and a familiar name soon entered his field of vision, Kahimo. About 5 years ago, the individual had arrived at Wizard Land on a merchant ship from Yaida Harbor, stayed for half a month, then left Yaida, and for some unknown reason joined the Spiritual Energy faction, becoming the most capable lieutenant of the evil mage Merc. Luo scanned this information, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. The time Kahimo joined the Spiritual Energy faction was only a year and 7 months before the outbreak of that tragedy, and it was shortly after the fall of the Spiritual Energy faction that the Doomsday Cult emerged. It was clear that Kahimo was the key figure. Luo could barely contain his excitement, but he then remembered that Kahimo had been killed by his teacher August 2 months ago, feeling as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him. What a pity that this clue was now broken. Luo shook his head in regret, still took out the relevant documents, and planned to discuss them with Lin to see if they could find clues from other places. However, if this operation went smoothly, perhaps it wouldn't be necessary. As Luo thought this, he got up and walked to the door. The wind that blew in carried a faint scent of blood. Luo, who had not been spared from battles these past days, immediately became alert, his brows furrowed as he quickly headed towards the source of the scent, growing increasingly uneasy. This was the Corona Tower, the heart of the Magic Council, surrounded by magic barriers. Surely the crazed Doomsday cultists hadn't managed to break in, had they? Chapter 202, 189, I will rise above all wizards to become the second. God, subscribe. Chapter 202, Chapter 189, I will rise above all wizards to become the second. God, subscribe. Luo sprinted down the path, the scent of blood growing increasingly intense. Along the way, he had already encountered several bodies, their deaths bizarrely abrupt, as if their lives had been claimed by witchcraft before they could even react. Damn it! What in the world is happening? Luo cursed loudly, astonished that all of the Corona Tower's protections had failed. There was no doubt that there was a traitor within the council who had leaked their operations intelligence in advance, and then took advantage of the moment the Corona Tower's defenses were down to strike and breach the core area of the Magic Council. Luo was fraught with urgency, but then he ran into a group of familiar figures. It was August and the others who had gone to exterminate the Doomsday Cult. Luo shouted in surprise and relief, releasing a sigh of relief, as August's presence here meant that the issue on the other side must have been resolved. However, there was no time for questions as he urgently continued. Teacher, your return couldn't be more timely. An enemy has broken into the Magic Council, my appointed guards have been attacked, and the protective arrays didn't work. And about this Doomsday Cult, it's very likely related to that Kahimo you killed 2 months ago. I've investigated his background. He was the right-hand man of the evil mage Merc. 5 years ago, I suspected that everything that happened in recent years can't be unconnected to him. Luo rapidly relayed his conjectures. No, these are His Excellency Lin's speculations, but I believe they are absolutely correct, Luo declared without hesitation. August did not hold back his praise, glancing at Luo and then involuntarily shaking his head. Luo paused, his face showing a touch of embarrassment. He naturally could not compare with His Excellency Lin. Luo followed closely behind August, asking with confusion, shouldn't they be gathering forces first to search for the traitors and intruders? August replied offhandedly. As their conversation ended, they arrived at the great doors of the control room, which were bronze and adorned with intricate alchemy patterns, most notably a device at the center resembling a wheel. There were no signs of forced entry, indicating that no one had breached this place. Luo'er wasn't surprised by that. The door to the control room was enhanced with many sophisticated spells, accessible only to the chairpersons. Do you know, Luo'er, sometimes magic can also be deceived, say, by making it recognize you as someone else like this. August placed his hand at the center of the wheel, and as it vibrated intensely, the pointer on the ring turned to the mark representing the phasey giant dragon. Click! With a faint sound, the wheel slowly began to turn and sank inwards as the heavy bronze doors gradually opened, revealing an incredibly spacious area beyond. No, perhaps it is more apt to describe it as an ocean of elements. The grand hall stored all the elements known to wizards, floating in the form of magic mimicry within the void, exuding a mesmerizing luminescence. This in itself was a very powerful magic, the second level of protection inside the control room. However, August, entering in his capacity as the speaker, naturally would not be attacked. Teacher, did Lord Fayez send you here? Luo'er vaguely felt that something was amiss, but he still didn't want to believe his own suspicion. Luo'er tentatively spoke. No, you are wrong. August's expression turned gloomy, and his voice grew a few degrees colder. Spiritual magic is the foundation of everything. The pinnacle of magic is theology. Listening to August's words, Luo'er felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet to his heart. That so-called Lord of the Stars, the moon goddess Ella, was the first person to transcend the limits of a wizard. August spoke with the same patience as he always had when explaining magic to Luo'er. That's precisely why the Council doesn't allow anyone to delve deeply into the study of spiritual techniques, competing for the limited resources of Wizardland. Even though the entire power of Wizardland can only nurture one new magic god, there are as many as 5 legendary wizards here. They are wary and guarded against each other, full of fear and greed. No one dares to take that step, preferring to remain trapped in this small wizard land, and also vehemently preventing new wizards from ascending to legend. But now, it's time for a change. August's tone turned sharper, vaguely revealing a fervor. Luo'er looked at the face in front of him, familiar yet foreign, and kept retreating backward. Then his body softened, and he fell to the ground in an awkward heap. Luo'er shouted with trembling lips. Perhaps the other party had used shaping magic to assume this appearance. If the teacher you're referring to is the one who broke through to the great wizard realm within 4 years, indeed, that's me, August said nonchalantly. His original body was already decrepit and naturally needed a perfect, talented body. And he had chosen the body of the then already somewhat famous prodigy, wizard in Wizardland, August. After faking his own death, he schemed to usurp the other's body, and afterward he easily broke through the great wizard realm once again, rising to become a sought-after star of magic in Greenlay, even successfully entering the council. August declared, word by word. Chapter 203, 190, The Last Domain, Divine Kingdom Descends. Please subscribe. Chapter 203, Chapter 190, The Last Domain, Divine Kingdom Descends. Please subscribe. Who I truly am doesn't matter, does it? Now, it is simply a change in title. You can still be an assistant. No, perhaps bishop is a more fitting description, August said enticingly. In the time he had used this body, he had grown accustomed to this assistant who was quite efficient. August didn't mind putting in a little more effort in speaking. However, Luo'er was staring at him in horror, continually murmuring to himself. This is impossible. Luo'er couldn't accept that everything familiar to him was false. The so-called star of magic, the knowledgeable August who had taught him attentively, simply did not exist. Seeing the distraught Luo'er before him, August shook his head, feeling that he might have overestimated the other's willpower and capacity for acceptance. August raised his hand towards Luo'er, considering that after turning Greenbrier into a divine kingdom, he could forcibly convert the other into a believer, so he didn't intend to be lethal. Having done all this, August then looked towards a control room, where a translucent crystal was placed on an alchemical device at the center. He did not approach directly. This was the final trap. August opened his mouth and began to chant an extremely complicated incantation. The elements dancing in the void seemed to heed a call, turning into the purest magic power and surging into the translucent crystal, which suddenly lit up with a cerulean glow. The translucent crystal shattered explosively, revealing the internally solidified magic core within, which was what he had been searching for. This was an oddity crafted by the magic creator Vittorio, containing enough magic power to sustain the entire wizard city. Were it not for the use of the Apocalypse domain to devour parts of Fayez's power and memory, along with using the identity of the acting chairman and the Apocalypse cult as a cover to distract the council's major protective forces, he probably wouldn't even have the qualifications to be near this place. After all, he wasn't yet capable of confronting the combined power of several great wizards. Fortunately, everything had proceeded just as he had anticipated. Supported by the stored vast magic power inside, his power began to escalate rapidly. Strange-looking wraiths appeared in the vast control room. Whether they were people turned by soul-devouring magic years ago, or wizards who devoutly believed in the spirits of the elements, their souls would be harvested after death, entering the divine kingdom, becoming a part of his power and boosting his spiritual power. With both elements combined, he could use this legendary divine art. This time the blood-red space almost solidified, overlapping with reality and spreading rapidly towards the distance. It soon engulfed the entire Corona Tower. Immersed in joy, August failed to notice that his appearance was vaguely changing, gradually moving closer to that of the evil god statue. In his mind, calls kept resonating. "O great spirits of the elements, please grant us redemption. Kill them all. The apocalypse is a lie. The spirit of the elements doesn't exist." August's face darkened immediately. Amid the chaotic cries for help, he had already guessed that there must have been a problem at the manor. Unexpectedly, Kahimo, with a device that could mobilize part of the divine kingdom's power, was unable to solve even this minor trouble. Fortunately, it at least bought him some time, for the divine kingdom had already descended. As Raphael and the others just stepped into the Corona Tower, they immediately saw a red light rushing towards them, and then the entire tower turned blood red. "Maybe we should leave this place first," suggested Yoland, swallowing hard, still feeling palpitations from their recent ordeal in the Apocalypse domain. "It's too late. It's not just this tower that's affected." Lin shook his head, looking out through the wide-open windows as the red light rapidly spread further afield. Clearly, this was different from before. They were not being pulled closer to some space, and it was unclear if his magic domain could manifest into the real world like this. The speaker was a grand wizard of the Shaping Science sect, also one of the leaders of the raid on the Apocalypse sect, though unlike Lin and his group, who had run directly into the main culprits, they had captured some scattered Apocalypse believers. "You still like to speak such impractical words, Sanchez," came a detached voice from within the Corona Tower, followed by a figure shrouded in light emerging from a void, looking towards those present and speaking again, "Welcome to my divine kingdom." Although there were slight changes in his appearance, Sanchez recognized him immediately, his surprise indescribable. Sanchez had had some unpleasant suspicions since he hadn't seen August at the manor, but he had never imagined that the entire Apocalypse sect was August's masterpiece. Raphael shouted in disbelief too. As the star of magic, the most talented wizard in all of Green, August undoubtedly possessed all the glory and the brightest future. Even Harov, when leaving Green, had directly appointed August as the chair, a clear indication that it was only a matter of time before August leveled up to become the sixth chair of the council. No one could have imagined such a person would betray the council. Yoland and Philip, among others, even doubted if they were hallucinating. August's face was full of smiles, as courteous as ever. Raphael asked sternly. As you can see, I am preparing to transform green into a divine kingdom, and I will ascend the altar here, becoming the second god to transcend the limits of a wizard. August reveled in this moment of glory, as his power also rapidly increased with the expansion of the divine kingdom. Chapter 204, 191. Go to hell and keep dreaming. Please subscribe. Chapter 204. Chapter 191. Go to hell and keep dreaming. Please subscribe. August's voice echoed continuously within the vast Corona Tower. However, Raphael and the others' first impression was one of utter absurdity. A wizard speaking non-stop about becoming a god, even planning to make them believe in him. Had the other party gone completely mad? Lin seemed to have immediately thought of something, his expression turning exceedingly grave. Sanchez spoke disdainfully, and then, amidst a roar, he transformed into a 5-meter-tall, gigantic demon beast. Flames ignited all around him, and 3 stout horns grew on either side of his forehead, while his skin turned from pale to dark green. His sharp claws, containing tens of tons of massive force, smashed straight towards August. He had long found the other party disagreeable. What so-called star of magic, at best a great wizard who had only recently advanced. By what right had he seized the seat of the acting speaker? The nearly man-high sharp claws, with their fierce wind, sped downwards. But August had no intention of dodging. Instead, he showed a hint of contempt. Without any apparent movement, a series of crimson chains suddenly appeared, entwining around the arms, waist, and neck of the gigantic demon beast. How weak! Sanchez, you should understand the gap between us, August said as he raised his hand towards the head of the gigantic demon beast, a blinding light flashing from his fingertips. Death finger. Sanchez's pupils constricted, sensing a lethal threat. But no matter how he struggled, the blood-colored chains didn't shake in the slightest. He could only watch helplessly as death approached. Raphael took action at this moment, with elements around his body quickly surging together to form a series of massive torrents of magic power, shooting towards August. A fifth circle protection technique, naturally, was nothing in August's view, especially since this was his domain. With just a thought, the air seemed to turn into a dense liquid, and the massive torrents of magic power met with great resistance before being dissipated into the void. However, Raphael hadn't really expected the magic torrent to have much effect. It was merely a feint. August quickly realized that the ground beneath him was collapsing. Although he reacted in the next moment, levitating in the air to save his own face, his momentum in casting magic was broken. At the same time, Lin's space oscillation had already been deployed. He didn't risk attacking the unfathomably powerful August, but instead slashed at the chains binding Sanchez with his attack. The attack on the spatial level undoubtedly worked. The seemingly sturdy blood-red chains instantly snapped in two. Sanchez, having walked the line between life and death, became even more ferocious. Once he broke free from the chains, he swung his sharp claws again towards August. In everyone's astonished gaze, August actually stretched out his left hand and met it head-on. The disparity in their sizes was like a pebble colliding with a mountain. But the reality was completely the reverse. Not only did the pebble remain unshaken, but it also crushed the mountain into dust. Sanchez's right arm was broken off at the shoulder, blood spraying forth at once. August lifted his left leg and viciously kicked Sanchez in the chest. The latter's chest caved in, and his massive body flew out, crashing into the ground and creating a huge pit as he awkwardly reverted back to human form. August's speed was unimaginably fast. Everything happened in an instant. Raphael couldn't help in time, and Sanchez was already down on the ground, his life hanging by a thread. A fifth circle-shaping wizard stood no chance in front of August. Raphael's heart sank to the bottom, fearing that today they would all die here. Try to buy some time. Just a few minutes will do. Aurora's voice once again rang in Lin's ear. The latter merely rolled his eyes. Where could he possibly stall for time? August simply wasn't someone they could handle. However, Lin didn't reveal Aurora's true identity. After all, the legendary which might be preparing some magic, ready to launch an attack from the shadows. Maybe they should probe into life, have a chat about dreams? Perhaps discuss the other party's feelings after becoming a god? Lin thought so, but August didn't give him the chance. My patience has its limits. August's tone was utterly cold. In the void, wraiths with ferocious appearances emerged. These were souls that had been absorbed into the divine kingdom. Most were ordinary wraiths who knew no magic, but among them were also powerful wizards, even archwizard-level wraiths. The only regret for August was that Fayez's spiritual strength was too high to be of use to him. But this was enough. Everything shall return to silence. Countless wraiths surged with blood-red mist, screaming as they rushed towards Lin and the others. The air turned exceedingly cold, and the tables, chairs, and stone bricks along the way crumbled and decayed under some mysterious force. The fallen Sanchez looked as if drained of essence. His exposed body shriveled and withered, quickly getting swept up in it all. From a distance, Lin and the others instantly lost their ability to cast spells. Thousands of wraiths launched Soul Scream together, and even an archwizard like Raphael couldn't withstand it. Lin, enduring the severe pain in his brain, shouted loudly, his right hand placed on the corona metal, activating the sealed six-circle spell, Vittorio's Barrier. With such a vast range of wraith impact, and Aurora showing no sign of action, Lin could only place his hopes on this trump card. The next moment, the dark gold metal floated up on its own. Countless tangible alchemy runes emerged from it, forming a circular barrier that enveloped everyone inside. The incessant screaming in his mind instantly vanished without a trace, and inside the alchemy barrier, it was as if it were a different world from the outside, where wraiths continuously slammed into the barrier, gnawing with their ethereal teeth and claws, leaving marks on the runes. August sneered at the dark gold metal floating above everyone's heads. He was well aware that it had been fortified with a strong protection technique, but he had never witnessed it himself. After all, it was nothing more than a special six-circle magic. To him, who was gradually moving towards a higher realm, it was just a minor nuisance. August's eyes turned blood-red, his appearance once again resembling the evil god statue, as a vast and mighty aura spread out. Leveraging his enhanced power, August used the second legendary spell, Destruction Finger. Chapter 205 à 192 Legendary Technique Électromagnétique Relgan. Subscription requested. Chapter 205. Chapter 192 Legendary Technique Électromagnétique Relgan. Subscription requested. After about 5 seconds of chanting, with his strength raised again, August cast the second legendary spell, Destruction Finger. It was the most dazzling red light, carrying the might to destroy everything, and it directly struck the circular barrier composed of alchemy runes. Almost instantly, the sixth-ring spell Vittorio's Barrier was breached, and countless wraiths that had been held back before screamed and rushed in, with the racing light reaching Lin even before the others. The red light, seemingly capable of erasing anything, involuntarily reminded Lin of the heavenly judgment once used by Archbishop Anloak, but the difference in power between the two was like heaven and earth. For everyone present, legendary spells were insurmountable like celestial moats, and Yoland, Philip, and others had already despaired. Just then, a faint sigh suddenly sounded. Immediately afterward, Lin saw a brilliant red figure stand in front of him. Perhaps because the light came too fast and urgently, Aurora didn't even have time to cast a defensive spell before she was struck by the red light. But with it came a voice clearer than before. The red light, imbued with a destructive aura, was like sunlight entering a mirror. Its direction changed, scattering and shooting off in the opposite direction, hitting the countless wraiths that had approached, disintegrating them into ashes in the blinding light. August's expression changed immediately, and he couldn't help but fly back dozens of steps. The sudden appearance of this legendary, which was undoubtedly beyond his expectations, and his gaze quickly scanned the surroundings, searching for the other two legendary wizards. Though August did not fear these so-called legends, he was also aware that he had only just surpassed the mystical limit of a great wizard and broken through to a higher level. According to his plan, he needed to wait for the divine kingdom to expand throughout Greenrill City and then devour the frenzied elemental controller, Altok, before he would have enough power to face the three legendary witches united. If Aurora's sudden appearance was a shock to August, then for Yoland and the others, it was a delightful surprise. However, Lynn and Raphael noticed right away that the state of this legendary which seemed not too good. Her exposed arms looked like porcelain covered with fine cracks. Not only that, but these dense cracks were rapidly spreading across her entire body, and with sounds of light cracking, pieces of her arms, the edges of her clothes, cheeks flaked away, falling to the ground and turning into fine dust. Watching such a bizarre scene, Yoland and the others immediately widened their eyes and asked in panic. Aurora said with a shake of her head. Then her lips moved slightly as if saying something. Among all those present, only Lynn could hear it. Please delay a bit longer. Use this spell, just 1 minute. Right after that, Aurora's body completely disintegrated, and an exquisitely styled round mirror tumbled to the ground, its once smooth surface now shattered into fragments. Lynn, shocked, recognized at a glance that it was the very round mirror he had passed on to Herav after the award ceremony. At last, Lynn understood why Aurora had always said her powers were limited. She wasn't bluffing him. At the same time, the large amount of magic power that remained in the incarnation flooded into the center of his forehead, and a gray magic rune quickly appeared in his mind. Aurora had left behind a spell named True Mirror. So it was just a projection of power transmitted through a medium. August quickly reacted, a hint of mockery curling the corner of his mouth before turning his grimacing face towards Lynn and the others. Lynn hadn't expected this legendary witch to be so unreliable, but he still tried to fathom the usage of the spell while forcibly maintaining his composure. Lynn suddenly said. August, suspicious, sensed his surroundings for a moment, then his face darkened. As Lynn spoke, he activated the gray rune in his mind, and a mark appeared on his smooth forehead, the very spot where Aurora had kissed him during the awards ceremony. A force almost comparable to a legendary wizard radiated from Lynn's body, with dazzling arcs of electricity shimmering around him, forming a terrifying magnetic field almost instantly. Everyone present felt an unbearable sense of oppression. Those like Philip, who were closer, even found their hair standing on end due to the electric current. Then Lynn raised his hand, pointing at August in the distance. A solid iron ball appeared out of thin air, trembling slightly as it was bound by magnetic forces. August's complexion shifted slightly. In a land of wizards, there had been those who studied such magic, but the power of lightning was extremely difficult to control, characterized by its speed, so fast it was almost unimaginable. Unless anticipated in advance, any evasion would be futile. Accompanying Lynn's words, the iron ball bound by magnetic force suddenly accelerated, transforming into a silvery streak of light that tore everything in its path into shreds. The floor tiles cracked rapidly, the sonic boom caused by the mere breaking of the sound barrier destroying Lynn's made shield outright, while Philip, Kevin, and others nearby clutched their ears tight, nearly getting their eardrums shattered by the intense vibration. The so-called railgun uses the ampere force generated by an electromagnetic field to accelerate a metal projectile to the kinetic energy required to hit the target. The manner of striking is the most common of impacts. Its speed is 20 times the speed of sound, nearly 7,000 meters per second. The intense heat began to rapidly melt the iron ball at the very moment it was shot out, the silvery streak quickly turning crimson red, striking August directly. Chapter 206, 193. Bet you didn't expect this, the great power of electricity and magnetism. Please subscribe. Chapter 206, Chapter 193. Bet you didn't expect this, the great power of electricity and magnetism. Please subscribe. facing the oncoming crimson stream of light. August felt his soul tremble and even smelled the scent of death. It was too late to cast those legendary spells that required preparation. 3 seconds. In that instant, August could only manage to cast one spell, and under the trend of his vast combat experience, he instinctively chose the deflection field. Although it was just a 4th ring protection technique, with the enhancement of divine power, it unleashed power beyond its original level, attempting to deflect the attack to another direction through the curvature of the surrounding space. However, what it contended against was the extremely fast electromagnetic railgun. The sheer speed alone had the power to affect space and time, yet August's hasty protection did have a slight effect, as the iron ball originally aimed at his heart-shifted angle, passing directly through his abdomen and pulverizing half of his body into fragments. Then, the slightly reduced crimson iron ball unhesitatingly demolished the wall behind him, soared into the sky, and vanished without a trace. By the time Raphael and the others recovered from the dizziness in their brains and the excruciating pain in their eardrums, all that was left in front of them was a pile of ruins. Yolan couldn't help but swallow. "I'm afraid not." Lynn shook her head. If it were a real 20-fold speed of sound electromagnetic railgun, she had no doubts August would have been blown to nothingness. However, unfortunately, this was magic replicated by the True Mirror. True Mirror itself was a legendary spell of the illusion magic, which she had just had the intelligence in the magic domain construct. She then projected the spell outward, similar to Starfall that Kahimo had used. The difference lay in the fact that her theory was very solid, unlike Kahimo's purely imaginative approach. Additionally, since True Mirror was a legendary spell, its power could reach about half of the original. However, killing August was clearly not so easy. Lynn even suspected that even if his body was destroyed, he could continue fighting in the form of a soul. As expected, after a moment of silence, August's voice rang out again. "This is indeed a nice gift." At the same time, the massive boulders and bricks from the collapsed ground began to levitate. Under some force's control, they rapidly hurtled towards the group. Lynn raised her hand again. Spatial ripples appeared, sending the rubble flying away, but the mark flickering at her forehead dimmed, as she had used up the last trace of Aurora-gifted magic power, and the legendary spell slot in her mind shattered suddenly. Accompanied by a bout of violent coughing, the bloodied August struggled to stand, his face full of grimness and anger while his wounds rapidly healed, though the newly regrown hands and feet looked somewhat odd. "I must say, your performance keeps surprising me time and time again." August stared intently at the young wizard before him. Ever since the opponent had conducted the dual sphere experiment and made a big name for himself in Wizardland with the help of the Magic Daily, he had already taken notice of this overly young wizard. A wizard under 20, with the same astonishing talent as the young August, was very well suited to be his second body's alternative. However, as the opponent's fame grew even louder, even proposing the theory of universal gravitation, this greedy possessiveness had turned into a slight apprehension. August faintly suspected that the opponent was like him, originally a powerful wizard, who had seized a young and talented body to achieve his current success. August spoke coldly, and within a few seconds his damaged body had already fully recovered, his aura more formidable than before, because the Divine Kingdom had now enveloped most of Greener. Despite saying this, August dared not approach. Carelessly, the speed of the electromagnetic railgun was simply too fast. Only by keeping a distance of over 100 meters could he be confident of deflecting it to another location the moment the attack arrived, said Lin, shaking his head. The minute he needed to delay had already passed. August didn't expect that, even now, the opponent was still trying to deceive him, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Let me tell you, with the speed of a legendary wizard from Greener to Kogar Mountains, it doesn't even take an hour. Why do you think they stayed in a magic stone mine for half a month, but there was no news? Now they have probably been a burst of angry shouting suddenly interrupted August's words, followed by the right wall of Corona Tower being directly smashed open. Amidst a cloud of dust, Harov looked at the exceptionally young wizard before him with immense disappointment. After checking Fez's injuries, he had guessed that this attack might not be so simple, but the anomalies in the magic stone mine could not be ignored, so he had deliberately proposed to lead the team to the magic stone mine, also to make those hiding in the shadows come out on their own. However, he clearly made one mistake, and that was placing August in the position of acting counselor. About 3 or 4 seconds later, 2 more figures appeared inside Corona Tower. It was Aurora and Vittorio, both legendary wizards as well, forming a circle faintly surrounding August in the middle. Vittorio did not look at August but turned to Lynn, asking with great interest, "Was the magic that broke Corona Tower released by you?" I sensed the forces of thunder and magnetic fields. Though they were a step late and did not witness Lynn casting the spell, they did see a streak of red light break through Corona Tower and soar into the sky, its speed unimaginably fast. "Correct," Lynn nodded and explained. Chapter 207-194, The Fall of the Evil God and Vittorio's Magic Core. Subscribe, please. Chapter 207, Chapter 194, The Fall of the Evil God and Vittorio's Magic Core. Subscribe, please. Harov? Aurora? August's expression grew uglier, but he quickly regained his usual composure, mocking as he spoke. Harov raised his voice a notch, speaking disdainfully. Beside him, Vittorio shook his head with a sigh, looking at August with pity. Aurora was even more direct, extending a hand into the void and lightly tapping. A water mirror appeared out of thin air, reflecting August's appearance at that moment. August stared at himself in the water mirror, pausing momentarily as he saw his own reflection. In the mirror was a half-human, half-demon monster. Although he still maintained a human visage, his skin was tinted blue-black, his body covered with a thin layer of silvery scales, his eyes blood-red, and a large twisted horn grew out of his forehead. It was like the evil god statue crafted by Kahimo. August quickly raised his hands and saw the same fine scale patterns as in the mirror. Turning his head frantically to look at the red-robed sorcerer who had been dragged over by Philip and others, he said viciously, "Tell me, Kahimo." Back when that statue was being made, Kahimo had clearly told him it was deliberately different from his true appearance, to avoid being recognized. Ha ha! Although tightly bound by magic, and having been forced to drink a magic potion that suppressed his vitality, Kahimo began to laugh heartily. "Merc, you might have forgotten, but I told you from the beginning, there can only be one god in this world. That is the eternal Lord of the Stars, the moon goddess Ea." Before Kahimo could shout out that name, a hint of panic appeared on Vittorio's face, and he used the silence technique to seal Kahimo's mouth, lest the other use the divine descent technique to really summon that terrifying woman. Aurora began to answer slowly. Being able to bring in the remains of an evil god so grandly, she didn't need to guess to know who was behind it. August's complexion turned exceedingly ugly. He had realized something was wrong, but did not believe he would lose to a so-called evil god. As long as the plan continued smoothly, and his power was raised to the extreme, even if the so-called evil god were to revive, with the power he now possessed, he could suppress it, even devour the other. "You should handle it. Vittorio, fighting within Greenrill City will only lead to unnecessary losses." Seeing August turning a deaf ear and still secretly amassing power, Harov sighed. "This is your mistake. Yet in the end, it's me who has to clean up." Vittorio huffed coldly, appearing very reluctant. Harov and the other's arrogant demeanor completely infuriated August. Roared August with sinister ferocity, his eyes turning blood-red. He stopped suppressing his own power, and even more magic power continuously poured out from the magic core. His body also began to swell rapidly. "Vittorio, this is no time for jokes." Harov continued to urge hastily. "Elemental chaos." It was not until then that Vittorio slowly raised his hand to point forward, speaking indifferently. August's form suddenly halted, and then he felt the magic core that had fused into his body start to vibrate rapidly. The elements stored within seemed to be slipping out of his control. The magic core was undoubtedly the most important treasure of Greenrill City, placed at the very deepest part of the Corona Tower in the main control room, which only the Speaker of the Council was qualified to enter. All the protections were against outsiders. After all, every speaker knew that the artifact was actually under a person's control, officially named Vittorio's magic core. August, who had not obtained all of Fayez's memories, had undoubtedly plunged headlong into a deep pit. His body and the whole domain of doom relied entirely on the massive magic power of the magic core. So when control was stripped away at that moment, the entire domain collapsed and disintegrated in an instant, turning into grains of dust, vanishing into the void. August watched in horror as his painstakingly constructed domain of doom turned to nothing, plunging him into madness. A savage aura burst forth from his body, causing his form to grow larger and larger, his head gradually moving to the back with two jet-black horns emerging. Vittorio tied the seals calmly and unhurriedly, as complicated runes appeared one after another in the void, forming an intricate alchemy array. As a legendary alchemist, he didn't need to prearrange an alchemy array like others, for magic power itself was one of the best materials, murmured Raphael, who was also well-versed in alchemy, staring closely at every detail of the array as if trying to imprint it in his mind. Lin was no exception. He was still very interested in alchemy, but it was a pity that he took up too many elective subjects and couldn't spare much effort. As Vittorio completed the seals, the magic core had already been separated from August's body. As the vast magic power was drawn out, August already appeared nearly assimilated by the evil god, his expression ferocious, extending his hand as if trying to snatch the magic core floating in midair. Vittorio said coldly. Silver chains glittering suddenly shot out from all around towards August, one after another wrapping around his body and sealing him inside the azure magic core. Scarlet and azure glows intertwined within the transparent crystal. After completing all this, Vittorio's complexion turned a few shades paler. Obviously, sealing August was not as easy as he had made it look. Seeing the matter resolved, Harov couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and promptly turned to Lin and the others, speaking solemnly. I know you have many questions, but now is not the time for explanations. Chapter 208. 195. The Dissipation of the Lost Fog, extra for Alliance Leader, DSF 23DD. Chapter 208. Chapter 195. The Dissipation of the Lost Fog, extra for Alliance Leader, DSF 23DD. The chaos in Greenrill City lasted for 3 whole days before it barely subsided. It was inevitable, as the range of the Doomsday Domain, Descent of the Divine Kingdom, was simply too extensive. Although it had not yet reached its limit, it had already enveloped a good portion of Greenrill City. Furthermore, the news of the legendary wizard Fayez's death caused even more panic throughout Wizard City. Fortunately, the return of Harov and others stabilized the situation in Greenrill. The instigator, August, had been locked up in the magic core, preventing the situation from worsening further. On the evening of the 3rd day, a meeting reconvened amidst the ruined Corona Tower in the Sky Realm. By the time Lin arrived, the meeting room was already full. To his surprise, Luo'er was also present, looking somewhat dazed. At that moment, he sat silently to one side with manacles on his wrists that restricted his magic power. As August's disciple, Luo'er luckily avoided the direct impacts of the conflict in the Corona Tower, but his extremely awkward position meant that he was detained immediately upon being rescued. After 3 full days of interrogation, memory retrieval, and various other methods, Luo'er's spirit was clearly at its limit. However, the more fatal blow was from the revelation of August's true identity. Unlike the insiders like Lin, most of the council members were still unclear about the whole affair, so upon seeing the heads of the council enter, they eagerly began asking questions. I refuse to believe that Master August did this. It must be a mistake. How could that star of magic ever do such a thing? The meeting room was filled with noise and clamor. Whether it was the news of the legendary wizard's death or the doomsday domain that nearly spread to the entire Greenrill city, everyone's capacity to absorb the shock was being severely tested. Moreover, the news that the alleged mastermind behind everything was none other than August, known as the Star of Magic, was even harder to believe. Harrow's grave voice echoed in the council hall. The situation is far more complicated than you imagine, and is also a severe oversight on my part. Without offering further explanation, Harrow turned his gaze to Luo, as letting August's disciple speak for himself seemed more credible. Under the scrutiny of scornful and perplexed gazes, Luo gradually began to explain, leaving nothing out, whether it was the documents they had previously found or his conversation with August in the main control room. After all, his memories had been examined, and he couldn't conceal anything. Tick was inexpressibly shocked. He simply couldn't believe that the Star of Magic from Wizard Land, who was daily polite and highly esteemed, could be Merc, the cruel practitioner of spiritual magic who had massacred thousands. A council member asked in confusion. After all, the council had dispatched 3 grand wizards to exterminate the spiritual magic sect, mobilizing over 100 people in total, many of whom had witnessed the opponent's death. That was just a ruse by the teacher. No, Merc had planned long ago to fake his death and escape, Luo answered, explaining that the enemy's goal was to harvest enough souls and then assume a new identity to join the council under a different appearance. The attendees were all immersed in the shock of this revelation. Lin didn't find it surprising, having already deduced the rough course of events after consecutive encounters with Kahimo and Merc. Merc must have intentionally made it so easy for Hellram to find the materials of the spiritual magic school in the first place. No wonder. After receiving Tick's message, this Star of Magic volunteered to petition the council to come to Yaida Harbor, likely to retrieve the other party's research results. And what about Odessa? Isn't he Lord Fayez's disciple? But I seem to have heard Merc call him Kahimo before. Raphael was utterly confused. Luo hesitated for a moment, and then shook his head, admitting his ignorance. The Odessa you saw is Kahimo, who was once Merc's right-hand man. Clearly, they played the same trick, Harrow sighed, as before leaving he had instructed August to send more people to protect Fayez, which clearly backfired. Harrow felt extremely guilty for the death of his old friend, thinking that if he had taken that doomsday cult more seriously, matters might not have escalated to this point. The church? Raphael and the others couldn't help but pause. To them, wizards, the church was both a familiar and a strange entity. Apart from Lin, none of the council members present had had any interactions with the church, but they were very clear that the existence of Wizardland was to resist the church's invasion. It was as if a herd of shivering sheep had confined themselves within fences to ward off the wolves outside, seeking constant tranquility. This could only be described as humiliating. They had all felt this way in the past, even quietly resenting the council leader's cowardice and timidity. However, this incident with the Doomsday Cult allowed them for the first time to directly grasp the threat posed by the church. A shadow couldn't help but cloud their minds. Lin, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. 3 days ago, the memory of Kahimo's ferocious smile when the Corona Tower was attacked was still fresh in Lin's mind. Surely such a grand display wasn't simply to cause some damage, was it? Vittorio was the first to explain. Upon hearing this, everyone present immediately became tense, as Lost Fog was undeniably the most crucial barrier, covering the entire sea surface and separating Wizardland from the Seeka's empire. If that magic were dispelled, it would mean the church could launch an attack on them at any time. Chapter 209, 196, The Origin of the Evil God and the First Spellcasters, added for Alliance Leader DSF 23DD. Chapter 209, Chapter 196, The Origin of the Evil God and the First Spellcasters, added for Alliance Leader DSF 23DD. The magic core that was originally used to sustain the Lost Fog can no longer be used, and the alchemy array set up in the main control room has also been severely damaged. Vittorio shook his head, his tone revealing deep fatigue. Lin asked, puzzled, Vittorio ritorte di irritabili. These past few days, he had been mixing various alchemical materials, try to repair the damaged array, and his head was about to explode. Lost Fog is not just an ordinary legendary magic. Its range is astonishing, spanning tens of thousands of square kilometers. Originally, it took 9 months to set up this array, consuming countless resources. Finding alternative materials and setting up another legendary array is not that easy at all. However, these days, Vittorio had taken some remedial measures. Now the white fog still lingered over the sea, only it had lost the ability to block spiritual detection and the peculiar ability to make people lose their sense of direction. In conjunction with the roaming eye of death and the previous reputation of the Mist Sea, they might be able to deceive their enemies for a while, buying time until the repairs were completed. Herav did not hold much hope for this. The church had gone to great efforts to have someone sneak in with a statue of an evil god, clearly indicating that the church was ready to take action against them. She was quite willing to do it. It was at least the soul of a cardinal, perhaps even a saint. Aurora sighed. Those who could undertake this mission were undoubtedly the most devout believers, for otherwise, learning magic would mean cutting off one's faith, since the source of a wizard's power lies in understanding, summarizing the rules of affairs, and utilizing them. The more one understood, the more inevitable the doubts about the Bible's account of creation, especially after realizing that the goddess they worshipped was actually an evil wizard. Very few could remain steadfast in their faith. Herav said with utmost seriousness. The meeting about the war dragged on for a long time. Since the specific time and location were unclear, the meeting's content stayed focused on pre-war preparations and how to continue hiding Wizardland. Spooked by the event involving the evil god, some council members even suggested sending hundreds of alchemical ships to patrol the Mist Sea and sink any vessel daring to enter. But this idea was swiftly dismissed as impractical. Firstly, the entire Mist Sea was vast, and a few hundred vessels were simply not enough, not to mention the need to guard against attacks from the Eye of Death. Secondly, how could they prevent someone from escaping by boat, or avoid leaving traces of activity that might prematurely reveal that the defenses of the Mist Sea were already compromised? Herav turned to Lin and inquired. If materials are sufficient, about a month, I'd guess. We would need 10 skilled carpenters. If we have mages as well, it could speed up the process significantly. Lin thought for a moment and replied. Herav nodded, finding it easier than he had expected. Having ridden in an airship before, he had noticed its enormous potential in warfare. The ability to fly was a significant advantage in itself, let alone the fact that it could soar thousands of meters into the sky. Its load capacity was not low, allowing it to bomb from high above. However, how to deal with the church's organized Griffin Knights remained the greatest challenge, so subsequent alchemical modifications were needed. Considering this, Herav did not rush to purchase too many, but prudently asked Lin to first produce 50 airships to test the waters. Lin also offered a friendly price, 1,000 magic gold coins per ship. Once delivered, the principle behind it would soon be figured out, and even the relatively low-cost estimate could be analyzed. Therefore, even with the knowledge premium and development costs, Lin could not ask for an exaggerated price. Herav agreed very promptly, as 50,000 magic gold coins were nothing for the council. Raphael and other alchemists immediately became active, proposing various retrofit designs right away, with some even presenting relevant blueprints. Judging by the detail, Lin didn't believe these were created in just a couple of days. It was clear they had been planned for a long time. After the meeting ended, Lin did not rush to leave, but instead turned to the few council heads. Lin was very curious. Within the Sika's empire, there were many rumors about the evil god, such as the church's propaganda that wizards were believers of the evil god and demons, swayed by their deceptions. Previously, he had thought this was merely the church's propaganda, a tactic to suppress wizards, but now it seemed not to be the case. Lin shook his head, indicating his knowledge was very limited. As the eldest in the wizard land, Vittorio took over the conversation and began to explain. Before the magic system was completed, only these natural spellcasters could become wizards. The situation back then was much more chaotic than now, and the wizard's research could only be described as without any prohibitions. However, the embryonic forms of existing magical schools and methods of ascension were also developed by these primordial mages as they explored and understood the world. Later, an unknown spiritual wizard discovered a secret, which was the ability to amplify one's spiritual power by devouring spiritual bodies. This method of spiritual power growth, like cheating, even became the mainstream among wizards at one time. Lynn pondered. Correct. Vittorio nodded. The memories and power of dozens or hundreds of souls might be sustainable, but if the number expanded to thousands or tens of thousands, even great wizards could not bear it, and many lost their sanity or underwent drastic personality changes. This state is also known as soul corruption. For wizards, it is extremely deadly, since the premise of casting spells is to have a clear mind. Of course, this method was not completely abandoned. Countless power-thirsty wizards dedicated themselves to researching spiritual magic, hoping to find a way to purify soul corruption, but unfortunately, it was futile. However, some wizards developed a more mild method, and AI law was one of them. According to her, devout faith is the key to connecting minds. Chapter 210, 197. The Cost of Becoming a God. Request for subscription. Chapter 210, Chapter 197. The Cost of Becoming a God. Request for subscription. Speaking of this, Vittorio's face showed a reflective hue. His knowledge of that very ancient history was quite limited. He only knew that a long-lasting war had been waged on this continent over the struggle for more followers. Ultimately, without a doubt, the religious empire emerged victorious, bringing an end to the previous chaotic state of various small nations. It integrated 11 kingdoms and dozens of principalities, erecting a vast empire. Lin speculated. He came to understand why the religious empire would repeatedly suppress and purge wizards. First, every powerful wizard was a potential threat, a contender for followers. Second, if one could gain immense power through another means besides faith, then the influence of the religious empire would inevitably be greatly weakened. As for those with notable talents, they could be fully integrated into the theological system through a baptism of faith, taking on the positions of bishop or cardinal. You could say that, but according to my understanding, many evil gods also originated from some existence beyond this continent, Vittorio said with a grave expression, quickly continuing his explanation. In any case, spiritual magic is a shortcut to power, but it's also sugar-coated with poison. It can immerse a person in the quick elevation of their strength. Even faith method is not without its flaws. Those evil gods attempted to use the connection of faith and the harvesting of devout believers' souls to amplify their own power, inevitably becoming influenced in the process. The terror lies in the insidious influence on the object of worship, because the believers are worshiping a divine spirit as they perceive it in their own minds. To this day, Vittorio has not heard of any method that can completely eradicate this type of spiritual pollution. Personality modification? Lin couldn't help but shudder. Does it mean that the price of rapidly increasing one's strength is the loss of self? The fate of the evil mage Merc is the best demonstration. As his power gradually increased, his appearance became more and more like that of an elemental spirit, and his temperament underwent extreme changes. Even the ones enshrined by the religious empire. Lin was about to say Ella, but recalling that Vittorio once stopped Kahimo from saying her full name, he quickly corrected himself. Perhaps. Vittorio shook his head. She has walked farther down this path than anyone else. Hundreds of years have passed since the victory in the Faith War, and no one knows what state she is in now. Harov, who was standing nearby, gave a definite answer. It was for this reason that the Magic Council imposed strict requirements on the research of spiritual techniques, and these restrictions reached their peak after the tragedy caused by the spiritual magic faction. It's been proven that wizards who were limited by their talents and could not advance were capable of anything. What about the magic source? I've heard that the wizards of Greenrill City break through their limits and enhance their spiritual power with this magic potion. The ingredients contain something called spiritual substance. Lynn couldn't help but ask. No, spiritual essence is not exactly the same as the soul. It is merely a residual of spiritual energy and magic power. Relatively safe, but should not be taken continuously. It must be used in conjunction with the appropriate magic potion to effectively utilize its power, Harov explained. Thank you for your answer, speaker. Lynn nodded, which also put him somewhat at ease. Afterward, Harov subtly inquired about the recent situation of the secret magic society, as the pressure from the church was indeed too heavy. Wizardland alone was not enough to contend with it. Harov's ulterior motives were clear to Lynn, who did not make any promises, but evasively said that the legendary wizards of the secret magic society were mostly focused on immersing themselves in magical research and rarely intervened in external affairs. They might not even be on this continent, but he himself might be able to contact some colleagues who were willing to resist the church. The next day, to dispel the gloom brought about by the evil god incident, Greenrill City hosted an extremely grand celebration ceremony, capturing the doomsayer Kahimo and successfully delaying August Raphael and others made them the undeniable heroes who saved Greenrill City. Almost every member of the team received a Morning Star Medal. As the person with the greatest contribution, Lynn received a nomination for the Silver Moon Medal. This showed that obtaining the highest honor in Wizardland was no easy task. Lynn figured that only if he took down August by himself might it be possible. Fortunately, Lynn was never much concerned about these honors. What delighted him most was that the council approved his application and agreed to replace his Corona Medal. After all, he had activated the protective technique stored in the medal, Vittorio's Barrier, to save Wizard City. It would have been somewhat unreasonable not to reimburse him. Taking into account the anomalies at the Mist Sea, Lynn did not stay long in Greenrill City. On the morning of the fourth day, he submitted his resignation to the council, planning to return to Yaida Harbor. In the evening, the airship hovered over the city square. Master Lynn, are you leaving already? There are so many questions about calculus and curve equations that I haven't had the chance to ask you, Tick said with regret. In recent days, his addiction to the study of calculus was profound, finding it an unparalleled method to unveil the micro-realm. Tick even felt that many spell models could be reconstructed using knowledge of calculus, enhancing their power and reducing certain casting requirements. It was a pity that their mentor, Master Leibniz, seemed to be quite busy, and on the rare occasions when he did appear in the sea of mathematics, he would just throw them a new math book for them to ponder on slowly. Tick dared not say much or ask more, because each math book contained knowledge, formulas, and theories of incredible depth. He couldn't imagine how much effort had gone into summarizing them, and felt secretly ashamed that their learning progress was far too slow. He wondered when they might truly be able to participate in the founding research of the calculus system. And Lynn had become their savior, the only person in the whole of Greenrill who understood these calculus books and could offer them some answers. According to Lynn, calculus was a compulsory subject for all members of the Secret Magic Society, and he was fortunate enough to have studied with Master Leibniz for a while, hence he knew a little about it. But after a few consultations, Tick found that Lynn was far too modest. It wasn't that he knew just a little. In fact, there seemed to be nothing he didn't understand. If it wasn't for the passenger capacity limitations of an airship, Tick would have been eager to follow him to Yaida Harbor. Chapter 211, 198. Actually, everyone is a thunder and lightning king. Please subscribe. Chapter 211, Chapter 198. Actually, everyone is a thunder and lightning king. Please subscribe. There's no need to worry, everyone. In a few days, when the new air route is established, it will only take 2 to 3 days to travel from Greenrill City to Aida. We can reunite then, Lynn replied with a smile amidst the pleading of the crowd. He then exchanged a few more pleasantries with Raphael and others who had come to see him off, finally turning towards the witch walking towards them, holding a dark golden medal with some surprise. The legendary witch dressed in a bright red long dress, just like at the medal ceremony, personally embedded the refurbished Corona medal onto Lin's chest. Vittorio is busy repairing the lost fog, and Harov has some affairs to manage, so I had to step in, Aurora said with a light laugh, then took out a magic book and handed it to Lin. Here is what you wanted. Lin took it. It was a thick magic book, presumably made from the leather of some unknown magical beast, with the title Vision Manipulation and Magic Illusion inscribed on the cover. Lin expressed his gratitude. He was very interested in the magic called True Illusion, so he had requested an illusion magic book from the council to check it out when he had time. By the way, I have a question. Lin was puzzled about this matter. He and Aurora had no interactions and were not acquainted, so he really couldn't understand why she would do such a thing. If it was just to leave a contingency before leaving Greenrill City, then wouldn't the wizards from the prophecy school be more suitable than himself? And what about that brown star? Let's discuss these issues next time we meet, Aurora said with a slight smile. Seeing the legendary witch holding her cards close and unwilling to reveal any details, Lin could only helplessly shake his head and look towards Philip and the others, then said. For 2 consecutive days, Lin and his companions spent their time on the airship. Although flying was quite interesting, after several experiences, the journey became somewhat tedious, aside from occasionally using magic to chase away the attracted wind birds, and only a few sparse clouds could be seen in the sky. However, not every day was so smooth. Midway through the journey, a thick cloud of dark clouds covered the distant horizon, and a howling wind approached, with faint raindrops being blown into the cockpit along with the storm. Philip said with a grave expression. They were now thousands of meters high in the sky. Being struck by lightning and causing the airship to crash was no laughing matter. Lydia, let's find a place nearby to stop for a while, wait for the storm to pass, and then we can set off, Philip cautiously suggested. However, Lin interrupted. No, raise the airship higher, Lydia. Fly upward? Philip was stunned for a moment. Wasn't that diving right into the storm and lightning? Before he could stop her, Lydia had already started operating, placing her hand on the modified alchemic platform. The magic stones stored within were transformed by the alchemical formation and generated a large amount of magic power helium, which was then transmitted through pipes to the auxiliary airbags. Lydia shouted excitedly, like a knight clad in armor, steering the flying ship directly towards the dark cloud layer. The surroundings quickly turned pitch black, and from a distance, fine lightning could be faintly seen streaking across the cloud layer. The huge airbags made Philip's heart leap in fear, and he hurriedly added several layers of protection to himself. Philip couldn't help but curse. He didn't think this was safe, but since Lin insisted on doing so, he had no choice. Lin, on the other hand, was not worried. Now that the helium was supplying lift to the airbags, it was very safe, especially since the cloud layer had only just formed. As he anticipated, the flying ship navigated safely through it and quickly broke through the obstruction of the cloud layer. It was like suddenly arriving in another world. The strong sunlight poured down again, and the storm that had enveloped the sky above instantly disappeared without a trace. Philip stared blankly at the sun above, finding the scene hard to believe, as if it had all been an illusion. What on earth is happening? Johnny asked in surprise. The height of the storm clouds typically ranges from 1,000 to 2,000 meters. All we needed to do was to cross this distance. However, to be safe and avoid being struck by lightning, it's better to fly a bit higher, Lin explained with a smile. The people present were somewhat astonished. It was the first time they knew that running above the cloud layer could avoid storms. Lydia shifted the control lever for climbing, and after ascending to an altitude of over 3,000 meters, she handed over the controls of the flying ship to Darren and others. Curious, she stepped on the chair and leaned over the edge of the flying ship, looking down. Her feet dangled and shook, making one worry she might fall off. Below their feet, the storm had formed, thunder booming continuously, and thick lightning sweeping across, as if trying to shred the entire cloud mass to pieces. Lydia's eyes shone with longing, seemingly fascinated by this destructive scene. Pierce and the other wizard apprentices were no exception. They had never imagined that one day they would find themselves above the cloud layer, gazing at the lightning zipping through the clouds, feeling incredibly amazed. Philip suddenly remembered this. The magic called electromagnetic railgun that Lin had used previously had nearly deafened his ears. In terms of speed and destructive power, it was the strongest magic Philip had ever seen, seemingly powered by the force of lightning. In Greenrill, although many wizards wanted to master this terrifying power of heavenly punishment, the force of lightning was extremely violent and very difficult to control. Hence, to this day, it had not yet developed into a separate school of magic. Chapter 212, 199, As Long as You Don't Understand Science. Life is full of magic. Extra for Alliance Leader, DSF 23DD. Chapter 212, Chapter 199, As Long as You Don't Understand Science. Life is full of magic. Extra for Alliance Leader, DSF 23DD. Lin's words surprised Philip and the others greatly, as they wondered whether their bodies also harbored electricity. Lydia raised her hand, asking curiously, "Of course, that's why we can run and jump." Lin nodded and casually took a thin sheet of paper, tearing it into countless small pieces that scattered across the table. Then he picked up a glass ball, rubbed it vigorously in his palm for a dozen times, and brought it close to the shredded paper. To the amazement of those watching, the tiny paper fragments trembled slightly and then flew up, clinging to the glass ball. Seeing this miraculous scene, Lydia was the most astounded. She even wondered if this was the effect of magic. Lin shook his head, smiling as he spoke. "This is charging by friction." Upon hearing this, Lydia immediately grabbed a glass rod and, imitating Lin's earlier actions, she furiously rubbed it with her palm for several dozen rounds, indeed causing the small paper pieces to all cling to it. Lydia, inexpressibly thrilled, shouted excitedly as she held up the glass rod, calling out to the group of halflings managing the airship in the distance. When Darren and the others finally saw Lydia's results, they too were completely astounded. Rubbing an object with your palm could temporarily grant it the power to control and attract objects, which, to them, was no different from magic. Watching the scene unfold, Lin couldn't help but smile wryly, recalling that famous saying in his mind. Without knowledge of science, everything in life is magic. Johnny, Elok, and others started experimenting curiously. "Professor Lin, what exactly is going on here?" Philip couldn't help but ask. In fact, his astonishment was not a bit less compared to those apprentices, as he was more aware of how difficult it was to harness the power of thunder. After Lin's explanation, it seemed as if this phenomenon was everywhere, even allowing ordinary people like Lydia, who couldn't use magic, to harness its power. The principle is actually quite simple. When two objects rub against each other, due to the different abilities of atomic nuclei in binding the electrons outside their nuclei, one of the objects will inevitably lose some electrons, allowing the other to gain extra electrons. That is to say, the essence of charging by friction is the transfer of charges. Lin explained as simply as he could. However, those present were utterly confused. What is this atomic nucleus? And what are electrons outside the nucleus? Philip also felt bewildered, regretting that he had even asked. "Lord Lin, can everyone master this power?" Darren asked eagerly. He had also heard Lin mention that everyone had electricity in them, but interpreted it as everyone could learn lightning magic. How could that be possible? Alok and others scoffed and shook their heads, viewing it likely as a natural law, just as people automatically fall back to the ground after jumping up. According to Professor Lin's theory, it was the planet's gravity that influenced them, in a sense, as the continent beneath their feet exerted a very powerful force field magic. It seemed the generation of electricity by friction operated on the same principle. So could this planet be a powerful electric-type wizard? The people present looked at Lin with peculiar expressions, thinking his statement was rather exaggerated. Lydia was even more skeptical, wondering if the professor was just fooling them. Legendary magic, she dared not even think about it. Lin did not explain further, but instead flipped the glass ball in his hands, activating the magic sensing, but couldn't detect any presence of electric charge. Upon reflection, that seemed normal. The thing was much smaller than an atom, belonging to microscopic particles. If it were that easy, wizards would have likely discovered electromagnetic magic long ago. However, they could begin with electricity as a technology and then slowly explore its application in magic. Lin thought to himself, now that the lost fog over the sea had lost its original effect, it meant they were constantly facing threats from the church. The exact timing was uncertain, possibly 2 to 3 months or even 6 months, depending on how long the deterrent power of the Mist Sea would last. If the church took the initiative to send people to investigate, or worse, if merchant ships strayed into the Mist Sea, their location would be immediately exposed. As an important port and gateway of Wizardland, Yaida Harbor would definitely be a prime target. So, they needed to prepare early. Compared to training more wizards, the power of technology was obviously the best way to quickly enhance military readiness and cope with large-scale wars in the short term. Though magic was miraculous, a formal wizard required layers of selection and years or even decades of training. Even with protective magic, they might not withstand several rounds of cannon fire, and putting them on the battlefield as mere cannon fodder was too costly. They were more suited as researchers. Only great wizards and cardinal bishops could ignore the threats posed by cannons and even influence the outcome of a war to some extent. Perhaps for these human missiles, electromagnetic railguns might be necessary. Particle-sized gunpowder, internal combustion engines, electromagnetic technology. Lin thought it over and realized there were too many technologies that needed to be developed. What about those more advanced technologies? Lin didn't even consider them, as they would require building a complete industrial system first. And rubber, that was very important, but Wizardland lacked it, so they could only think about solving material science problems with magic and substituting a part of the complex work with alchemy. The most critical issue was education. Workers familiar with and in control of certain knowledge were the foundation of an industrial system. However, he clearly did not have enough time, as starting from scratch would take too long. The only solution was to call back all those graduated wizard apprentices and even formal wizards for retraining. P.S. Thank you everyone for your rewards, subscriptions, and votes. Chapter 213, 200. The Ruler of Harbor Town and Yetta's Magic Star. Please subscribe. Chapter 213, Chapter 200. The Ruler of Harbor Town and Yetta's Magic Star. Please subscribe. The sudden storm had not caused much trouble, and after 3 days of sailing, everyone arrived at Yaida Harbor very smoothly. At this moment, at the landing site of the airship, the city center was already surrounded by crowds, densely packed into the streets. Under the nonstop promotion by the Magic Daily, Lin's various deeds in Greenrill City had long since spread throughout the entire harbor city, bringing an undoubtedly shocking effect. A month ago, upon receiving the news of Helram's death, many wizards of the Aida school suddenly felt as if the sky had collapsed. The fall of a grand wizard was without a doubt the pillar of a school's prosperity, and their demise often signified the decline of a school, something that had occurred more than once in the Wizardland. Furthermore, with the impact of the tragedy in the Southern District, some even thought that the Aida school was doomed, convinced that the council would surely send another grand wizard to take over this important harbor city, leading many wizards to consider switching allegiance for a better future. However, what they hadn't expected was that the magic seminar they were so pessimistic about would bring a turnaround. Lin, who came from beyond the Mist Sea, presented his planetary theory at the seminar, proposing the law of universal gravitation, not only winning the appreciation of the legendary wizard Herav, but also being nominated for the Corona Medal, making the Yaida school truly renowned. When they first received this news, everyone's initial reaction was to doubt whether this could be a hoax. After all, the Corona Medal was the highest honor in the entire magic world. How could it be awarded to a mere third circle wizard? Only after more and more information came back through the Magic Weekly, including Lin's pendulum experiment and the method for measuring the planet's circumference, did people suddenly realize that it was all true. Is that the Corona Medal? Even Master Hellram never achieved such glory. A witch watched Lin closely as he descended from the airship, immediately noticing the dark golden metal on his chest, radiating dazzling magical brilliance. The wizards of the Aida school were also staring at the metal, feeling incredibly envious yet proud at the same time, for it was also the glory of their entire school. When Lin first joined the Aida school and became a lecturing professor, many had complaints, believing that Master Hellram had too easily allowed a completely unknown person to join the school and given him such high treatment that it would inevitably lead to problems. But now it seemed that this was the most correct thing Master Hellram had ever done. Someone in the crowd suddenly asked curiously. Yesterday's Magic Weekly mentioned that an organization called the Doomsday Sect had been infiltrated by the church in Greenrill City, causing no minor disturbances, and Lin made an exceptionally outstanding contribution in this event, almost single-handedly stalling until the legendary wizards returned. This didn't seem like something a third circle wizard could do. It should be impossible. I heard Professor Orlando say that Lord Lin might be still under 20 this year, the black-robed wizard said in disbelief. A grand wizard not even 20 years old was indeed horrifying, but considering that the person had achieved the highest honor in the magic world, which even grand wizards could not obtain, it suddenly seemed rather ordinary. The shouts grew louder, echoing unceasingly over the entire city. Lin was uncertain whether to be happy or depressed. While this meant that he had earned a recognition of the vast majority, the last person called the Star of Magic was still being held in the Magic Corps. Taking advantage of such an eager scene, Philip, Kevin, and a few others, after consulting with the official wizards of the Aida Academy, quickly announced in public that Lin would succeed the position of headmaster of the Aida Academy. Amidst the praise and cheers, Lin formally took over the entire Magic Academy, gaining actual control over the harbor city. In the evening, after the celebration banquet had ended, Lin ascended to the top of the Academy's tower for the first time and entered the headmaster's office. The place was more austere than he had imagined, with simple decorations, a few parchment scrolls covered in dust scattered on the desk, and a magic clock that displayed the time, making it hard to believe this was where a great wizard spent his days. It was, to put it mildly, rather Spartan. Lin couldn't help shaking his head. If one ignored the troublesome matters created for the sake of resurrecting his daughter, Hellram, the founder and ruler of the Aida Academy, was quite enlightened. Lin raised his hand, and instantly a whirlwind swept through the headmaster's office, clearing away the accumulated dust. There was a knock on the door from outside. Lin spoke. The tightly closed door was pushed open, and the one who entered was Orlando, followed by two fairies struggling with heaps of thick pages, flapping their tiny wings hard to keep up with him. Professor Lin. Orlando started out of habit, then corrected himself with annoyance. It's all here. Orlando handed over the few parchment scrolls he was carrying to Lin, while the two fairies hurriedly fluttered their wings to set down the heavy documents and panted heavily at the side. Lin took the parchment and began to read. It was a list of personnel, specifically all the wizards and apprentices trained by the Aida Academy over the past 20 or so years. Excluding those who had passed away from illness, were killed in conflicts, or had left the academy, there were approximately 1,100 wizard apprentices and 260 official wizards currently remaining in the harbor city. That was fewer than he had expected. It wasn't until Orlando explained that Lin understood it was related to the tragedy in the Southern District a month ago, a disaster that had been a huge blow to Aida. In total, 141 wizard apprentices and 15 official wizards had died in that catastrophe, and more than 1,700 of the poor. Chapter 214-201. The Tax-Evading Wizard and the Unprofitable Commoners, Seeking Subscriptions. Chapter 214. Chapter 201. The Tax-Evading Wizard and the Unprofitable Commoners, Seeking Subscriptions. Hearing these numbers, Lin could only feel his head swell. He had participated in the entire event and had guessed that there would surely be numerous deaths, yet he never imagined it would be this many. Additionally, during the subsequent investigation, the security team discovered another odd occurrence. On the day of the disaster, 9 wizards in the town had their minds inexplicably shattered. 5 of them have been confirmed dead, and the remaining 4 have suffered severe brain damage, hardly different from being dead, Orlando continued to report. After searching the residences of these wizards, the security team found some books on spiritual magic and this item. Orlando pulled out a small box and placed it in front of Lynn. Inside were 9 ring-like items. Each of them carried one of these. "Leave this matter to me." Orlando nodded, not giving it much thought, and once again brought up a different matter. Upon the news of Helram's death being exposed, more than 30 wizards chose to leave Yaida Harbor. Some of them even changed allegiances completely, joining other schools and taking some apprentices with them. "Would you like me to send someone to invite them back?" "I think they would be quite willing," Orlando said with a smile. He believed that these wizards, upon hearing that Lynn had been awarded the Corona Medal, must be regretting their decisions deeply. They would never have imagined that the Yaida school, far from declining, was actually on the rise. No, since it was their own choice, let them be. Lynn shook his head and expressed no regret. Those people felt no real sense of belonging to Yaida. Keeping them might not have been beneficial. After all, sometimes an internal traitor can be more troublesome than an external enemy. While he didn't need more people, he wasn't desperate for just anyone. Lynn actually felt that, although the entire harbor city had undergone many hardships, there were benefits too, as it removed most of the unstable elements within the school. What about the disaster-stricken poor and their families? Have arrangements been made? Lynn asked with concern. Though he wasn't directly involved in the event, it was caused by Helram, and the council had concealed this information for the stability of Wizardland. They at least needed to properly accommodate these innocent, disaster-affected people. The total population of Yaida Harbor wasn't large. The poor living in the southern part of the city were seen as dispensable waste by the wizards, but in Lynn's eyes, they were a very good labor force. Currently, Yaida might not have the funds, Orlando said with a somewhat hesitant expression, speaking rather helplessly. Lynn was stunned. As the largest harbor city in Wizardland controlling some foreign trade, it should be wealthy. Surely it wasn't possible that Helram had secretly spent all of Yaida Harbor's reserve funds while researching spiritual magic? Lynn quickly found some financial reports among a pile of documents, and after several minutes, discovered the entire economic situation of Yaida could only be described as bizarre. Firstly, the wizards and the common folk operated in 2 completely different economic systems, with the latter barely having any interaction with the former except for supplying food. After all, selling precious magical materials for several or even dozens of gold coins was common practice, and a non-magical labor could never earn that much in their lifetime. The wizards also generally did not engage in normal productive activities. Even the alchemical apparatus and magic potions they produced could only be afforded by fellow wizards. Thus, the several thousand wizards and numerous apprentices in Wizardland formed a unique cycle, creating an economic upper class completely disconnected from the commoners. Most crucially, as the privileged class didn't even pay taxes. The finances of the harbor city had never really relied on taxation, as plundering from the common folk yielded little, typically just a symbolic amount. The real wealth came from foreign trade. By utilizing Yaida Harbor's geographic advantages near the outside world, they continuously brought in various ores and rare goods from Wizardland through merchant ships, and they just had to turn around and sell them in Greenrill City to make a good amount. Yes, just a good amount. Although it was nearly a monopolistic business, foreign trade also meant assuming the risk of exposing the entire Wizardland. As a trade-off for the Council's tacit approval, the prices for the scarce resources were predetermined, making it impossible to earn outrageous profits. The income was around 30,000 gold coins annually, just enough to support the operation of the entire harbor city. Thanks to him, one of the 3 major trade routes had already been cut, and the largest source of income was likely to shrink. Lynn immediately felt that the tens of thousands of gold coins he had earned from selling glass, paper, or even airships didn't seem like much anymore. He was still making a fortune daily, But that might not be the case in a few months. With a population of only a few 100,000 in the entire wizard land, the market was really small and would quickly become saturated, so he needed to consider further expanding foreign trade. Many of his upcoming major moves would require money, and comforting the families of the deceased poor from the Southern District was also a significant expense. After long consideration, Lin had a rough plan in mind, and he looked at Orlando. I now have a rough understanding of the situation in Yaida Harbor. I'll allocate 10,000 gold coins to the treasury to first settle those innocent disaster-affected people. Lin handed over a thin sheet of paper that had already been prepared. Orlando took it. No matter how many times he saw it, he couldn't help but be struck by the purity of the white paper, which was unexpectedly made of wood. Saltpeter, charcoal, sulfur, brass. Orlando glanced at the sheet, which was filled with various raw materials, including common items such as saltpeter and charcoal, as well as some ores he had never heard of. Lin had also noted many characteristics of these ores, asking him to see if he knew anyone familiar with these materials. Chapter 215, 202. This thing is called a magic internal combustion engine. Additional chapter for League Master DSF 23DD. Chapter 215. Chapter 202. This thing is called a magic internal combustion engine. Additional chapter for League Master DSF 23DD. Orlando asked curiously. To make several weapons to deal with a war that may be coming, Lin explained. Orlando's expression grew solemn. Although news of the war was still only circulating within the council, many wizards had already gotten a hint of the upcoming events from the council's recent actions. Moreover, I plan to continue expanding Yaida Academy and to summon back those wizard apprentices who have left the school, even the official wizards, to Yaida, so that they can continue their studies, Lin proposed once more. Those expelled from the academy as wizard apprentices were all over 30 years old and had essentially completed all the teaching available to them, only failing to advance due to a lack of talent. As for the graduates, needless to say, being official wizards themselves, there was nothing they could be taught. Lin declared emphatically. Chemistry. Orlando paused. He understood advanced mathematics, but what were these two subjects? Lin briefly explained, then had Orlando compile a list of alchemists, especially those wizards who had done some research on steam engines, and invite all of them to the academy. The next day at lunchtime, inside Yaida Academy's alchemy research room, over 20 wizards were gathered around several large pieces of paper, scrutinizing them back and forth. The papers depicted a very odd machine with extremely complex components that baffled onlookers, but the ingenious design still caught everyone's attention immediately. Darren and others had also been invited, but they were relegated to the outskirts, not daring to compete with the wizards for the schematics. Lydia, on the other hand, had no hesitations in fetching a tall chair and even climbing onto the table to get a better view. An alchemist asked, puzzled, looking at Lin. Upon hearing this guess, all the wizards present perked up. The alchemical steam engine was considered the Alchemy Association's crowning achievement, a magical invention claimed to have the power to change the world. They were naturally extremely interested in this contraption, and some even went as far as removing alchemical devices from ships to secretly study in private, achieving some results over the years. However, the construction of the alchemical steam engine seemed not to look like this, and they even wondered if the dean had brought the wrong schematics. Lin explained with a smile. An upgraded version? Philip and the others exchanged looks. Another which asked curiously. Lin replied confidently. Lin had already reviewed the steam engine developed by the Alchemy Association. Its thermal efficiency was between 3 and 5%, which could only be described as extremely inefficient. The steamship, powered by this mechanism, was not much faster than a sail warship when traveling across the ocean, and the cruise speed of airships could only be maintained at a pitiful 15 kilometers per hour. Of course, this did not hinder the steam engine from being an invention that spanned eras. How much? A group of alchemists gasped in astonishment, looking at Lin with a gaze normally reserved for beholding a monster, and then turned their eager eyes to the blueprints before them. Lydia asked, bursting with excitement. Lynn provided the most conservative figure possible. 70 kilometers? Philip exclaimed in amazement. That was insanely fast. Could it really be that fast? Lynn smiled, then took the blueprints and began to explain the principles of steam and internal combustion engines and their differences to the group of alchemists and the half-bodied artisan craftsmen like Darren. The steam engine, in essence, is really just boiling water, turning the water in the boiler into steam, and then sending it to the cylinders, which drives the piston to reciprocate. In simple terms, it is the conversion of the chemical energy of the fuel into the thermal energy of the steam, and then the thermal energy of the steam into mechanical energy, thereby generating a continuous power source. As an upgraded version of it, the internal combustion engine reduces steps, converting thermal energy directly into mechanical energy by using the rapid combustion of fuel to generate high-temperature, high-pressure airflow that drives piston movement, naturally making it much more efficient. Regarding the fuel issue, the most primitive internal combustion engines used coal gas as the energy supply. There are indeed coal resources in Wizardland. In fact, Lynn would prefer to use hydrogen as the fuel directly, since that not only could increase thermal efficiency to over 50%, but is also very eco-friendly and pollution-free. This idea had been proposed as early as the 18th and 19th centuries, but the extraction, storage, and transportation costs of hydrogen fuel were very high. In comparison, it was more cost-effective to use fossil fuels. However, for wizards, the production of hydrogen gas was not that difficult, which made it possible for hydrogen-powered internal combustion engines. With this, it's not just about reaching a cruising speed of 70 kilometers per hour for airships. Even 200 kilometers could be possible. It was the near-zero industrial standard of Yaida Harbor that gave Lynn a headache. He could only hope that these alchemists would think of a way to use magic to solve various technical problems and create an alchemical internal combustion engine that combined technology with magic. Even though Lynn explained the principles of the internal combustion engine in great detail, the abundance of technical terms still baffled the alchemists for a while. After a period of arguments and discussions, they began the process of transformation. For instance, improving the cylinder's ability to withstand high temperatures and pressures, and how to inscribe the alchemy formation inside the internal combustion engine to continuously produce combustible gas without being destroyed by the high-temperature environment inside. Lydia and others did not participate in the research on magical modifications. Instead, they were extremely interested in a device called a gear inside the internal combustion engine. Several gears of different sizes meshed together, transmitting power by rotation, immensely fascinating. Although she had seen something similar on steam machinery before, it had never been this intricate. P.S. Third update, seeking support. Chapter 216-203. The high ground of public opinion must not be controlled by others. Please subscribe. Chapter 216. Chapter 203. The high ground of public opinion must not be controlled by others. Please subscribe. For an entire afternoon and all evening, Lynn had been explaining the operational principles of various mechanical structures to a group of alchemists, and he was bombarded with questions by Lydia, who seemed to have turned into 100,000 whys, making his head spin. However, with everyone's combined effort, by the dim light of the next morning, the blueprints for the first generation of magic internal combustion engines had already been drawn up. Though they looked proper, Lynn wasn't certain they would work. He could only let them build it first and slowly correct any issues. In the following days, Lynn didn't intervene anymore. He left the task of building the internal combustion engine to Philip and Darren, letting them slowly research, and told them to inform him once they had a prototype ready. He devoted all his energy to compiling new textbooks and establishing a new newspaper. The importance of public opinion was crystal clear to Lynn. It could directly determine what people saw, heard, and even thought every day. The previous ruler of Yaida Harbor, Helram, didn't care about this, and the council didn't pay enough attention, but Lynn would not let others control the high ground of public opinion. So, a few days later, a newspaper called Magic Daily quickly appeared in the most conspicuous places of every shop. The thin, pale pages immediately caught everyone's attention, and then they were captivated by the content. The front page headline was about the tragedy in the Southern District and the follow-up remediation plan, which, considering the stability of Yaita Harbor, didn't mention Hellram and instead blamed most of it on the evil mage, Merc. However, this affair was indeed related to Merc. It wasn't entirely defamation. For the common people, what shocked the most was not this, but that the new city lord of the harbor city, Yaita's Star of Magic, was actually going to distribute compensation money to those poor people affected by the disaster. This was absolutely thunderous news. Since when had those lofty wizards cared about the poor? Some of the poor people in the Southern Districts were so moved by the compensation they received that they cried buckets of tears. Mary was one of them. A soul consumption formation had suddenly appeared in the Southern District, abruptly claiming her husband's life, leaving her with only her 2 young children. The dark bread she had received earlier was already nearly gone, and Mary even considered going to the magic workshop to become a guinea pig for the wizard's magic potions. It was said that if one was lucky enough, not only would there be no side effects, but one could also gain far more strength than ordinary people. Mary was well aware that the chances were slim. The number of people in the Southern District who had deformed bodies due to the wizard's magic potions was not small, and without being desperate, few would joke about their own safety. Fortunately, just as she was hesitating, she received the news about the distribution of compensation money, enough for those like her who had lost a key breadwinner to receive a full 50 silver coins. If she economized, it could support her family for a year or 2, and this made Mary extremely grateful. She then bit the bullet, spent 5 copper coins, and bought a copy of Magic Daily, asking the shopkeeper to read out the content for her, as she was illiterate. Mary's decision was undoubtedly the right one, as the newspaper also announced 2 important pieces of news. The first was that several new paper mills, glassworks, and airship factories were constructed inside Yaita Harbor, recruiting a large number of workers, estimated around 1,500, not only providing room and board, but also paying 8 to 15 silver coins a month, depending on the type of work. Those who could do arithmetic and had experience as craftsmen were given priority. In addition to this, the families of the victims who died in the Southern District tragedy will also be given priority. Upon seeing this, Mary's eyes lit up. The announcement didn't specify gender, only minimum and maximum age limits, and she definitely qualified. To a wizard, 8 silver coins were hardly worth mentioning, but for the average civilian, it wasn't a small amount. It was enough to support a family of 3, even allowing them to indulge in white bread every day, with an occasional egg. The second item was that Yaita Academy was expanding its enrollment, and wizard apprentices and even official wizards willing to continue their studies could return to school. Furthermore, the Magic Daily also mentioned that Yaita would establish a school for ordinary people in the future. Mary could hardly believe her eyes when she saw this. Yes, that's what Lord Orlando said. He talked about teaching math, chemistry, and physics, the shopkeeper said confidently, having confirmed this several times with the wizard. Mary asked, looking confused. According to Lord Orlando, the city lord is in dire need of staff. The shopkeeper explained patiently. Lydia? Upon hearing this, Mary immediately became excited. In Yaita Harbor, everyone knew of the halfling girl who used to hop around and create curious gadgets. She had now transformed into a trusted right-hand woman of the city lord. Along with her, those halflings who were usually looked down upon were now living exceptionally good lives, rumored to be earning several gold coins every month. The power of a role model was indeed immense. Mary quietly considered whether to send her 2 children to the academy. The tuition for each person was 10 silver coins, costing nearly half the compensation money for both. But the thought of them becoming assistants to the wizards and not having to struggle for a living in the Southern District like she had to made Mary grit her teeth and make up her mind. As long as she could work in the workshop, her monthly income would be sufficient to sustain her 2 children's daily expenses. Mary thought again of her lost husband and silently prayed in her heart that life would gradually get better. Among others reading the newspaper were wizards and many graduated apprentices from the harbor city, who showed differing attitudes towards Lin's re-education plan. Some, unable to swallow their pride, flatly refused and even scoffed at it, but many wizards were contemplating it. They all knew that the current headmaster of the academy, Lin, was a prodigy in researching magic theory. Despite his young age, he had developed many novel and powerful spells. Moreover, rumors had long circulated within the port city that he had ascended to the rank of a great wizard, resulting in a far greater number of re-enrollment applications than Lin had expected. Chapter 217-204. Lydia, we've made the magic internal combustion engine. Please subscribe. Chapter 217. Chapter 204. Lydia, we've made the magic internal combustion engine. Please subscribe. After being closed for a month and a half due to the tragic event in the southern city and the hosting of the magic seminar, the academy had reopened. Albert gazed around at everything in the academy that was both familiar and strange, and spoke with emotion. He had never thought that one day he would step into this place again as a student, attending classes in the same academy as his son. Although it felt somewhat uncomfortable, Albert still came, not so much to learn a lot, but hoping to form some connections with the talented Mr. Lin. Like Albert, there were many others who shared the same thought. So, the returning official wizards numbered 200, and there were even more wizard apprentices. Due to the large number of people and only one teacher, Lin had to teach in batches. Lin stood at the podium, looking at the wizards filling the classroom, and smiled in greeting. "It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Lin." Albert was the first to stand up and respond in kind. The wizards present also quickly got up and greeted, not solely because of the professor-student relationship, but now they were also facing the leader of the Ear School of Thought. "Please sit down. All of you are official wizards, and I presume you already have unique insights into magic. The course I am offering only intends to discuss the elemental laws I have understood and formulated for everyone to explore. I call it chemistry." Lin did not act condescending despite his status, and immediately had the fairies distribute the textbooks. Albert curiously looked at the beautifully covered textbook in front of him, the entire book being made of special white paper. A male wizard asked with some confusion. "Atoms are the smallest particles that make up simple substances and compound molecules, also known as elements," Lin began to explain. "Molecules, on the other hand, are made up of atoms and are the smallest particles of chemical reactions." Lin raised his hand, and a small sphere of water quickly appeared before everyone. For instance, water is made up of many water molecules. The elements that make it up are hydrogen and oxygen. The chemical formula is H2O, also known as dihydrogen monoxide. A faint murmuring discussion arose from the audience. These are the names used in Wizardland for the element hydrogen and oxygen, purportedly named after two wizards who discovered them long ago. Lin asked again. No. Oxygen is the source of life. If a person with no magic power were placed in an oxygen-free environment, they would die quickly, Albert mused. For example, the third-level magic Life Forbidden Zone creates an oxygen-free environment that causes enemies to die in agonizing struggle. Both elements can be used to cast fire magic. Another wizard also contributed. Lin continued to probe. Albert frowned slightly. "No, I mean their chemical formulas, boiling points, densities, applications, specific heats, critical temperatures." Lin casually spouted a string of terms that left everyone feeling dizzy. Take hydrogen, for example. As Lin spoke, she transformed a large amount of magic power into hydrogen, binding it around herself, and her body soon started to slowly float off the ground. The wizards present were all invigorated by this. Could it mean that they might be able to develop flight magic using hydrogen? Albert immediately thought of this. No, hydrogen is flammable. Lin shook her head. Subsequently, Lin created another huge magic ball mixed with hydrogen and oxygen and then launched it out of the window. The magic ball burst open under a banyan tree, releasing a large amount of gas stored inside, followed by a fireball. A loud explosion soon rang in everyone's ears, with flames soaring high. The poor banyan tree had been blasted into two pieces, its surface pocked and scarred, with ignited fragments, and leaves scattered around, and the soft ground blasted into a huge crater. The wizards inside the classroom all turned towards the window, utterly astonished. This already possessed the destructive power of an ordinary third-ring magic, and the casting process wasn't complicated at all. Even a first-ring wizard could easily perform it. The optimal ratio for a hydrogen-oxygen chemical reaction is 2:1. At that point, just a tiny spark can cause a severe explosion, and the byproduct is water. Lin introduced calmly and composedly. The wizards in attendance hurriedly recorded this new combination of magic, finally understanding that this so-called chemistry class was about studying the essence of elements and the principles of magic to develop new types of magic. Albert, meanwhile, was flipping through a chemistry book in his hands, shocked by the explanations of various elements on the pages. It appeared that the secret magic society's understanding of elements far exceeded their expectations. It wasn't just detailed, it thoroughly researched the various properties of the elements. What Albert didn't know was Lin, considering the composition of the two worlds might not be the same and still unconfirmed by experiments, hadn't marked down factors such as atomic masses, periodic tables, electron arrangements, or atomic structures. Lin had started this chemistry class also to have these wizards help verify her findings, as research by herself was simply too slow. Just as Lin was about to further explain other properties of the elements, suddenly, a hurried footsteps were heard outside the door, followed by the classroom door being flung open. Albert and the others looked over displeased, their deep contemplation on the nature of elements interrupted by the abrupt noise. Who could be so inconsiderate to disturb them at such a time? The one who hurried and turned out to be Lydia, the half-human girl with a face brimming with excitement and joy, happily exclaiming, "P.S. 2 chapters today. Let me organize the plot, and I will continue to update tomorrow." Chapter 218-205. The first show of the alchemical internal combustion engine. Subscription requested. Alchemy internal combustion engine? What is that? Albert and the others looked puzzled. Lin was also somewhat surprised. This was much faster than he had anticipated. Professor Philip and his team are already preparing for the first experiment. Lydia's tone was extremely excited as she ran all the way here, sweating profusely with rosy cheeks, looking just like a ripe apple. Lin smiled and nodded, then turned to the wizards in the classroom. "Everyone, why not come take a look?" Albert and the others got up and followed, and the group left the classroom majestically. "Come," a male wizard asked curiously. Although this was the first official experiment, they had started it previously to test whether it could function normally. The external gears whirled so fast that she could hardly see them. Along the way, Lydia kept urging, clearly not wanting to miss the debut of the internal combustion engine. When they arrived in front of the alchemy workshop, a very tall and large cart frame suddenly appeared before them. It was obviously a modified carriage, but the wooden panels on all 4 sides had been removed, leaving only a base. Below the yoke for tying camels and horses, 2 more wheels had been added. In addition, there was a meter-high iron box firmly embedded in the rear half of the base. With Lydia's introduction, Albert finally understood that this was the so-called alchemy internal combustion engine. At that moment, the alchemists were arguing over who should drive the alchemy 4-wheeled vehicle. Just as Lydia had piloted the airship to ascend in the past, it was likewise a moment destined to be recorded in history. "Enough! Stop arguing." Philip stopped the squabble and looked solemnly at Lin and the others who were approaching. The alchemists on the scene immediately fell silent. Indeed, they were able to create an alchemy internal combustion engine, but the most crucial part was still the blueprints provided by Lin. However, Lin glanced at the crudely made 4-wheeled vehicle, particularly at the gears, chains, and brake lever, worried that it might lose control or fall apart midway. So he coughed lightly and tactfully declined. "No, I don't have any driving experience." Under Lin's modesty, the alchemists quickly selected the first driver through a draw, and Philip was naturally the luckiest one. Darren, Lydia, and the other halflings could only watch enviously as they had also participated in the making of the alchemy car, but did not dare to compete with these esteemed wizards for the honor. The victorious Philip stepped up to the vehicle in large strides. In his haste, he hadn't even prepared a seat, but he didn't mind and placed his right hand directly on the alchemy steam engine. Albert watched intently, very curious if this device was indeed 10 times more powerful than the steam engine, as Lydia had claimed. Also gathered in front of the alchemy workshop were thousands of students from Yaida Academy. A dense crowd lined up on both sides, making way for a passage wide enough to walk through. As a continuous stream of magic power was injected, the alchemy internal combustion engine started to operate, converting a large amount of magic power into a precise ratio of hydrogen and oxygen through the internal alchemical formation, which was then directly channeled into the cylinders. The internal mixed elements then vibrated and heated urgently before igniting, and the high-temperature, high-pressure gas generated immense propulsion that continuously rotated the pistons, connecting rods, and crankshaft below. The iron box immediately emitted a rumbling sound, reminiscent of the roar of a wild magical beast. Under everyone's gaze, the two rear wheels began to turn spontaneously, driven by the chains and gears, propelling the alchemy car to speed away. Darren and the others yelled with unparalleled excitement. Although they had anticipated this, witnessing the scene still brought great joy to their hearts. People like Pierce gathered along the sides of the road, only felt a gust of wind as Philip, driving the four-wheeled car, almost zipped past them with a whoosh, like a speeding arrow. No, Pierce even felt it was faster than that. But they soon realized that the car's speed was becoming faster and faster. Philip, sitting in the car, experienced it even more intensely. Everything around him was rapidly moving away, and the end point of the route he had previously marked was surpassed in an instant. The tremendous wind resistance forced him to squint his eyes. Too fast, too fast. Philip's legs were trembling, and he even had the illusion that he was going to fly. However, this electrifying sensation was mesmerizing. Far from slowing down, Philip increased the output of magic power, wanting to test the limits of this contraption. The rotating wheels almost turned into afterimages, leaving a long trail on the road. The cylinder's capacity soon reached its limit, but the gears broke down first. Under the tremendous speed of hundreds of rotations per minute, the gears on the rear wheels, tasked with transmitting kinetic energy, were the first to give way, breaking apart completely. Crack! It started with a slight muffled sound, followed by a chain reaction. The gears that burst out soon caused the entire alchemy car to lose control. Philip surprisingly found himself truly flying, spinning in midair before crashing hard onto the solid road. He rolled several times on the ground and was unable to stand up for quite a while. Everyone present was stunned and quickly rushed forward to check the situation. "Lord Philip, Professor, are you okay?" With the support of everyone, Philip managed to sit down laboriously. Having cast a mage shield on himself at the last moment for protection, Philip, although covered in dirt, was thankfully uninjured. He kept muttering, "Too fast." Chapter 219, 206, The First Magic Revolution. Is it going to end before it starts? Please subscribe. Chapter 219. Chapter 206, The First Magic Revolution. Is it going to end before it starts? Please subscribe. What about the speed? Philip, having come back to his senses, disregarded his disheveled appearance and hastily asked. It took 30 seconds to cover the 600 meters from start to finish. An alchemist, looking at the magic clock in his hand, hesitantly added. As for the second half, due to the sudden loss of control that caused the vehicle to fall apart, Philip was thrown out, and he hadn't had the chance to record it. The speed for the latter half was roughly 90 kilometers per hour, Lynn remarked with a sigh, having calculated it through the data in his smart brain. Hearing this number, everyone present was indescribably astonished. It was not simply a matter of being fast. It was as if it was flying. Albert murmured to himself, and even with their limited understanding of alchemy, they knew what such speed signified. Orlando was even more astounded. He had heard Lin talk about creating some weapons for the upcoming war as early as a week ago. In fact, he hadn't held much hope for it, considering the very limited time they had left and the nature of war. Even if they were to create some powerful alchemy devices, influencing the tide of battle would be difficult. Compared to that, he had hoped Lin would focus all his efforts on advancing to a greater wizard. However, the extraordinary speed and power of the alchemical combustion engine had given Orlando an immense shock. He imagined the scene of 100 such alchemy cars, clad in armor made of steel, rampaging through the battlefield, unstoppable, and the thought alone was thrilling. After the initial excitement, Philip and the others walked over to the overturned alchemical vehicle, began examining it, and prepared to pinpoint the problem. The previously shattered gear had caused the vehicle to lose control, triggering a chain reaction that resulted in severe damage to the vehicle, and the alchemists soon started to argue and debate. It's most likely an issue with the cylinders you designed. The explosion from the hydrogen-oxygen mixture was too intense. I told you before that we should have increased the thickness of the steel, one alchemist said after inspecting for a while, noticing a slight deformation on the exterior of the combustion engine. He suspected that other internal parts also suffered significant damage and immediately wondered if a piston or connecting rod had broken, leading to the vehicle's loss of control. The wizard apprentice next to him immediately jumped up, cursing, "You're talking nonsense, my cylinders were perfectly fine. I mixed Fire Lion's blood into the steel, which can absolutely withstand high temperatures. It must be the gears and chains you made that had the issue, and the wheels, they're warped. Who is the idiot who designed them?" The voices of discussion and argument were unending. Nobody was willing to admit that their own mistake had caused the crash. With the current industrial standards of Yaida Harbor, the strength of the steel produced was limited. Forcing this rudimentary vehicle to speed up to 90 kilometers per hour was indeed beyond its capacity, so it's not surprising it fell apart. Furthermore, there's an issue with the design of the wheels. The front two should be smaller than the rear ones, which would help with balance. We could also add a steering axle and a tie rod to the front wheels to give the car the ability to steer, and then there's deceleration and acceleration. Lin continued to suggest improvements. Philip and the others hastily took out the blueprints and noted down Lin's words, especially the mentioned steering and speed control functionalities, which were exactly the topics they had been researching. Lydia looked at Lin with adoration as he spoke eloquently about everything from crafting airships to inventing internal combustion engines to vehicle design. It seemed there was nothing the dean did not understand. In a few days, I'll organize several books related to fluid mechanics, all summarized by the masters within the Secret Magic Society. Do take a look when you have time. They will always be of use. Lin continued with an air of passion. Philip and the others nodded, oblivious to the terrifying complexity of the fluid mechanics Lin was referring to. Albert inquired. He was puzzled as to how the internal combustion engine could transform an explosion into the driving force for a vehicle's motion. Yes, the internal combustion engine transforms thermal energy into mechanical energy, using the principle that gases expand when heated to generate propulsion. Lin explained the internal combustion engine's principle to the audience as detailed as possible. Under normal circumstances, this would be considered a critical technology that necessitated secrecy, but Lin had no intention of concealing it now because he was desperately short of hands. Improving the alchemy internal combustion engine needed manpower. Designing new ironclad ships needed manpower. Researching gunpowder also needed manpower. He wished he could split one person into two to use. Anyone who could understand, whether they were a wizard apprentice, a full-fledged wizard, or even just a normal person who knew no magic, would immediately be snatched up for his research projects. Treatment and status were not an issue, asked Albert, nodding with a semblance of understanding. Although he had grasped only the gist, he could still see how ingenious the design of the internal combustion engine was. Lin said with a smile. The experiment conducted at Yaida Academy the previous day spread throughout Yaida Harbor the next, thanks to the promotion by Magic Daily. Everyone knew that under the City Lord's leadership, the wizards had researched an alchemy car with 4 wheels, which not only moved as fast as the wind, but also did not require horses or camels to pull it. It could move on its own. The rumors soon became more and more outlandish, with the embellishments added by some students. Aside from its speed, the alchemy car was also described as a powerful weapon. It was said to have launched Philip just like an alchemy cannon, possessing astonishing destructive power. Such outrageous rumors made Philip incredibly embarrassed every time he was asked about it, and he didn't know how to explain away the exaggerations. This news, carried by merchant convoys along with copies of Magic Daily to Greenreel, quickly caused a huge sensation. The extreme speed of 90 kilometers per hour and the rumor that the alchemy internal combustion engine was 10 times more efficient than a steam engine were hard for people to believe. Those most incredulous were naturally the wizards within the Alchemy Association who were dedicated to the study and improvement of steam engines. The first magical revolution they were planning, was it going to end before it even began? Chapter 22207, A New Era of Magic, is about to come. Extra for Alliance Leader DSF 23DD. Chapter 220. Chapter 207, A New Era of Magic, is about to come. Extra for Alliance Leader DSF 23DD. At the plaza in front of the Alchemy Association, Master Alchemist Dennis gazed at the steam car before him, automatically running and constantly emitting smoke with an utterly captivated expression. After years of relentless efforts, he had finally improved upon the 6th generation of the alchemy steam engine, not only reducing its size by half, but also significantly enhancing its performance. Dennis looked toward his apprentice and asked, reporting to Master Dennis, "It averages about 45 kilometers per hour." The female wizard replied excitedly, barely able to contain her enthusiasm. This was definitely a new breakthrough. Dennis nodded in satisfaction, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over him. 20 years ago, when they had just created the steam engine, they had faced considerable ridicule. The initial steam engines were highly inefficient, with the alchemy cars only able to travel 3 to 5 kilometers per hour. According to some, even a turtle with a carrot dangling in front of it would move faster than his alchemy car. Compared to horses and camels, its only advantages were that it needed neither food nor rest, and it could work around the clock, but it was nothing compared to the spiritual creatures summoned and the golems created by spiritual energy wizards. Despite his research being undervalued, Dennis never gave up. After generations of improvements, he finally got the steam engine recognized by the council, becoming the main power source for all new types of ships. The next target was naturally to replace land transportation. His new steam car could pull a full 10 tons of cargo nonstop, consuming only the magic power of one wizard apprentice per 100 kilometers. Dennis had already envisioned a magic revolution that he was about to initiate. The billowing steam would cover every corner of the wizard land. It was a miracle created by alchemy and magic. A new era of magic was on the horizon. As Dennis was lost in his daydreams, a sudden outburst of panic shouting came from the doorway. Dennis, snapped out of his reverie, looked at the panicked male wizard in irritation. Dennis asked, furrowing his brows. The leaders were preparing to purchase 100 steam cars in response to a potential upcoming war, and they also planned to refit all the steamships by replacing their internals with the latest model of the alchemy steam engine. Everything had to be completed within 3 months. This was undoubtedly a daunting task, and rushing might not even ensure completion. Could it be that the war was going to start sooner? No, it's not that, Lord Dennis. The male wizard hesitated long before he finally stammered out. Now, all over Greenreel, it's rumored that Yaida Academy has created something called an internal combustion engine, and when installed, it can run 90 kilometers an hour, and even propel a wizard like launching them from an alchemy cannon, Dennis exclaimed. 90 kilometers an hour, what would that imply? The maximum speed of a fire lion is not much faster, but magical beasts still need to eat, drink, defecate, and sleep, and cannot maintain their top speed continuously. Moreover, their training period is measured in decades, which is why Dennis was confident he could replace them. After all, the greatest advantage of alchemical instruments is that they can be mass-produced. But this newspaper says that it was invented by Lord Lin, witnessed by thousands. It's as fast as the wind, and its thermal efficiency is 10 times better than that of a steam engine, the wizard said cautiously. Dennis declared emphatically. Efficiency 10 times better than a steam engine? Dennis simply could not believe such a thing existed. Although he was far from reaching the limits of steam power, with generations of improvements, the steam engines he made were already perfect, reaching speeds of only about 40 kilometers per hour. Of course, if endurance and load were not considered, the maximum speed could be further increased, but it certainly could not reach the terrifying speed of 90 kilometers per hour. This was no magic. It must be false advertising. Not only Dennis, but members of the Alchemy Association also felt the rumors were unreliable. Most crucially, they had put so much effort into developing the improved steam engine, ready to show off their work, only to be ousted. How could they accept this? Dennis shouted irately and then turned his gaze to the steam car he had just completed. He was not only going, but he was also going in the result of his hard research. Dennis wanted to see for himself what this internal combustion engine was, daring to claim to be 10 times more efficient than a steam engine. 5 days later, at Yaida Harbor, an oddly shaped alchemical machine slowly drove through the city's alley. A giant alchemical boiler placed at the back bubbling and steaming, attracting the attention of passers-by, many of whom quietly speculated whether this was a new creation from the alchemy workshop. Sitting in the car, Dennis and the others looked rather grim. This was not because of the townspeople's whispers, but because Dennis had realized after driving for a long time that this alchemy car had another drawback. It was too shaky, partly due to the poor road conditions, and partly due to the steam car itself. No sooner had they entered Yaida than Orlando, who had received the news, rushed over. In fact, in recent days, due to the popularity of the Magic Daily, the number of alchemists coming to Yaida to check things out was not small, and without exception, all were drafted by Lynn. However, seeing that it was Dennis who came, Orlando felt somewhat apprehensive. He knew well that this alchemist was the inventor of the steam engine, and was somewhat worried that he might have come to cause trouble. Fortunately, Orlando soon noticed that Master Raphael, who was on good terms with Lynn, was also in the steam car, and his worries immediately eased. "Hop on. There's just one spot left in my steam car." Dennis patted the seat next to him, which he had specifically left empty, to let the people from the Yaida school experience how comfortable and convenient his alchemical steam car was. Chapter 221, 208, I once used it to destroy half a port city. Please subscribe. Chapter 221. Chapter 208, I once used it to destroy half a port city. Please subscribe. At Dennis's enthusiastic invitation, Orlando quickly took a seat and then experienced the comfort and convenience of the alchemy steam vehicle. Not only was it slow, it was also shaking. The alchemy cars produced in the alchemical workshop also had a shaking problem. But according to Lord Lynn, if a tire could be added to the wheels and the ground could be made smoother, it would greatly alleviate the issue. Dennis didn't rush to ask about the internal combustion engine, but pointed at a huge towering wheel in the distance and asked with curiosity. The moment he entered Yaida Harbor, he had noticed that thing, which was more than 20 meters high and was slowly turning nonstop. That's a water wheel used to irrigate the fields. Lord Lynn is very attentive to the needs of the common folk, Orlando explained with a smile. Nearly everyone who came in would ask the same question, so his response was now smooth and practiced. He quickly introduced the principle of the thing to Dennis. It actually involved using the inertia of water flow to rotate spokes, which lifted a series of water buckets filled with river water, one by one. At the top, the buckets would naturally tip over, and the water would be poured into a canal, eventually reaching the fields to be irrigated. Dennis nodded and exclaimed with admiration. Raphael, who was beside him, was the first to ask. He was very interested in Lynn's new research, so he took the opportunity to hitch a ride, while also representing the council to assess the internal combustion engine. "Of course it's true," Orlando stated as he explained. 110 kilometers per hour? How could it get more and more inconceivable? Dennis frowned slightly, inevitably doubting whether the other party was just bragging. Behind him, Members of the Alchemy Association also showed signs of discontent on their faces, but before they had a chance to retort, a loud explosion soon erupted. It sounded like thunder from the heavens, and the ground seemed to shudder violently. "What's happening?" Dennis said instinctively. Wizard Land was a colossal island towering above the sea, and earthquakes occurred every few years. The inspiration for wave magic was based on this peculiar phenomenon, although the elementalists had yet to understand its source. However, Dennis quickly realized this was probably not an earthquake, because thick smoke was billowing from the direction of an alchemical workshop near the encampment. Maybe some alchemical instrument exploded, an alchemist said with schadenfreude, recalling that initial steam engines also had problems like exploding boilers. "No, it should be Dean Lin and their experiment on the power of gunpowder," Orlando explained, rubbing his ears. Gunpowder? The people present were all taken aback for a moment. It was then that Dennis realized that with such a commotion, the townspeople on the street were not panicked at all. It seemed they were quite used to it by now. Orlando didn't offer an explanation. After all, he didn't know much about the matter, only that it was another kind of very powerful weapon. Carrying many doubts, Dennis and the others soon arrived at an open space in front of the alchemy workshop, where a large crowd was gathered here. The ground in the distance was pockmarked, as if it had been bombarded by flame magic. Lin also saw the approaching steam car at first notice and led the people to meet it. Lin caught sight of Raphael getting out of the car and greeted him with a smile. "Indeed, it has been some time, but I've heard your name more than a few times back in Greenreel," Raphael replied with a smile before turning to introduce Lin. Lin's eyes lit up at this. A person who could independently invent a steam engine was definitely a talent. Lin shook hands with Dennis, already thinking about how to persuade him to stay in Yaida Harbor. Dennis frowned, unable to tell if the other's words were sarcastic or sincere at once. The members of the Alchemy Association behind him clearly took Lin's words as a provocation, their faces turning gloomy in an instant. One of the wizards immediately stepped forward, speaking unflinchingly. "Master Lin, we are here in Yaida to see your internal combustion engine, to find out if it's really as miraculous as the rumors claim." Lin nodded casually and then looked towards Darren, signaling him to arrange the final experiment. Several halflings immediately got busy, stuffing a bunch of dark stones into barrels, then piling up many packaged white phosphorus and broken stones, placing them hundreds of meters away. Darren's movements were extremely careful. He was well aware of the dangers of this substance. However, after placing the gunpowder and retreating to a safe distance, the halflings looked hopeful, turning their heads towards Lin. Lydia asked excitedly. Seeing Lin nod, she took out a rocket and placed it on a specially made longbow. Lydia, standing about 1.30 meters, held a longbow not much smaller than herself, appearing somewhat comical, but the powerful strength bestowed by her racial talents was no joke. The longbow was pulled taut like a full moon, aimed towards the sky. As the bowstring was released, a fiery red arrow shot forth, tracing a parabola straight towards the distant barrels. The watching wizards all covered their ears. "What is this for?" The wizards of the Alchemy Association were confused, but Dennis remembered the loud boom he had heard just before. Simultaneously, the rocket pierced through the wooden board, and the black gunpowder inside was quickly ignited, followed by an explosion. Boom like thunder exploding beside one's ears, along with blinding flames soaring into the sky. The surging tongues of fire instantly covered the surrounding land, and the target erected nearby was instantly blown to pieces. Dennis could vividly feel the scorching heat wave sweeping towards him, his ears buzzing with noise, and when the smoke cleared, the grass in front of them had turned into scorched earth. Due to the white phosphorus mixed inside, the fire continued to burn, nearly turning the surroundings into a sea of flames. Chapter 222, 209, Knowledge and Truth Never Fear Spreading and Communication. Please subscribe. Chapter 222, Chapter 209, Knowledge and Truth Never Fear Spreading and Communication. Please subscribe. What terrifying power! Looking at the sea of fire spreading before him, Dennis's expression became very solemn. Although such an attack was not a threat to a grand wizard, it would probably leave no chance of survival for an ordinary formal mage. The wizards from the Alchemy Association couldn't help showing a look of horror on their faces. Their aggressive intentions to confront Lin about his theories had considerably softened in an instant. Raphael remembered that he had once seen a kind of alchemical powder that would explode upon contact with fire, but it was nowhere near this destructive. "This is black gunpowder. I've used it to destroy half of a harbor city," Lin explained before anyone could ask, and then shook his head. "It's just a pity," Raphael quickly asked. "No, the production of black gunpowder is not complicated," Lin said as he began to explain. "If white phosphorus and other fillers are not mixed in, the explosive power of black gunpowder alone is actually quite limited, far inferior to TNT or black toluene tornado explosive." "Still lacking?" The expressions on the onlookers' faces were a bit odd. Could it be that Lin was planning to use this stuff to set traps to deal with those cardinals? Orlando and others were excitedly discussing how to use the powerful destructive force of black gunpowder in warfare. Lydia waved her longbow, drawing everyone's attention to her confident new idea. Raphael and the others couldn't help nodding. It was indeed a good way to unleash its power. Good grief, a suicide truck, huh? It would be a waste of your talents if you weren't organizing a terror attack. Raphael and the others were shocked. They had just witnessed the power of the gunpowder, which wasn't weak compared to alchemy cannons, and yet you were using it for mining? Lin was also quite helpless, as the biggest problem with the development of Yaida Harbor was the far insufficient production of various ores, especially steel, the foundation of all industry. Although there was an iron mine near Yaida, the efficiency of mining was very touching. Relying solely on manpower was far from enough. Letting wizards use fire magic to blast was not impossible. But formal wizards were very valuable, and nobody was willing to do that job. Rely on wizard apprentices? Better not. Gunpowder naturally became the best choice, and it was worth considering whether to establish a musketeer or artillery squad later. As for the testing of the power of black gunpowder, apart from Lin's own dissatisfaction, it was undoubtedly a complete success, and Dennis soon got his wish to see the latest model of the alchemy car equipped with an internal combustion engine. Those who made it, such as Philip, had truly taken Lin's idea of saving steel to the extreme, adhering to minimalism and pragmatism. In short, as long as it could haul ore, that was enough. This resulted in its appearance looking very crude, a frame constructed of steel that contrasted sharply with the gorgeous steam carriage beside it. Upon first laying eyes on the contraption, the wizards of the Alchemy Association couldn't help but sneer slightly. Just this? However, after riding a four-wheeled vehicle on the roads of Yaida Harbor for a week and experiencing that extraordinary speed, everyone fell silent, and Dennis was particularly distraught, speechless with a face full of despair. He knew that the results of his painstaking research had become worthless and decades of effort were probably wasted. A male wizard from the Alchemy Association asked with some reluctance. However, he also understood that such core technology was unlikely to be shared by the other party. Lin, already intending to collaborate on research, was very generous, directly instructing Orlando to bring over the design drawings. When the male wizard received the drawings, his hands trembled, unable to believe that the other party had so easily entrusted such valuable information to him. Dennis and the others couldn't help but gather around to examine them as well. The drawings were incredibly detailed, even indicating internal parts and structures. Without needing explanations from Lin, the wizards of the Alchemy Association quickly understood the structure and function of each part of the internal combustion engine after a brief discussion. The earliest steam engines could also be referred to as external combustion engines, as the combustion occurs outside, using steam expansion to move the piston, resulting in a lot of energy loss. But the internal combustion engine is different. It exchanges air through an alchemy array and an exhaust valve, and the entire combustion process is confined within the cylinder. Thus, the power it provides is naturally much more intense than steam. Dennis exclaimed with emotion, and his mind was filled with many potential improvement schemes for the steam engine. Though he understood that no matter the improvements, it would be difficult for them to match the efficiency of the internal combustion engine. I have a question. The alchemy internal combustion engine is a creation of the AIDA school. Why are you willing to let us view the designs? Dennis asked, puzzled. Lynn answered calmly. The power and wisdom of one person are too insignificant. Even if one spend a lifetime specializing in a certain area, it's unlikely they will ever see its limit. As for the other reason Lynn did not mention, the internal combustion engine was just a technology that had been rendered obsolete in his previous life. In his eyes, but a stopgap measure. Listening to Lynn's words, the Wizards of the Alchemy Association were deeply moved. As researchers and inventors of the steam engine, they guarded this special alchemy technology fiercely, never allowing wizards from other schools to dismantle or study the related devices, deeming it brazen theft. Although in the end, they couldn't completely prevent the technology from leaking out. Yet Lynn disregarded the barriers between schools altogether, directly sharing the core designs with them. Such magnanimity. Thinking this, Dennis couldn't help but feel somewhat ashamed. P.S. There's only one more chapter owed for the rewards now. I will add it tomorrow. As for the bonus chapters based on subscriptions, there's been an increase of over 900 on average, which means 4 chapters. Chapter 223, 210. Do you really think there is a more powerful alchemical instrument than it? Chapter 223. Chapter 210. Do you really think there is a more powerful alchemical instrument than it? Master Dennis, would you like to take a look at the structure of this alchemy four-wheeler? We just added functions for steering, acceleration, and braking, all quite fascinating and ingenious ideas, Lynn said again. Lynn's words were like whispers of the devil, continually stirring Dennis's mind since he was also researching these issues but had not yet solved them. However, in the end, he shook his head, looking towards the absent-minded wizards and sighed. No, there is no need to look further. Let's go back, he said. Dennis was well aware that he was thoroughly outmatched, both in terms of inventiveness and research attitude. Continuing the comparison would only bring more despair. Dennis assured him very seriously. Even though the other side openly did not care about sharing and dissemination, Dennis understood the importance of the internal combustion technology. It was definitely a power that could transform the magic world. Lynn's voice resonated once more. Dennis paused, understanding the hidden meaning in those words. He was being invited to join the research on alchemical internal combustion engines. Dennis was again surprised by Lynn's openness in alchemical research. His expression became hesitant, feeling somewhat uneasy, especially since he had come with a competitive mindset. I believe that a war that will sweep across the entire wizard land is approaching soon. From the attitudes of the chairman, the situation does not look optimistic, Lynn said solemnly. Without a doubt, this is a crisis for the entire magic world, and no one can afford to remain uninvolved. Time is very limited for us, and the use of the alchemical internal combustion engine is still in its early stages. Dennis was somewhat moved, considering Lynn's words were accurate. The church would not care which faction the wizards belonged to. It would simply eradicate them all. Moreover, I believe that the internal combustion engine is not the limit, and there are undoubtedly better and more simplified methods to harness this power. We just haven't found them yet, Lynn added. Dennis said in surprise. In his view, the internal combustion engine was already perfect, virtually without limits, requiring only more intense heat and stronger explosions to generate even greater power. It could be said that the only thing limiting its performance was indeed the issue of materials. Dennis nodded, no longer hesitating, and immediately agreed to participate in the development and improvement of the alchemical internal combustion engine as an external collaborator. The Wizards of the Alchemy Association did not object either. They had dedicated half their lives to studying steam engines, only to realize that it had been rendered obsolete. Now, they could only hope to apply their experience to the research on internal combustion engines to give some value to their previous efforts. Having successfully persuaded another group of researchers, Lin was overjoyed. This meant he could free up the alchemists who were initially researching the internal combustion engine for other technologies, such as muskets and cannons. In the next week, the whole harbor city was bursting with energy, and according to the townspeople, there was a new and curious affair popping up regularly. For instance, there was a water wheel erected by the river that automatically irrigated the farms, and even an alchemy car that moved faster than the wind. It was said that the wizards had also created a magical device called a spinning loom, which could make clothes with magic. Mary had no doubt about this, as she had several friends who had joined the weaving factory, where it was said a person could weave hundreds of meters of fabric in a day. If this wasn't magic, what was? However, in order to earn more silver coins, Mary chose to enter the glass workshop. The inside was like a furnace, a sealed room, steaming with heat, where workers dumped piles of fine sand into a living furnace. It wasn't an easy task, and the hardest part was the shaping. It was common for the poor craftsmen to burn their arms, but no one complained, as the job paid a salary of 12 silver coins, and the shiny coins represented hope for a better life. All the workshops were continuously expanding, and the total number of employees soon exceeded 4,000. Having returned to the town near the harbor for almost 2 months, Lin had experienced the feeling of spending money like flowing water. Based on an average of 10 silver coins per worker per month, that was a total expenditure of 400 gold coins. And that was just the smallest of all expenses. The real bulk came from constructing various factories and paying the wizard salaries. Lin was somewhat worried that this outflow of money might cause inflation. Fortunately, the productivity of the town near the harbor was also rapidly increasing, so there wasn't a significant rise in prices in the short term. The evening of the 7th day soon arrived, a huge full moon hanging high in the sky, casting its brilliant moonlight down. Lin gazed at the resplendent full moon in the sky, his expression becoming somewhat profound. This meant that he had been in this world for a full year now. The waxing and waning of the moon was just an astronomical phenomenon, formed by the satellite orbiting and reflecting sunlight. This world was no different, with a full moon occurring each month. But what set it apart was that only on Moon Day each year did the moon shine the brightest and was accompanied by a stirring of magic power. After a year, Lin once again experienced this unique feeling, but this time it was even more intense. The magic power inside his body vibrated like boiling water, uncontrollably dispersing in all directions. But Lin's expression was very calm. He closed his eyes and savored the power that was gradually growing stronger inside his body. It reached its peak in about an hour, as if breaking through some kind of shackles. After several months of accumulation and the magic torrent of Moon Day, Lin had successfully advanced from a second circle wizard to a third circle wizard, and it all happened so naturally. However, advancing to a great wizard would not be so easy. It was like moving from a wizard apprentice to a full wizard, a transformation of another kind. Chapter 224-211, True Mirror and Advanced Projection Technique. Chapter 224, Chapter 211, True Mirror and Advanced Projection Technique. After a very brief adjustment period, Lin soon managed to calm the restless magic power with his increased spiritual power. 071. Show me my current status. Lin silently muttered to himself in his mind, a template he had the brain computer create based on the villagers and wizards he had seen. It was able to replicate his status to a certain extent. Designated target: Lin Physical Vitality, High Magic Power Scale, 92 Spiritual Power Rating, Third Circle Wizard Spell Slots, Fireball Technique, Flame Touch, Frostblade, Lesser Magic Protection, High Temperature Steaming Kill, Liquid Nitrogen, Frost Domain, Magic Barrier, Lesser Deflection Field. Fourth Circle, Deflection Field, Space Oscillation, Advanced Projection Technique. Each unit of the Magic Power Scale is measured by a standard magic stone, capable of casting a complete first circle spell once. For someone like Pierce, who had reached the rank of Wizard Apprentice, the Magic Power Scale is 4, while a formal wizard usually has more than 10 on the scale. However, the magic power used for casting is not fixed. using pre-prepared materials, or directly using alchemical devices to aid in casting can significantly reduce magic consumption. This is why even wizard apprentices can cast spells consecutively. For example, to use liquid nitrogen frost domain covering an area of about 3 meters around oneself, theoretically, it requires 12 units of magic power. Since the air itself is filled with a large amount of nitrogen, Lin doesn't need to use any magic power for mimic elements, so the consumption is directly reduced to about 5 units. Additionally, under overload conditions, most of the computing power and magic power are borne by the brain computer during spell casting, allowing Lin to use it even though he hadn't yet advanced to a formal wizard. After all, this technique itself was modified from the first circle spell, Frost Touch, and was not difficult to learn. Besides the enhancement of his magic power, during the recent times, while busy with the technology of internal combustion engines and gunpowder, Lin also kept up with his studies of magic, especially the book, Visual Control and Magic Illusion, he got from Aurora, which he almost wore out from constant referencing. This book on illusion magic records many spells for controlling vision, the one that interested Lin the most being the 7th Circle legendary spell, True Mirror, and its subordinate 4th Circle spell, Advanced Projection Technique. The former was beyond his current strength and magic reserve, so he aimed to learn Advanced Projection Technique. With the enhancement brought by the magic web, he could barely manage to study and master 4th Circle spells, though it required a great deal of magic power. The operation of Advanced Projection Technique is somewhat similar to the projection technique used by the Faceless when they went to the magic domain, which involves projecting magic power filled with one's will to another place. However, the difficulty is higher because it projects directly into the real world, involving the manipulation of light and requiring some kind of object as a medium. For example, Aurora, the legendary which could control magic at will, once set a spell on his forehead with a kiss, and then used an ordinary glass mirror as the medium to carry out the projection, achieving the spell's release unbeknownst to others. Lin pondered the application of this 4th Circle spell and then looked out towards the direction of the Mist Sea. After Monday, the fleet from the outside world quickly arrived at Yaida Harbor. Unlike previous years, this time the lost fog over the sea was only an empty shell, undoubtedly the most dangerous time for the entire port city. Lin could only hope that nothing would go awry. On the 5th day after Monday, several merchant ships with red flags slowly entered the port of Yaida, and then dozens of dockworkers unloaded bags of precious herbs, leather, and other supplies, stacking them on the docks. A middle-aged man in a deep blue robe, sporting a goatee, walked down from the deck and greeted warmly, "Long time no see, Lord Orlando." Orlando slapped the stout arm of the man, responding with a smile, and then hurriedly introduced Lin. "His name is Cody," Mr. Lin nodded. William was one of the 3 spokesmen Hellram sought in the outside world, similar in duty to Laud, responsible for transmitting intelligence from the outside and transporting some scarce materials. As for this gentleman, Orlando looked towards Cody, just about to praise him with a few words, when Lin gestured for him to stop. Cody greeted astutely, showing no contempt despite Lin's youthful appearance. Anyone standing with Orlando was evidently a wizard, thus not someone he could afford to offend. "What goods have you brought this time?" Lin glanced at the dockworkers moving the supplies and asked. "Mostly copper and silver, ore, as well as some magical beast leathers and rare potion materials," Cody replied respectfully. Lin nodded. Although there were many mines in Wizardland, they had been mined for over 300 years, making the mining increasingly difficult, so the main currency metals like copper, silver, and gold were very scarce. However, starting today, even iron ore might become scarce, simply because it wasn't enough. Although a great wizard could mimic metal elements with magic power, this substance was essentially still magic and could not replace real ore. Additionally, Mr. Cody, eager to please, took out a palm-sized magnetite and handed it to Lin. From the moment Lin interrupted Orlando, Cody had acutely sensed who was really in charge. Yet, That excessively young face of the other party unavoidably made Cody underestimate him, involuntarily pondering if Lynn might be Master Helram's child to receive such respect from Orlando. Lynn immediately became interested and took it from him. Cody's expression changed slightly, as these novel trinkets were specially prepared to please the wizards. He had prepared two, the other intended for Master Helram. Indeed, I've seen it before in the Seeka's Empire. Lynn nodded. The Seeka's Empire? Cody grew even more curious about Lynn's identity. Lynn toyed with it a bit, resisting the urge to make a compass on the spot, and continued to inquire. Cody, was your sea journey smooth this time? How is William doing recently? Chapter 225, 212. The Kingdom Situated on a Mine. Extra for Home Master Pterosaur Bro. Chapter 225. Chapter 212. The Kingdom Situated on a Mine. Extra for Home Master Pterosaur Bro. Lord William, everything is well, and the church likely has not found any issue with our navigation, but here, Cody's face showed a hint of hesitation. The fog this year seems a bit odd. This was not his first time transporting goods to Aida. In the past, this area of the sea was virtually a no-go zone for ships. Once within the fog, visibility could drop to less than 2 meters. After sailing through it for a while, one could even forget their bearings. However, this time the situation with the flying ship was drastically different. Though the fog remained, the visibility had improved to 5 meters, and it lacked the profound and terrifying sensation it used to evoke. Cody looked to Lynn, a suspicion having surfaced in his heart while crossing the sea. Surely there wasn't a problem in the wizard land? The Magic Council's chairpersons have just refined this spell. It's still in the trial phase. Your experiences will serve as a basis for further improvements to the spell, Lynn explained offhandedly, not revealing a hint about the lost fog being disrupted. Even within the entire wizard land, only the counselors were aware of this information. The official statement to the outside was that the despicable church had sent people to sneak into the wizard land and had ambushed Fayez, the legendary wizard and council chairperson, causing chaos in Greenrill City. This narrative was designed to both incite the wizards' outrage, preparing them for the business of war, and to prevent traders from secretly taking ships to sea. Cody was dubious about Lynn's explanation, but still shared his observations and feelings. Is the situation this serious? Lynn's expression did not change, but doubts started to flicker through his mind. While he knew the insider details, he had not expected the discrepancy to be this significant. Cody had sensed something was amiss shortly after entering the fog. This was not good news. As they conversed, an opulently decorated alchemy car approached from the distance and stopped next to the docks. It was the one Dennis had brought over. It had been modified, however, with its engine replaced by a more efficient hydrogen-powered internal combustion engine. Cody and a few representatives of the shipworkers were fortunate enough to experience the novelty and wonder of the alchemy car. Cody asked with extreme caution, unsure where to place his hands. He even refrained from touching the armrests and the body of the car, asking anxiously. Orlando said with a hearty laugh. In the distant sky, a massive flying ship swept over the city, drawing continuous exclamations from the shipworkers. The changes in Aida were immense. Cody nearly doubted if he had arrived in another wizard city, even though it had been only 1 year since his last visit to Aida. Cody asked in awe and uncertainty. Helram, after all, was the most powerful wizard he knew of, rumored to be able to freeze the ocean and shatter mountains. No, unfortunately, Master Helram sacrificed himself a few months ago while dealing with a rebellion. Orlando spoke with a heavy tone. The news of Helram's death hit Cody and the others like a hammer, leaving them stunned and filled with a deep unease. Cody stared in astonishment at the Lynn beside him, who appeared to be no more than 20 years old, and almost doubted if Orlando was joking. He is too young, isn't he? Cody had indeed sensed that Lynn's status was extraordinary, but had only thought him to be the progeny of a great wizard or an exceptionally valued apprentice. It had never crossed his mind that the other party could actually be the current ruler of Aida. Although Lord Lynn is young, His magic talent is extremely exceptional, and he is a recipient of the Corona Medal. The power systems of the flying ship you just saw and this alchemy car were both invented by Lord Lin, seemingly catching on to Cody's thoughts. Orlando did not stop talking, incessantly listing Lin's grand achievements to Cody and the others, including but not limited to his stellar performance at the Mage Conference and resolving the apocalyptic cult crisis in Greenrill City. Cody listened, feeling completely baffled. He did not know what a Mage Conference was, nor did he understand just how prestigious the Corona Medal was. However, the immense flying ship that had just passed overhead and the alchemy car they were riding in, which was as fast as the wind, greatly shocked him. Beyond that, Cody was amazed to discover that everyone he saw on the streets was filled with vitality. Even the plainly dressed poor were no exception. This was a sight he could not see in the kingdom of Hadlata, where people's eyes held only numbness and despair. Aida was never this bustling and noisy in the past. Cody quickly realized that the current ruler of Aida was a formidable, talented, and very young wizard. All the way, Lin had been observing Cody's reactions. William had been personally selected by Hellram as a spokesperson, and Cody was a confidant trusted by the former. For over a decade, the location of Wizard Land had not been exposed, indicating their loyalty remained. However, this loyalty had been to Hellram, and Lin was not sure whether a change in leadership would cause the other to have any ulterior motives. Therefore, he had specifically ordered an alchemy car, a front for Aida, to be brought, and took Cody for a tour around the port city just to show him that the Aida school was still powerful under his leadership. However, regarding gunpowder and some other critical technologies, Lin had no intention of revealing them. After taking a round, he brought Cody to the headmaster's office to start asking questions. Hadlata is one of the Sika's Empire's vassal kingdoms, located on the Empire's border region, known as a kingdom situated on a mountain of mines. Hadlata is endowed with extremely rich mineral resources and has a population of nearly 2 million people. Almost 1/4 of the nation are miners, or rather, mining slaves. It is by exploiting these mining slaves to work day and night in the dark and dangerous mines that the nobles of the land are able to continually transport or to the capital of the empire, Vecnal, via merchant ships, thus earning substantial income. William's main business on the surface is the mineral trade industry, owning his fleet of ships, which naturally allows a portion of the outbound trade ships to suddenly change course and head towards Wizard Land unnoticed. Chapter 226, 213 Cody. You must be the greatest wizard. Please subscribe. Chapter 226, Chapter 213 Cody. You must be the greatest wizard. Please subscribe. A kingdom situated atop a mountain of mines? Lin's interest was piqued instantaneously because Yaida Harbor was currently in dire need of various ores. Lin asked, "Is the old king Basil Hadlata III?" Cody began to recount. According to the intelligence they had gathered, it seemed that King Basil's health had recently declined, and given his advanced age, he was not expected to live much longer. For reasons unknown, the old king had failed to establish a successor to the throne, and as a result, the two princes with the highest support were at loggerheads, stirring up a storm throughout the kingdom. Lin mused aloud. "No, that's not certain. It largely depends on the stand the cardinal takes." Cody spoke cautiously. There were even rumors within the kingdom that it was because the cardinal was dissatisfied with the king's choice, which is why the matter had been dragging on. Lin nodded, and then asked some more about the fleet that William had assembled before gesturing for Cody and the others to be taken away to rest. After Cody and his group had left, Orlando finally spoke up. "It should be time." Orlando hesitated for a moment before responding, as the harbor city was developing rapidly, right? But it still lacks ore and labor. These are all things the kingdom of Hadlata possesses, Lin explained. In addition, the ship experiences provided by Cody and his companions had proven that there were more breaches in the Mist Sea than he had anticipated. More than 2 months ago, when he had just returned to Yaida, he had sent out people to verify the situation. At that time, the mist at sea had only weakened slightly, with visibility improving from 2 meters to 3 meters. Lin had thought it was due to Vittorio's timely remediation, but now it seemed it was merely the lingering power of the dispelled legendary magic that had not yet completely vanished. The magic power that had once pervaded the fog was gradually dissipating, and in the future, it might turn into something so obvious that one could detect it from a distance with the naked eye. Lin had no intention of just waiting for the church personnel to come knocking. In such a case, Yaida Harbor would be the first to suffer. Because this place is the gateway to Wizardland, its geographic position held great advantages during peaceful times, but once war broke out, it could easily become a primary target. The best course of action would naturally be to shift the battlefield elsewhere, such as to the kingdom of Hedlada. Not only did this location possess the resources they needed, but the potential for an internal succession war, the dispute between the church and the king. All these were excellent opportunities to exploit. Moreover, there were masses of oppressed people there, meaning there were masses to be united. Orlando asked in surprise, feeling that this was no easy task. Lin neither shook his head nor nodded. This could also be a fine opportunity to intervene, but the specific approach would require a true understanding of the situation in that country before any decisions could be made. Of course, it would also necessitate the council of the parliament. By the way, haven't Master Dennis and his team recently been researching airship improvements? Lin suddenly remembered this matter and inquired. He was planning to switch to a different method of transporting goods to improve efficiency, so he had Danny and the others focus on modifying the airship. In 2 more days, it should be finished. That airship looks even bigger than a dragon, stuffed full with an entire alchemy workshop, Orlando recalled with emotion. It appeared like a sky fortress. Cody had spent 2 extremely leisurely days in the harbor city and also witnessed the novelty and prosperity of the city, especially paper and glass. Cody felt a strong premonition about the immense value of these commodities the moment he saw them. He had no doubt that the nobles would go crazy for them. Such dazzling, transparent glass was simply a type of gemstone that could be manufactured artificially, also representing endless wealth. The shipbuilders were particularly tempted by the work in Yaida Harbor, paying 8 to 15 silver coins a month. You must know that risking their lives sailing, they could only earn 3 to 4 silver coins a month in wages. Even the lowly poor and miners in Harbor City were able to eat delicious white bread, which fueled the fire of jealousy in their hearts. The next evening, Cody was once again summoned by the esteemed headmaster. Lin began with words that caught him completely by surprise. But, headmaster, the Mist-Sea is often fraught with storms and large whirlpools. Only on moon days is it relatively safe, Cody cautiously reminded, as he wondered if the new city lord might have forgotten that detail. You can rest assured on that point. I'm not asking you to come by ship, Lin said with a smile. Not by ship? Then how would they cross the Mist-Sea? Cody was completely baffled. Could it be by flying? It was only after following Lin and others to the alchemy workshop that Cody understood that indeed they were going to fly. What appeared before him was a colossal ship over 100 meters long, blue-green in color, covered with rune patterns, exuding a sense of mystery. This is the newest model of Skycraft airship. It can carry 10 tons of cargo, stable flight above 4,000 meters, with speeds ranging from 70 to 120 kilometers per hour. With each statement Lin made, the amazement on Cody and the others' faces grew, feeling as though their minds couldn't keep up. Flying up to 4,000 meters, traveling at a speed of 120 kilometers per hour, carrying 10 tons of cargo. What did that mean? It meant that they could load up with all sorts of goods and arrive from this harbor city to the capital of Heradrada in just one day, avoiding the great whirlpools and storms at sea, completing a trade. It was simply insane. To think that the entire process used to involve transportation by horse-drawn carts, followed by sailing, typically taking half a month, and now it only took one day. Cody looked toward Lin with deep respect on his face and couldn't help but speak out. You must be the greatest wizard. Chapter 227, 214, Invisible Hydrogen-Powered Strategic Bomber Airship. Please subscribe. Chapter 227, Chapter 214, Invisible Hydrogen-Powered Strategic Bomber Airship. Please subscribe. Facing Cody's flattery, Lin remained unmoved and shook his head. I don't deserve such a title. You mustn't say that, Lord Lin. On the pages of the entire history of magic, your contributions are also noteworthy, Orlando hastened to add, buttering up. Lin smiled and didn't reply. Compared to himself, who was cheating with the scientific knowledge from his previous life, the pioneers of magical theories were the truly great ones. They were the ones who truly started from scratch, exploring and expanding the magic world. Cody said hesitantly, if it flew high in the sky, it was just a speck, but once it landed, it would become very conspicuous, impossible to hide. Philip burst into laughter, gesturing with his hand. A wizard in charge of controlling the flying ship immediately activated the polarization magic. Before everyone's eyes, the 100-meter-long giant flying ship slowly became ethereal and soon vanished from their sight. Watching Cody and all the shipbuilders' faces filled with astonishment and disbelief, Dennis and others, as the retrofitters and designers of this aerospace flying ship, wore smug expressions on their faces. To maximize each parameter, they had put in a great deal of effort. Especially for this feature of invisibility, they had racked their brains. To hide an entire flying ship was no easy task, and ordinary polarization magic simply wouldn't do. To enhance the magic's power, they coated the surface of the flying ship with the juice of the invisibility beast. This magical creature possessed a bizarre ability. Its skin could change color according to the external environment, blending perfectly into its surroundings, lying in wait to ambush its prey in the shadows. However, the volume of the flying ship was not small. They had to buy up most of the invisibility beast juice on the market to gather enough for one ship. Dennis said, immensely satisfied. Infishable hydrogen-powered strategic bomber. Terms flashed through Lin's mind. He had heard before that Dennis had found a solution to the problem of the flying ship's large size, making it easily detectable. But he hadn't anticipated the solution would be so direct. If it couldn't be seen, naturally it wouldn't be exposed. One could only say, worthy of an alchemy master. Lin silently mused, then had someone bring over the goods for this trade. The main items were naturally glassware. After examining them, Cody immediately realized that most of these glassware items had air bubbles, quite unsightly, and entirely different from the finished products he had seen in Yaida Market. Cody asked, puzzled. Lin said with a smile, because the workers in the glass workshop were all novices, there were always quite a few defective products each time they cast glass. Remelting and recasting them was somewhat troublesome, as they simply had some air bubbles inside, but were not unusable. Therefore, Lin decided to categorize these glass products into different grades: low, medium, and high. For example, a set of glassware with air bubbles could be sold for 7 silver coins, while those without any air bubbles could fetch a price 10 times higher. This way, he could make money from all social classes while still selling at high prices and satisfying the nobility's need to feel superior. It was a win-win situation. He could exchange a small amount of goods for a large sum of money, and then exchange that money for, or to be shipped to Yaida Harbor, creating a virtuous cycle. All the wizards present were stunned by Lin's overly advanced economic concepts. Cody learned for the first time that there was even a strategy involving the intentional sale of defective products. But this could only be done with a monopoly product like glassware. By the way, an airship's cabin can only transport 25 people at a time and requires flight and maintenance crew. Before tomorrow, you can choose 15 representatives to be responsible for the transportation of this shipment, Lin reminded. Only 15 spots. Cody immediately became hesitant. A total of 150 people had come to transport this shipment, and deciding who would stay and who would return was a problem worth considering. Lin patted Cody's shoulder, telling him to take his time and get familiar with the airship, while he returned to the principal's office and summoned Laud. Laud bowed deeply to Lin, almost throwing himself to the ground with excitement, having not been summoned by Lin for nearly 4 months. Lin lifted Laud up, asking with a mix of laughter and bewilderment, Laud immediately began to lament that, since Lin went to Wizard City Greenryle 4 months ago, it was as if he had forgotten about them. Laud had been waiting with no news. Finally, Lin had returned, skyrocketing to fame as the star of magic, the de facto ruler of the Aida school. Laud was so excited that he could hardly control himself. He had bet right once again, but just when he fantasized about soaring to great heights, he couldn't get a summon from Lin. He sent people to inquire several times, only to be told that the city lord was too busy. This made Laud wonder if he had lost his value and been discarded. The sailors and laborers who had followed him had grown impatient over the months of waiting. Most had either entered the workshops or gone off to mine instead. Without team spirit, the group was hard to manage. If it weren't for the faint hope still held in his heart, Laud would have considered learning the textile trade, as he had heard that the work in the textile workshops was relatively easy and paid well. Listening to Laud's complaints, Lin too felt somewhat embarrassed. He'd been busy dealing with various matters and finding time to learn magic. However, he couldn't say that. Lin cleared his throat twice and interrupted Laud's complaints with a sigh. In the past few months, I've been planning something very important. I wanted to entrust it to you, but it was too dangerous, so I hesitated about summoning you. Laud immediately straightened up and anxiously asked, hesitant to immediately agree, given that even the principal thought it was dangerous. I need you to do 2 things. First, go to the kingdom of Hadrada to gather some intelligence. Second, keep an eye on William to see if he has any ill intentions. If so, replace him for me, Lin said solemnly. Chapter 228, 215 Lydia. We've made the muskets. Please subscribe. Chapter 228, Chapter 215 Lydia. We've made the muskets. Please subscribe, Laud said sternly. Though both tasks were challenging, he was well aware that only by demonstrating sufficient value could he regain trust, power, and attention. However, Laud changed his expression the second after he thumped his chest in assurance, looking eagerly at Lin. William has been operating in the kingdom of Hadlata for many years with a stable power base. Given our current financial resources and manpower, it would be quite difficult to infiltrate them in a short period. Laud spoke cautiously, the implication being clear. He needed people and money. Even with enough personnel and funds, that would not be an easy task. You need not worry about these. I've already planned for you, Lin said with a smile. He did not know how extensive William's influence was, but one thing was certain. The 150 people dispatched to Wizardland were his trusted aides, sent to carry out such a covert mission. Thus, Lin used the excuse of the airship's limited capacity to leave most of them in Yaida, intending to transport them back in batches later when transporting goods. During this time, he could mix some sand in these 100 or so people, turning some into his spies through incentives or even magic to monitor William. They would also inevitably gather much intel about William and the kingdom of Hadlata. While Lin kept talking, Laud inadvertently shivered, recalling the young man who had effortlessly extracted him from his hiding spot in the Sika's empire, slaying the archbishop and thousands of elite guards single-handedly. It was then that Laud conceived a thought never to oppose him. Too cunning and too terrifying, Lin removed a ring, the Ring of Arcane, from his finger and handed it to Laud. Laud accepted it with a puzzled look. He could tell it was a magical item, but was clueless about its function. You can use it to command the wizards I have sent, and it has also been enchanted with a protective spell to safeguard your safety in critical moments, Lin explained. That spell was the high-level four-ring magic he had mastered recently, advanced projection technique. That meant, with this ring, he could monitor the situation there at any time and appear in the form of a consciousness avatar when necessary. Since the medium was the Ring of Arcane, he could also mobilize the magical power from the magic net to a certain extent, maximizing his original strength. Of course, it was sufficient to deal with some bishops or formal wizards, but if he encountered a cardinal, it would be difficult to contend. A single avatar couldn't establish a spiritual connection through the magic net. Since everything had already been arranged by the other party, there was nothing to worry about. After giving Laud 500 Empire gold coins from the exchange as reserve funds, Lin waved his hand, signaling him to hurry and gather people since they were to set out the next day. Laud left very respectfully, while Lin took out the map he had obtained from Cody to examine. The kingdom of Hadarada was situated on the border of the Sika's empire, nestled between mountains and sea, a mere 1,500 kilometers away from Yaita Harbor. This meant that, without heavy load, an airship at full speed could reach there in just half a day. By sea vessel, the distance was not too far either, about 10 days or so. For this reason, Lin was particularly concerned about William, as it was a critical moment. If William harbored any untoward intentions due to Helram's death and chose to turn over to the church without them being prepared, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, it was better to prepare early. But being an amiable person, Lin still gave the other party a chance. He deliberately had Cody stay at Yaita Harbor for a few days to showcase his power, and then offer trade in glassware as an interest, all just to let the other party know that sticking with him would yield greater benefits than before. If, after this combined punch, William still refused to see the times and wanted to pull some shady moves behind the scenes, then he would simply have to be replaced. The next day, in the morning, inside the alchemy workshop of the Yaita school, Lin, Philip, and Dennis watched as the enormous airship lifted off and flew away. This spectacular sight soon drew frequent glances from passers-by. They had seen airships before, but never one quite so large. "Master Dennis, how do you like it?" Lin turned his head towards Dennis and asked. Master Dennis nodded his head with great satisfaction. In the beginning, he was a bit uncomfortable, but he quickly got drawn into the blueprints provided by Lin, throwing himself completely into research, particularly fascinated by the concepts of magical trains and armored giants. Lin smiled. Then his expression became solemn again as he addressed Orlando. "Has the cargo ship from Vicneal arrived yet?" Usually, it should have already arrived by now. Orlando was also puzzled but quickly reassured. In the past few years, there have been such situations. Vicneal, after all, is the capital of the Sika's empire, and smuggling goods isn't easy. Lin asked again. Orlando hesitated and shook his head. Master Helram might have been able to contact them, but he did not share that method with them. Although Lin was somewhat worried, he had to let it go, as Vicneal, besides the holy city, was the stronghold of the church's most formidable force. They must plan for the long term. Sending people to investigate hastily might actually backfire. With these worries, Lin returned to the magic workshop, where he immediately received some good news. Lydia almost bounced as she came forward, holding in her hands a musket taller than herself, with a strange design and a surface engraved with intricate patterns, and handed it to Lin. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now let's get back to it. Chapter 229, 216, Technological Muskets and Magic Bullets. Please subscribe. Chapter 229, Chapter 216, Technological Muskets and Magic Bullets. Please subscribe. Lin rubbed Lydia's head to show encouragement, then reached out to take the beautifully crafted musket and examined it closely. What he had Lydia and the others research and manufacture was naturally a flintlock gun. Compared to the early matchlock and arquebus, the flintlock gun had advantages such as faster firing speed, lighter weight, smaller caliber, shorter barrel, and less recoil. It also reduced the chance of misfire due to dampness in the rain. It was already a very perfected firearm. Since its invention by a clockmaker in the early 16th century, it had been popular until it gradually got replaced in the 19th century. As for the more advanced percussion cap gun, although it wasn't impossible to make, its ammunition required a primer, and with Aida's current level of magic industry, it wasn't suitable for mass production. But the flintlock gun only needed lead bullets to fire, and was also very cheap. Dennis asked in surprise, as he didn't feel any traces of magic on it. Lin said with some anticipation. Under Lin's leadership, the group quickly arrived at the training ground, where a row of wooden dummies used for magic training made perfect targets. Lydia said excitedly. She had already experimented with the musket several times after making it and was very proficient with it. Moreover, this musket had special dimensions, one size smaller than indicated on the blueprint, so that half-size people like her could also use it. The guard was both excited and frightened, struggling to fully express himself while holding the delicate musket, but still stammered out that he could accurately hit a target within 100 meters. Lynn smiled and demonstrated it to him, almost teaching him by hand. Using a flintlock gun wasn't difficult. Anyone of normal intelligence who spent a little effort could quickly learn the basics: loading, aiming, and firing. Because he was so nervous, it took the guard over an hour to barely master how to use it. Then, with effort, he began to operate it, pressing the bullet into the barrel with a wooden mallet, raising the gun, and aiming at the wooden dummy not far in front. The onlookers were very interested in the musket in the hands of the guard, and they also wondered why Lynn let someone who had never touched it before demonstrate. Dennis and the others looked thoughtful. Lynn reminded him. The guard hesitated, then became even more nervous. What was this recoil? But he soon experienced it firsthand, as at the instant of pulling the trigger, a massive force surged from within the barrel, nearly flipping him over. Bang! At the same time, a loud boom like thunder exploded within the training ground, accompanied by a puff of smoke from the musket. The loaded bullet flew out at an extremely fast speed. Despite a slight deviation due to the recoil, he still hit the target accurately. The wooden mannequin's upper half was blasted apart, with a large hole almost the instant the gunshots sounded. Dennis couldn't help but exclaim. With his superior eyesight and mental response, he could clearly see the bullet shoot from the barrel and hit the target 40 meters away almost instantly. The power was particularly astonishing as well. These targets were made of special material, not ordinary wood, yet they were so effortlessly penetrated. The guard was stunned, unable to believe that he was the one who had done this. Kevin and the others were somewhat worried. They wondered if such a weapon could pose a threat to wizards. After all, an ordinary person with no magic skills had managed to grasp the basics after just an hour of learning, which made them somewhat apprehensive. Thinking this, Kevin volunteered bravely, casting a second-level spell, Mage Shield, on himself, planning to use himself as a target to test the power of the firearm. Lord Kevin, the guard facing Kevin and holding the firearm, trembled uncontrollably, barely daring to shoot. "Stop talking nonsense and just try it. The weapon in your hands can't harm me," Kevin said impatiently, stepping out to a distance of 50 meters. Under the relentless urging of the onlookers, the guard found it hard to swallow and hesitated for more than 10 seconds without making a move. Finally, Lydia snatched the firearm from him. Lydia skillfully cleaned the barrel, then wickedly took out a special bullet from her pocket and asked, "Of course," Kevin nodded carelessly. Receiving the affirmative answer, Lydia happily stuffed the special bullet into the barrel. Kevin waved his hand in impatience. Lydia took a deep breath, cocked the flintlock, and began to aim. About 3 seconds later, she pulled the trigger at Kevin. Bang! The thunderous noise sounded once more. Although he outwardly appeared unconcerned, Kevin's pupils had already turned into the eagle eyes of a griffin, indicative of shaping magic, dynamic vision. Facing the muzzle directly, he felt the true speed of the bullet. The moment the gunshot rang out, the attack had already reached him. 2 seconds. A slight crack quickly appeared on the shield, and Kevin breathed a sigh of relief because the bullet had almost disintegrated immediately upon impact. But being so close, Kevin quickly noticed runes engraved on the surface of the bullet. Is this blast? Kevin's knowledge of alchemy was limited, but he recognized it instantly. It was a blast rune. 5 seconds. The robust, magical barrier was instantly penetrated. Chapter 230, 217. Magic Industrial Assembly Line. Please subscribe. Chapter 230, Chapter 217. Magic Industrial Assembly Line. Please subscribe. The sudden burst of the bullet clearly caught Kevin by surprise, and even with his excellent dynamic vision, he could see the hail of bullets shooting toward him. At such a close distance, it was already too late to react. All he could do was watch helplessly as the bullet fragments splattered onto his body. Kevin backed away in fright, but quickly realized he only felt a slight pain and hadn't been riddled with holes. His skin wasn't even broken. If Lydia had loaded a real iron ball just now, you would be seriously injured, Philip said with a chuckle as he looked at Kevin, who was sufficiently shaken, not all surprised by the outcome. Because the exploding bullet was indeed his own work, and its power had been tested long ago, it was roughly equivalent to a level 2 magic spell, the blast fireball, just enough to break through the mage's shield. The remaining kinetic energy wasn't enough to harm the human body, which is why he hadn't stopped Lydia when she took out the device. Seeing that everyone on the scene had a look of barely suppressed laughter, Kevin's dignity was somewhat affected, prompting him to glare at Lydia. The half-human girl stuck out her tongue and had already hidden behind Lynn. She had demonstrated the firearm because she'd seen Kevin downplay its effectiveness so much. After all, the firearm was a proud creation she had made with her own hands. Lynn, standing beside her, also spoke with amusement. "Professor Kevin, Lydia did warn you earlier." While the firearm's power was not bad, a third-level wizard who took things seriously wouldn't be deterred by it all. Mainly Kevin was caught unawares due to his own negligence. Of course, Lydia had gone a bit too far. He could guess that Lydia had tested the power of the bullet, but an attack that could break through the mage's shield was still quite dangerous. So he picked up the firearm and knocked a few times on the half-human girl's head with the butt of the gun as a warning. Lydia covered her head in pain, looking pathetically aggrieved. Lynn asked curiously, "It's impressive. An ordinary person who doesn't know magic could master it in an hour and gain the power to threaten a formal wizard," Kevin said with a somber expression. If not for the imminent threat of the church, he would have advised Lynn to classify the firearm and its manufacture as top secret or even to destroy it. Before this, there was an impassable chasm between the magic-wielding wizards and the commoners, especially after becoming a second-level wizard capable of learning Mage Shield, a comprehensive protective magic. Without any extraordinary powers, one could hardly break through a wizard's defenses with crossbows or greatswords, while the wizard's magic could easily kill an enemy. The emergence of firearms, however, broke this precedent and gave a non-magical civilian the initial ability to threaten wizards. However, Kevin also immediately spotted the drawbacks, mainly the slow reloading and poor concealment. The sound of the firearm firing could probably be heard from hundreds of meters away. Moreover, without using rune magic to create specialized bullets, it would take at least 2 to 3 shots to break through the mage's shield. Kevin very seriously shared his thoughts. Lynn nodded in agreement, fully aware of the advantages and disadvantages of the flintlock gun. On the other hand, he was somewhat surprised by the explosive bullets that Philip and others had developed. It seems that magical modification of the musket might also be a viable path, since apart from explosive, there might also be freezing, lightning, and other types of magical bullets. "What's the cost of making such a musket?" Raphael hastily asked. During his days in Yaida Harbor, he had just completed the evaluation of internal combustion engines and submitted a report to the council, and he didn't expect Lynn to give him another surprise. He watched the demonstration very clearly, and this weapon called the musket was not only astonishing in power, capable of penetrating armor, but also very user-friendly. It could quickly form a combative force to effectively address the shortage of low-end combat power in Wizardland. This was also an issue that the council was worried about. According to the predictions of some great wizards, when a large-scale war ensues, the church may first send a multitude of low-quality serf soldiers, enhance their will with divine arts, and use mass charges to exhaust the wizard's magic power, allowing the elites, composed of clerics, divine punishment army, and griffin knights, to await their turn at ease and decide the outcome in one battle. However, there is no so-called army in Wizardland, only a few security teams responsible for maintaining order. Although recruitment and training have resumed, they don't hold much hope for this. Because makeshift troops have hardly any combat experience, it would be good if they didn't collapse at the first sign of battle. So much so that someone proposed to send the wizard apprentices into battle. Their grasp of magic might be limited, but for facing those serf soldiers, it shouldn't be a problem. However, This idea was quickly refuted and thoroughly dismissed. Although these apprentices might lack great potential, they were still cultivated with hard work. Using them as cannon fodder would be a regrettable waste. Now, the appearance of the musket was quite timely. It meant that they could raise a combat-ready force in a short time, and perhaps use it against those lower-ranking clerics. We made this musket according to the blueprint, and it took us more than 10 days, Philip said thoughtfully. The biggest difficulty in making a flintlock is in that seamless barrel. It's not like you can develop an alchemy array just for these barrels, right? Philip was slightly incredulous. Doesn't that mean that on average, one person could make a musket in 3 days? Lynn asserted confidently. In the present day, whether it's the craftsmen of the Sika's empire or those in Wizardland, they still follow traditional manufacturing methods, where a craftsman alone makes an entire item. Compared to the modern division of labor, efficiency is much lower. Chapter 231, 218. You actually plan to use our magic treasure for farming? Seeking subscriptions. Chapter 231, Chapter 218. You actually plan to use our magic treasure for farming? Seeking subscriptions, division of labor, standardized processes? The two terms Lynn mentioned made Raphael and the others frown. They could barely grasp what he meant, but could not understand how this could allow someone to make a musket in just 3 days. Just the crafting and polishing of a gunstock would take more than 3 days. Lynn inquired, maybe 7 or 8 days? Lydia hesitated, thinking that teaching the process would require making one together to familiarize with the process. Even so, the other party might not quickly learn or be able to produce it independently. After all, not everyone could look at a blueprint and replicate it perfectly on their first try, as she could. With that thought, Lydia proudly puffed out her chest. Lynn asked with a smile. Lydia hesitated, as those two components were not difficult to craft. Even the slowest craftsman should pick it up in 3 hours. Then why don't we just break down each part of the musket, have a group specifically make the barrels, another solely focus on the gunstocks, and yet another to make the parts, and finally assemble them together? As Lydia just mentioned, teaching one person to make a whole musket would take at least half a month, but only a few hours to learn one of its parts, drastically easing the training of a competent craftsman. This follows the modern industrial concept, where work is divided into several steps, each completed by an individual, increasing specialization as the division becomes finer. Using this method could rapidly develop a group of skilled workers, since they would only be doing one thing each day, mastering it through repetition. Is it even possible? Lydia was totally stunned, feeling something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint what exactly. Philip couldn't help but interject. That would involve thousands of craftsmen, each making different parts. Wouldn't that make things extremely chaotic, like one person's barrel being slightly larger, another's firing lever spring a bit smaller? And even such minor differences can pose a significant risk of bursting when forced together on a musket. Lynn spoke again. For example, a barrel, we set its length and diameter and establish an allowable margin of error. While this method might be cumbersome initially, the benefits are clear thereafter. Even if a part of the musket malfunctions, you can simply replace it with readily available materials, and each worker only knows the process for the part they make, preventing the methods from spreading. As Lynn explained, Philip and the others had their eyes open to the advantages of division of labor and the establishment of standards, considering whether this method could be applied elsewhere, such as in the manufacture of some alchemical items. Orlando released 2 pieces of news in the Magic Daily tomorrow. First, Yaida plans to establish a flintlock workshop, recruiting 1,500 workers. Second, I plan to establish a musket team, aiming for 3,000 members. Lynn handed the musket back to Lydia and said to Orlando, since the flintlock had been successfully produced, it was time to consider forming the first musket team. Orlando hesitated, considering the previous glass, paper, and textile workshops, which had already accounted for tens of thousands of people. The total population of Yaida Harbor was barely over 50,000, meaning 1/5 of the population would be withdrawn from their original production tasks. Not to mention this was just a preliminary plan. Following this trend, Orlando had no doubts that in a few months, the entire city would be working for their city lord. So, you all need to work even harder during this time, applying internal combustion engine technology to develop various alchemical instruments that can automatically plow, seed, and harvest. This way, even if most people leave the land, it won't affect food production, Lynn confidently stated, having planned this in advance. Orlando was completely dumbfounded. Philip and the others also looked at Lynn with strange expressions. An alchemical internal combustion engine is a treasure of magic, and you're planning to use it for farming? And if there were devices that could automatically plow, seed, and harvest, what would be the need for the poor? That must be a dream. In the evening, not far from the capital of Hadarada, a stealth airship silently landed in the courtyard of a manor. This was one of the outposts William had set up outside the capital for easy accumulation and transportation of goods. After settling Laud and others down and instructing them not to wander off, Cody alone took a carriage into the city nonstop, quickly gaining an audience. The short, chubby William sat in a large chair in a secret room, his layered fat making his whole face appear somewhat distorted, his eyes squinted together. "What has happened, Cody? You better not tell me there has been a mishap with this year's trade." William was well aware of each departure and return time. Normally, a cross-sea trade would take at least 40 days, and yet Cody had returned in just half a month, prompting some unpleasant suspicions. "Reporting to you, my lord, this year's trade went smoothly. We brought back a batch of new items from Yaida, things called glass and paper," Cody said excitedly, before hurriedly adding, as if he just remembered something. "What did you say?" "Hell Ram is dead." William's expression changed, and he stood up abruptly from his seat, his body fat shaking continuously, bringing a kind of indescribable pressure. Chapter 232, 219. Has the Magic Council really run out of personnel? Please subscribe. Chapter 232, Chapter 219. Has the Magic Council really run out of personnel? Please subscribe. Under William's intimidating presence, Cody shivered with fear as he hadn't expected the elder to be so agitated. William questioned again. Cody quickly nodded. During the days he stayed in the port city, he had many people gather information. Several months ago, a tragedy occurred in Aida, with thousands of casualties. Hellram met his death in that incident, which was rumored to be related to an evil mage. Listening to Cody's account, William paced the secret chamber, supporting his corpulent body. After a moment, he tentatively mouthed a few words. Seeing no reaction, he then confirmed the death of Hellram. William's expression changed repeatedly before he finally sat back down, regaining his composure. "It's a male wizard named Lynn, quite young, seemingly not yet 20, Cody replied hesitantly. William scoffed. "Lord William, I think this Mr. Lynn might not be so simple. It is said he is also from the Sika's empire. Only a year has passed since he crossed the sea to the wizard land, yet he has demonstrated quite a few techniques," Cody cautiously reminded him, recounting everything he witnessed on his journey. Airships over 100 meters long, larger than a house, four-wheeled vehicles faster than the wind, alchemical machines that could weave textiles automatically. William's brows furrowed involuntarily, because what Cody was describing sounded too fantastical, so much so that he began to suspect whether his trusted aide had fallen prey to some kind of illusion technique magic. However, Cody soon provided tangible evidence. The airship was now docked at an estate outside the royal capital, and it was thanks to this device that they could traverse 2 places in a single day. In addition, he brought samples of paper and glass, which were quickly presented, and he also recounted the circumstances of their other personnel who stayed in Aida. William's tone was somewhat suppressed. After glancing at the presented samples, he paused, immediately taking a liking to an exquisitely crafted glass goblet, picking it up to examine closely. The goblet was crystal clear, sparkling brilliantly under the candlelight, and looked quite dazzling. William examined the goblet for a long while before putting it down, then turned his gaze to the other glassware and the pure white sheets of paper, clearly recognizing the value of these 2 items. I think Mr. Lin had no intention of stopping them from returning. It's just that the airship has a limited carrying capacity, so they need to return in batches, Cody explained. Because they had stayed in Aida for a few days, they had missed their scheduled return. With the mist sea becoming dangerous again, they had to rely on the airship for transportation. Yet William did not believe in this so-called coincidence. His mouth twisted into a sneer, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Lord William, I mean no such thing, Cody said with sincere fear. William naturally understood that Cody couldn't possibly betray him. After a brief probing, he continued to ask, what about the division of profits? Mr. Lin said that the previous agreement stands, still a 30-70 split. Cody hurriedly spoke. Humph. William snorted coldly, quite dissatisfied. Although these glassware products could earn a handsome income, they were things that had never appeared before. Once put on the market, they would certainly pique many people's interest, meaning he would need to spend energy and money to smooth over relationships. Next time you transport the goods, remember to convey to that person that the church has been investigating rigorously lately, and I need to take on more risk. The split needs to change. I think an even split would be fair, William ordered coldly. Since he no longer had to be controlled by others, William naturally couldn't tolerate being like a puppet anymore, taking on great risk and yet having to hand over most of the profits to others. After a decade of striving, he was now a true Viscount with his own domain, no longer the mining slave that had to read other people's faces being ordered about. Cody hesitated. In his view, Mr. Lin was not someone easy to talk to, but he didn't have the guts to reject William's suggestion. After some inquiries, William waved Cody away, opened the oak barrel next to his seat, and poured the blood-like liquid inside into a goblet. With a gentle shake, a pungent scent of blood immediately wafted through the air. William, however, seemed not to care at all, downing it in one gulp, getting lost in the tremors and pleasure of his body. His mind teeming with thoughts, he suddenly recalled what Cody had mentioned earlier about discovering some new changes in the sea fog while crossing the Mist Sea. Combining this with the fact that the new ruler of Aida had detained his ships in Wizardland, opting to transport goods by airship instead, and even repossessing the compass that could locate Wizardland, he couldn't help but suspect that there was more to it than met the eye. A week flew by in the blink of an eye, and the Hadlata kingdom was in turmoil with the dispute between the two princes becoming common knowledge. Just 2 days prior on the king's birthday, the eldest prince presented a flawless, smooth round mirror capable of reflecting a clear image, along with a set of sparkling crystal dinnerware and wine glasses, drawing the gaze of nobles and priests alike and winning praise from both the king and queen. Rumor had it that the material for the round mirror was a very precious mineral from overseas, crafted by the finest artisans within Hadlata, retailing at a high price. The perfect specimens were very few, with only 2 in the entire world. The other was gifted to Cardinal Lozak. However, though this miraculous round mirror was no longer available, glass-related products soon appeared on the market, enticing nobles, merchants, and priests, quickly becoming a new fashion staple. As the supply was extremely limited, the price was inflated by more than 10 times. A single finished goblet could sell for up to 10 kingdom gold coins, and even flawed pieces were being sold for 2 to 3 gold coins. Even so, the demand still exceeded the supply, and within just 2 days they were completely sold out. Chapter 233, 220. Spirit and faith belong to God. Secularity and flesh belong to the king. Please subscribe. Chapter 233. Chapter 220. Spirit and faith belong to God. Secularity and flesh belong to the king. Please subscribe. Hadlara, the royal capital, within a luxurious council hall. The handsome second prince erupted in fury after hearing his subordinate's report. He swept the flower pot and the oak wine cup from the table to the floor, cursing with rage. Damn it! Damn it! All the attendants present were trembling and kept their heads down, daring not to respond, except for an elderly man with white beard who remained calm. Looking over his glass of wine, waiting for the prince's rage to subside before speaking indifferently. But Master Anthony, Harold almost won the favor of all the nobles at that banquet, and of course my dear father King Basil. At this, Hatter's expression twisted. In order to surpass his brother Harold at this birthday banquet, he had gone to great lengths. He had acquired an extremely rare crystal stone and commissioned a master sculptor to engrave a lifelike portrait of their father's most glorious achievement during a war against a foreign nation. However, just when he thought he would shine at the banquet, that cursed Harold presented a peculiar treasure called glass mirror, which almost instantly diverted everyone's attention to himself. As a result, throughout the banquet, he felt like a ridiculous clown, ignored and sidelined by everyone. How could he not feel humiliated? Hattar, you need to remember why those who support you do so. They wouldn't abandon their interests over a so-called rare treasure, Anthony said, placing his glass gently on the table. As for your father, King Basil, I believe that Harold's gift of the round mirror will only have the opposite effect. Hattar looked at Anthony, puzzled. Because Harold did something very foolish before the banquet, he couldn't wait to give another round mirror to the Archbishop of the kingdom. Anthony calmly reminded him. Hattar paused for a moment, quickly understanding Anthony's point. His father, King Basil, had always been dedicated to consolidating royal authority. Harold's act of presenting the round mirror to Archbishop Lozak undoubtedly stirred the thorn in King Basil's heart once again. And those nobles, although nominally the rulers of various territories, were often more influenced by the words of the archbishops than by their own decrees, much to the disgust of many high nobles who dared not express their anger. Yet his brother Harold, in order to secure the throne for himself, had gone to great lengths to please that archbishop. It was clear to anyone that, should Harold become king, the church's power would only grow greater than before. The nobles supporting him were simply hoping that he, once he became king, could somewhat limit the clergy's various privileges. With this in mind, Hattar calmed down again, though his face still showed some worry. Master Anthony, what if that archbishop openly supports Harold? This was his greatest concern. Even though they possessed extraordinary powers due to their royal lineage, not even his father, King Basil, could contend with an archbishop. The only real rival to the archbishop in the entire capital was Wizard Anthony, but he clearly couldn't make a move easily, for that would only provoke an onslaught from the church. This is the worst-case scenario. Anthony's expression grew even graver. Although the church always maintained that spirit and faith should belong to God, and the secular and the flesh to the king, these are just comforting platitudes for the nobility. Hattar asked, quite vexed. I've heard that those dual round mirrors and the glass products that have recently appeared on the market are the handiwork of Viscount William. We could start from there and investigate where he's obtaining these rare ores, Anthony pondered aloud. He was very interested in these glass products. During his research, he unexpectedly discovered that under specific curved structures, these items could magnify or reduce an object and could be used to create many useful alchemical instruments. Good. I will send someone to investigate immediately, Hattar nodded in response. Although William was only a viscount, he controlled a massive fleet and was also a famous wealthy merchant in the kingdom, one of Prince Harold's most steadfast supporters. If they could cut him out, then Harold would naturally lose an important source of support. At the same moment, in the dean's office of the Aida Academy, Lynn, after listening to the report from the shipwright sent by Laud, tapped his index finger lightly on the table and said slowly, Exactly. William said these novel glass products easily attract the covetousness of others. He needs to spend a lot of thought and energy dealing with the church and the kingdom's nobility. The benefits we give him are far from enough. He hopes to split it in half. The worker reported truthfully. Lynn sneered. William was clearly overstepping, completely misjudging the situation. Although he faced some additional pressure, comparatively, the most dangerous work of shipping was now entirely in their hands and didn't need William's intervention. All he had to do was use his influence for some cover-up, bribe some superiors. Giving him 30% of the profits was already extremely generous. According to investigations by Laud and others, William had perfectly implemented his hunger marketing and product grading scheme, selling those glass products at exorbitant prices. In just 2 or 3 days, he had earned several thousand imperial gold coins, enough to match his usual annual trading volume. However, human greed apparently knows no bounds. It seemed that after learning of Archbishop Helram's death, William had become somewhat inflated. Let Laud stall him for now. Negotiate slowly. My bottom line is for each side to give up one layer of profits to placate those priests and great nobles. Lynn thought for a moment, then made his decision. William is now a viscount of the Kingdom of Hadlata, and Laud had just arrived in the capital a week ago, still unclear about the full extent of the situation. It would be difficult to take over his entire force in a short time. It was better to stall for now. They could settle the accounts slowly later. What he needed now were various resources and scarce alchemical materials. Mere gold coins were of little significance to Lin. Chapter 234, 221. One of the 4 fundamental forces, electromagnetic force. Please subscribe. Chapter 234. Chapter 221. One of the 4 fundamental forces, electromagnetic force. Please subscribe. After pondering for a moment, Lin looked towards the boatman and spoke again. What about the dispute within the royal family? The boatman dared not hide anything, recounting all the information he had gathered in recent days. King Basil's 2 sons are named Harold and Hattar. Not long ago, during the king's birthday celebration, Haro presented a life-size glass mirror and finished glass artifacts we made, overshadowing the event and garnering the fervent support of numerous nobles. There are rumors that the Grand Prince Haro also offered another round mirror to Cardinal Lozak. Now, the entire kingdom is abuzz with talk that Haro has gained the church's support and will soon be established as the heir to the throne. Though their time in the kingdom of Hadlata was brief, through the convenience of selling glassware, they had already formed connections with some nobility. This news was widely circulated within noble circles and was no secret, hence they had a very detailed account. Lin listened to this gossip about the royal conflict as if it were nothing serious. Lin was quite surprised by William's choice to back Haro, and from the information Laud and others had gathered, it appeared that William's decision was not a sudden whim, but that he had taken sides since the dispute over the heir selection began. But wasn't the Grand Prince inclined towards the church? Lin was momentarily startled, but then quickly came to an understanding. William had indeed been smuggling supplies for Helram in the past, and in order to conceal his identity, he needed a cover. Cozying up a Haro was no doubt a smart move, as it not only reduced the suspicion on him, but also provided numerous conveniences. Of course, that was before. Now, William's restless attitude has turned this into a new problem. Additionally, we've also heard some news about wizards in the capital, the boatman cautiously reported. Go on. Lin nodded, not at all surprised by this development. Despite the ongoing pursuit and suppression of wizards by the church within the Sika's empire, there will always be those in the world who seek power. Some wizards with exceptional talent can even cast some of the most basic spells without the need for study. So no matter how the church hunted them down, the community of wizards would always exist, only more secretly than before. Just last month, the church discovered 3 wizards in the capital. The aftermath of the battle between them destroyed several houses, and there are rumors in the neighborhood that those wizards seem to be able to wield the power of lightning. The boatman spilled everything he knew. Oh, Lin suddenly became interested. Ever since replicating the electromagnetic cannon with the true mirror, Lin had been very interested in utilizing lightning magic and had made a number of attempts. After all, electromagnetic force is one of the 4 fundamental forces present in everything and hold an extremely terrifying amount of power. But with his current level of perception, he couldn't detect the existence of electric charge, let alone control an electric current. Lin had thought it was perhaps due to his own insufficiency, or maybe only a great mage with the ability to decompose and create metal elements was qualified to delve into this domain. It seems that it's not the case after all. There are wizards within the kingdom capable of summoning lightning, which undoubtedly overturns his previous conclusion. Lin did not believe that the captured one was any grand wizard, for otherwise, during the battle, it would not just be a few civilian houses that were destroyed, but likely half of the capital would be in ruins. When Lin asked about it, the boatman hesitated to answer because all this information was gathered by them through spying, and none had personally witnessed those wizards using lightning magic. Seeing he could not get much information, Lin did not make it difficult for the other party. With a wave of his hand, he let the boatman leave, but then his expression suddenly froze. The ring he left with Laud had been activated 3 minutes earlier in the kingdom of Hattar, within a remote street. Laud, who had disguised himself, was walking with a limp and a cane down a narrow alleyway, casting glances at the round mirror in the palm of his hand, using its reflection to observe the scene behind him. He had been followed for 2 whole days, but Laud could not confirm who was tracking him. It might have been from the church, or it could be one of William's ploys. Laud was aware this could not continue, as tomorrow was the day to transport the ores back to Yida. To ensure nothing went wrong, he had to deal with this tale first. Thinking of this, Laud's face took on a more sinister hue. He had scouted this area beforehand. Usually, no one would come here, but he had to make it quick to avoid attracting the city guards. As he thought this, a high wall already stood in front of him. Clearly, this was a dead end. Laud immediately discarded his disguise. His leg was no longer limping, and he ceased leaning on his cane. Taking advantage of his pursuer's delayed reaction, he sprinted forward, and with a high jump, his hands grabbed the protrusions on the wall and deftly flipped over it. The entire set of movements was flawlessly executed, more adept than even a fully able-bodied person could manage such an elegant climb. Laud's tracker, Mage Abel, was stunned and took a moment too long to cast a spell, helplessly watching as the limping man disappeared before his very eyes. Damn it, it's a trap. The next second, Abel came to his senses and his face drastically changed. It was obvious that the other's injured leg was deliberately feigned to lure him into the alleyway. However, by the time he realized this, a sense of alarm had already risen in his heart, and then the solid earth wall at his side burst open. Abel only had time to turn his head before he saw a ferocious beast claw swinging towards him. Made shield almost instinctively, a magic barrier shimmered to life around Abel, and then he was sent flying, tumbling several times before crashing heavily against a wall. Fortunately, the mage's shield absorbed most of the impact, and despite the fine cracks that appeared on it, Abel barely had time to sigh in relief before he saw a half-lion, half-human creature rushing towards him. A magical beast? Or a shaping wizard? No, it could also be a bloodline knight. Abel could not afford to think further. With his hand on the ground, he cast a second-level spell, Spiky Barrier. Unending magic power flowed into the smooth ground, and just as the half-lion, half-human creature reached within 2 meters of him, Abel's eyes hardened. Countless sharp spikes suddenly erupted from the earth, piercing through the creature's body. Chapter 235, 222, Anthony's Lightning Storm. Please subscribe. Chapter 235, Chapter 222, Anthony's Lightning Storm. Please subscribe. Roar, the half-lion, half-human monster, couldn't stop its momentum, its body directly pierced by several sharp spikes, and soon after a piercing roar echoed in the narrow alleyway. Abel raised his hand for a magic impact, sending the nearby monster flying. Then a blazing fireball ignited in his palm, ready to deliver the final blow. Bang! Just at that moment, a jarring roar suddenly erupted. A lead bullet, fired after but arriving before, went straight through the recently battered mage shield, missing Abel's head by a hair's breadth as it flew past. Abel was immediately frightened into retreating continuously, interrupting the ready-to-release blast flame skill and quickly adding several protective spells to himself, before turning to look in the direction the bullet had come from. The person who shot was Laud, and in his hand, he held that strange walking stick. In fact, it wasn't a walking stick at all, but a specially modified firearm. It was a gift given to him by the second group of wizards who had come to provide support a few days ago. Reportedly, it was the alchemical workshop's new product, devoid of magic fluctuations, able to evade the church's inspection, specially given to him for self-defense. But its drawbacks were also obvious, for although it possessed great power, it could only fire one piece of ammunition in a short time. The wizard in front of him obviously wouldn't give him the chance to reload, so Laud, mustering his courage, began to speak in an attempt to appease the other. "Esteemed wizard, please calm your anger. There must be some misunderstanding." In fact, the moment he realized the person following him was a wizard, Laud sensed something was awry. Because theoretically, all wizards are enemies of the church, they share common interests. The twice narrowly escaped Abel was quite annoyed. He sneered, warily glancing at the odd-looking divine art instrument in Laud's hand. Worried Laud would pull out something strange, and decided not to hold back any longer, planning to subdue these people first and interrogate them later. Abel lifted his index finger, pointing at Laud, and immediately blue lightning began gathering at his fingertip. Chain lightning. Laud's pupils contracted. He had not expected the legends to be true, that the wizards of the Hadrada kingdom really had the power to control lightning. As soon as he faced off with Abel, Laud had been clutching the ring Lin had given him tightly in his hand, shouting in his mind in terror. "Lin, save me." The blue lightning was too fast to imagine, arriving at the scene as soon as Abel cast the spell. A familiar voice sounded in Laud's ears, and then a clear curtain of water stood before him, meeting the blue lightning head-on. The thin curtain of water was instantaneously electrolyzed back into hydrogen and oxygen. The speed of lightning is extremely fast, propagating through the air medium at a velocity that can reach tens or even hundreds of kilometers per second, making dodging almost impossible once it's launched. But Abel's casting speed was limited, and Lin, who had completed the magic projection in time, easily defended against it. Laud sat down heavily on the ground, his whole being washed over with the joy of having narrowly escaped death. He hadn't expected that Lord Lin not only heard his inner cries, but also personally arrived. This also meant that he was finally safe. "Wizard." Abel's expression instantly turned ugly. He had not expected that a wizard would be involved in the pursuit of William's subordinates. Could it be another coward, fearing death and willing to grovel before the church to survive, who would then turn and harm his colleagues as a traitor? Lin, after blocking the chain lightning, did not launch another attack. Although he had been unable to pay much attention to Laud, he was not completely in the dark. After scanning the situation on the field, he formed a few guesses in his mind. "I think we can have a good talk, wizard sir," Lin said very amiably before pausing and adding. "But we need to change locations." Abel did not believe a word. He had seen with his own eyes Laud selling those glass products. Everyone in the kingdom of Hadlata knew William stood with Prince Harold and would, inevitably, be the church's lapdog. Besides, the other party was just a formal wizard and not worth fearing for him. Summon giant stone puppet. With a thought, Abel's spell slot in his mind lit up. The collapsed rubble at his side quickly stacked up, forming into a 2-meter-tall stone puppet that charged towards Lin and his companions. Lin shook his head, understanding that unless he took down his opposition, a proper discussion was unlikely, so he glanced at Laud. Laud quickly nodded, nimbly rolling and crawling to hide under a collapsed wall, sneakily observing the situation outside. He had confidence in Lin, but found the opponent's lightning magic to be eerily unpredictable. In just a moment, the stone puppet had already reached them, raising its stone hammer to smash towards Lin. Lin uncharacteristically did not counterattack, instead leaping high to dodge. But at this moment, Abel's magic was charged and ready. Third circle spell. Anthony's lightning storm, terrible electricity gathered in Abel's palm. Accompanied by the chant of a spell, the lightning shot out, moving through the air like a dense web, quickly enveloping Lin and the stone puppet together. The wild arcs of electricity devoured everything around them, emitting a series of crackling pops. Lin, suspended in mid-air, seemed unable to dodge in time and was engulfed by the lightning. The azure lightning burrowed into Lin's body like venomous snakes, rampantly destroying his insides. A smirk appeared on Abel's lips. In the face of the magnificent power of thunder, all resistance was futile. Lord Lin, Laud could not help but cry out, his face filled with shock and terror. However, the next moment, Abel's smile froze. Lin, who had been hit, remained unscathed amidst the violent electric arcs, hovering in mid-air without any impact. Abel shouted in disbelief. Even the most powerful magic is a waste of effort if it doesn't find the real target. Lin's voice rang out again, but this time from a different direction. Lin's magic projection had already shifted locations along with Laud, and what had been standing in the original place was merely an illusion. It must be said, Aurora's visual magic, used for bluffing and bewildering, was truly exceptional. Chapter 223, Get Away From Me, You Monster. Please subscribe. Chapter 236. Chapter 223, Get Away From Me, You Monster. Please subscribe. Damn it, what kind of magic is this? Abel had never before encountered magic that affected vision, and seeing that his strongest magic was utterly ineffective, he immediately panicked. He cast a multiple flame burst skill in response, but the target wasn't Lin, it was the alleyways on either side. A violent explosion followed, and the already fragile earthen walls were instantly demolished, burying the road. Then, under the cover of dust, Abel fled without looking back. Lin's expression remained unchanged, as the index finger of his right hand lightly trembled, and a strange circle of magic power rippled outwards. The sprinting Abel reached the end of the alleyway, hope of life just ahead. Just as Abel was about to step out of the alleyway, his heart suddenly and violently palpitated, and, maintaining his forward momentum, he flipped over and fell to the ground, rolling awkwardly several times. Fear painted Abel's face. The earlier magical illusion and the violent throbbing of his heart were magics previously unseen by him, so bizarre that they were unimaginable. Could it be that the person attacking him was a believer of an evil god? Before Abel could clear his mind, a dark red figure had already pounced on him. A lion's head with a pair of crimson eyes, and wounds that had pierced its body were now healed. However, the remaining pain drove it to furiously swing its claws, repeatedly smashing down onto Abel's magical defenses. Seeing the sharp claws, larger than his head, only a centimeter from himself, Abel screamed in utter terror, madly yelling. At the same time, dense electrical arcs emerged around him, swiftly spreading to the half-lion, half-human creature on top of him. This was the second-tier magic, Lightning Barrier. However, the half-lion, half-human creature stubbornly endured the agony and numbing effect of the electric shock, its body glowing with a crimson firelight as it used its massive fists to break through the protective barrier. "Owen, hold back a bit. Don't kill the guy." In the distance, a voice suddenly carried over. The creature about to strike Abel one last time paused immediately and then retracted its claws, knocking Abel unconscious with a punch. Approaching, Lin saw Abel, who had fainted, the wizard's face still frozen in abject terror, evidently scared out of his wits. The half-lion, half-human creature's body began to change shape rapidly, and within a few seconds a boy about 15 or 16 years old appeared in the alley. His complexion pale, hair standing on end from the electricity, hands and feet trembling, but still he spoke with a quivering voice. "Master Lin, how are you feeling?" Lin asked with concern. To endure a direct electrical shock, even with a transformed body's better constitution, was unavoidably harmful. "I'm all right, just a bit numb." The boy couldn't help but shiver, his muscles sore and every hair on his body standing on end. It was his first time experiencing the sensation of being struck by lightning. "Next time, try not to be so reckless," Lin said with a helpless shake of his head, then asked again. "Those two spells are too complicated," the teenager admitted somewhat sheepishly. "No matter how complex, you have to learn them. You need to know a few spells. Otherwise, when you face more powerful wizards and priests, relying solely on magic transformation will only leave you getting beaten, which is too much of a disadvantage," Lin reminded him. The youth in front of him, named Owen, was none other than experiment subject number 22, whom he had seen several months ago in Radak's laboratory, the lucky one who had successively fused with two magical beast bloodlines. Since Radak's manor was located on the outer edge of the southern district, it hadn't been engulfed by the soul-devouring formation that had erupted. After the tragedy in the southern district, all these magical experiment subjects were all rescued by the search and rescue teams, and Owen was one of them. After more than a month of treatment, he had basically recovered. These modified wielders of magic power weren't weak, strong enough to contend with some formal wizards. Lynn naturally had no intention of neglecting them. Those with unstable psyches underwent psychological treatment with spiritual magic, while those who were stable were incorporated into the newly established security force, leaving behind their pasts and gaining legitimate employment. Owen, the most powerful among them, had been assigned by Lynn to protect Laud and others, as the former's young age served as good cover. Not many could imagine that a boy of 15 or 16 could unleash such terrifying power. The only flaw was that these magic power wielders, despite their vast magic power, seemed to have difficulty in condensing spell positions, and they also weren't highly resistant to psychic spells. After calming the young boy down, Lynn turned his attention to Laud, who had just crawled out from under an earthen wall. "Lord Lynn, this operation was my oversight, nearly leading to serious consequences. Please, punish me as you see fit," Laud said, wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, looking quite annoyed. Previously, he had thought that with Owen's help, combined with his own covert shots from the dark, dealing with a tail trailing him was more than manageable without causing too much of a stir. He hadn't expected the one following him to be a not-so-low-level wizard. Had it not been for Lynn's timely arrival, they would probably have been in danger. "Take him away. We'll talk in a safe place," Lynn said non-committally, and after a flame touch cleared away the traces left by the battle, he disappeared from in front of them. Laud looked around and called out, but no one answered. It really was bizarre. Shouldn't that lord still be in Yaya theatricals? Laud muttered to himself, his heart filled with an increased sense of awe. Meanwhile, the youth beside him promptly picked up Abel, urging Laud to make a run for it together. Just 1 minute after the two had left, a group of priests dressed in white robes, bearing sacred insignias on their chests, arrived at the scene. There are traces of flame magic on the ground. It must be a formal wizard capable of such powerful destruction, the archbishop leading them said, glancing at the collapsed earthen wall and the pitch-black ground. These damned believers of the evil god. The priests, whether feeling pity or anger, cursed the accursed wizards who, like rats, always hid in nooks and crannies they could not find, occasionally popping out to cause trouble. "Report this incident to Lord Lozak," the leading archbishop said with concern. Chapter 237. 224 We come from Green Riel of Wizardland. Please subscribe. Chapter 237. Chapter 224 We come from Green Riel of Wizardland. Please subscribe. Darkness, hunger, pain. Under a dazzling sunlight, Abel groggily woke up, only to feel a sharp pain on the right side of his face. Owen's last punch, whether intentionally vengeful or not, was very heavy, causing his entire right cheek to swell up. But Abel no longer cared about that, as he quickly realized that his hands were bound by a strange set of shackles, and what terrified him more was that his magic power had also been suppressed. These are shackles made from magic-repelling stone, which can inhibit a wizard's ability to cast spells. A voice quickly resonated within the room. Abel immediately turned his head to look, and there stood the sinister figure, like a demon, not far off, along with that shameless middle-aged man who had pretended to be a cripple to deceive him, and a teen who was almost an adult. "It's over." Abel's face turned deathly pale, understanding all too well that he had been captured, and he couldn't help but think back on the horrifying methods of torture. He had heard that every wizard captured by the church would face extremely cruel torture, regardless of whether they divulge information. The end result was always being sent to the stake, to be burned to a crisp. With this thought in mind, Abel bit his lip and placed his hands freely on his legs, his index and middle fingers gently pressing as though searching for something. "No need to search to prevent you from doing anything rash. I've already removed it for you," Lynn said as he extended his right hand, revealing a small ironwood baton the length of a finger in the palm of his hand, inscribed with a series of fine runes. The item had been very cleverly hidden in a pocket within his robe, likely to be used to commit suicide or to take enemies down with him in special circumstances. Seeing his last resort now in Lin's hand, Abel's face turned ashen, and he slumped against the white wall behind him as if he had lost all his bones. "Don't worry. We actually don't mean any harm," Lin slowly said. Abel interrupted with a cold laugh. Abel's disagreeable attitude left Lin quite speechless, but he also understood that having just beaten the man, he was probably still angry. Greenrill? Abel paused for a moment, having naturally heard of this legendary sanctuary for wizards. Rumors suggested it was a paradise for wizards, free from the church's power and from witch hunters, where everyone could freely study witchcraft and expound on their own magical theories. Abel had always been skeptical about such rumors and didn't believe such a place could exist. The real sanctuary for wizards could only be created by the great Master Anthony, a true kingdom belonging to wizards. Abel sneered. Everyone in the kingdom of Hardrada knows that William is the supporter of the great prince, a lapdog of the church. I can tell you that will never happen. The day you lose your usefulness is the day you'll be tied to the stake and burned, Abel said mockingly. Lin spoke calmly to explain, also somewhat surprised, as by Abel's demeanor, it seemed he didn't have much understanding of the wizard land. William had been in the kingdom of Hadlata for over a decade, yet he hadn't had any contact with the local wizards. Could it be that Helram had made him do some dirty work when he was employed by him, which left William with a deep-seated resentment toward wizards? Lin suddenly realized that although Helram had left him some inheritance, it was more of a pitfall. Of course, I can give you evidence, but in return, you need to tell me which school you come from, who the leader is, Lin continued. So you want to pry into the secrets of thunder magic. Abel immediately seemed to have seen through Lin's intentions, his expression turning wary in an instant. Thunder magic was a treasure of the entire school, one that Master Anthony had risked his life for, enduring hundreds of lightning strikes to gradually figure out. Abel would not allow such important secrets to be leaked from him. He immediately adopted a defiant expression as if prepared to die rather than succumb to trickery, and from that point on, remained silent no matter how Lin inquired, the very picture of quietude. Seeing Abel's uncooperative stance, Owen, who was standing by, rolled up his sleeves, ready to rough him up a bit to get him to talk sense, but Lin stopped him with a gesture. "Since you have doubts about us, why don't you stay here for a while?" Lin didn't choose to explain at length, but rather generously allowed Abel some time to think it over. The other wizard's level wasn't low, being a third-ring wizard just like Lin, who did not have the ability to use spiritual magic to break through Abel's mental defenses to access his memories. Severe torture didn't seem like too good an idea either. He didn't want to push a group of potential allies to the opposition, especially now with William's stance uncertain. These wizards who had been rooted in the kingdom of Hadlata for a long time were even more worth winning over. It would not be difficult to do away with William, but the tricky part was handling the aftermath and avoiding the church's notice. Lin gave a few orders to Owen to take good care of Abel, then walked out with Laud. A few minutes later, he ordered an attendant to bring some food and placed it on the table. Having tracked Laud for several days, and having just been through a tough battle, Abel was both tired and hungry. The white bread, sausages, steak, and roasted fish on the table were like a devil's temptation, ceaselessly drawing his attention. Abel swallowed hard, but quickly thought that the food must have been laced with some substance that would bewitch him into divulging important information as soon as he ate it. Owen asked, puzzled. Abel, who thought he had seen through everything, shook his head resolutely, indicating he wouldn't touch it. Owen didn't bother with Abel and picked up a fragrant steak, biting into it heartily, soon cleaning out all the food on the table, not leaving anything for Abel. Could it be that the food was really safe? Seeing Owen eat with such relish, even Abel couldn't help swallowing his saliva, caught in the struggle between reason and hunger. Chapter 238, 225, A Wizard Land as Beautiful as Heaven. Please subscribe. Chapter 238. Chapter 225, A Wizard Land as Beautiful as Heaven. Please subscribe. For the next 2 days, Abel was trapped in this little room, enduring both physical hunger and mental, watching others eat, torment. In between, he even thought of all kinds of methods to escape the clutches of magic, like sneaking out by climbing the wall during toilet breaks, or quietly trying to break the shackles with a bed frame at night. Unfortunately, Lauds caught him red-handed each time and beat him severely. After a few beatings, and starved of any strength, Abel had to temporarily abandon the thought of escaping. The temptation of food grew ever more intense. It wasn't until the following evening that Abel could no longer endure. As Owen began to enjoy his dinner that evening, Abel cautiously picked up a piece of white bread, intending just to take a small bite to replenish his physical strength. Even if the bread contained some sort of hallucinogen, a small dose wouldn't be much effective. Abel, resigning himself to whatever fate may come, took a bite. The soft, glutinous texture of the white bread immediately unfolded on his taste buds. The instant stimulation brought the famished Abel nearly to tears. He cast aside his pride and any non-existent danger and began to devour the bread with relish. A bite of white bread and the incomparably delicious beef juice made for a combination so irresistible. At that moment, it was as if he had ascended from hell to heaven. Owen, watching Abel wolf down the food, wasn't surprised in the least. People with clouded minds like his, just a few days of hunger usually did the trick. Owen, who had often been starved during experiments in the past, naturally understood the feeling. So he had completely ignored Abel when he had initially refused to eat on principle. After feasting to his heart's content, Abel collapsed on the bed. His initial thoughts changed. No longer seeking death or trouble, he decided to preserve his useful self to gather some intelligence. What if he managed to escape one day? Moreover, during these 2 days, Abel had keenly noticed something peculiar. His magic power had been restrained, but they hadn't completely limited his personal freedom. If he wanted, he could wander around the estate, followed by someone, and he knew if he showed any intent to flee, he would be beaten severely. After 2 days of silence, Abel turned to Owen and asked for the first time. Of course, Owen nodded. Where is the wizard land? Abel persistently questioned. Wait. Abel hurried to stop Owen from getting up. Over the past 2 days, Abel had come to feel that this kid named Owen was actually quite naive and didn't have any ulterior motives aside from being a bit too heavy-handed. He made an excellent conversation partner. However, if he reported to the wizard named Lynn, all Abel's plans might be thwarted. With this in mind, Abel quickly soothed Owen, skirting around the sensitive topics and expressing that he was merely very interested in the so-called wizard's holy land and wished to learn more about it. Under Abel's continuous probing, Owen began to tell him about what he had seen and heard in Wizard Land, or to be precise, at Yaida Harbor. What's bigger than a house and allows ordinary people to fly into the skies, airships that only need an hour to traverse an entire city, alchemy cars. Wizards at the Magic Research Institute have also developed a kind of alchemy machinery that can automatically sow until land. These words, so close to fantasy, made Abel doubt whether he had misjudged the person before him. He hadn't expected that this seemingly honest kid would be so good at deceiving people. Yaida has also built many new factories recently. Owen said with conviction. This was something unimaginable just a year ago. Owen, born in the Southern District, was very aware of the pride and indifference of those wizard lords. To them, the poor without value were just tools for experimenting with their magic. Thus, Owen had no fondness for wizards, but Lord Lynn was different. Lord Lynn would give a generous amount of aid money to the poor who suffered from the tragedy in the Southern District, would rent out decommissioned steamboats for free to fishermen, so they could fish farther away from shore, and would send wizards to kill the more ferocious sea beasts nearby. Before he left Yaida, there were also rumors that Lord Lynn was preparing to build a massive steel ship equipped with the latest internal combustion engine and to make a very large fishing net that would be able to haul back tens of tons of fish to the harbor with each voyage. By then, everyone's lunch would include not just white bread, an egg, or a tomato, but also an additional grilled fish. Many townspeople thought this fantasy was impractical. How could a steel ship possibly float on the sea? Even if it were made with magic, no one would use such a colossal steel vessel to catch fish. But Owen believed firmly that Lord Lynn would never lie. Everything he said had come true, no matter how absurd it sounded. Abel just listened as Owen kept boasting about someone's great achievements, his expression becoming increasingly odd. The wizard land, as described by the other party, seemed just like paradise as preached by the church. Did such a place really exist? A place without hunger, where even the poor could eat white bread and grilled fish. The sincerity in Owen's words momentarily made Abel wonder if this was real or fake. In the midst of his thoughts, a noisy commotion suddenly came from outside the door. Abel instinctively stood up from the bed, his first thought being that someone had come to rescue him. But he quickly dismissed this guess since he hadn't heard any panic shouting or the explosions caused by magic clashing. Owen didn't seem surprised at all and quickly concluded after calculating the time. Abel paused for a moment, then realized it was the alchemy machinery Owen had just mentioned, bigger than a house, yet able to carry regular people into the sky. Owen didn't stop him. Lord Lynn had only asked him to keep an eye on Abel to prevent the man from running away, without restricting his movements around the estate. They quickly opened the door and stepped outside. In the wide-open grasslands of the estate, Laud and the others had already been waiting there, all looking up into the sky as if waiting for something. But besides the blue sky and white clouds, there was clearly nothing there. Chapter 239, 226, Only the Smart Can See This Airship. Subscribe, please. Chapter 239, Chapter 226, Only the Smart Can See This Airship. Subscribe, please. Where's the airship you spoke of? Abel raised his head, but other than the blue sky and white clouds, he saw nothing, and thus he mocked with an inquiring tone. Kevin scratched his head and said feebly. Abel was choked up immediately. He glared at Kevin with great irritation, suspecting that the other might be deliberately mocking him by fabricating a non-existent object to deceive him. Just as he was thinking this, a dull sound came from ahead, and the ground seemed to tremble slightly. Abel quickly turned his head and noticed something unusual about the vast grassland in the distance, as if it was being pressed down by some heavy object. Then, as the polarization magic was lifted, a colossal object as tall as a 5- or 6-story building faded in from invisibility and soon presented itself before his eyes. It was azure blue, its surface covered with strange alchemy patterns. The cockpit below looked like a majestic ship, bound by sturdy chains to the enormous elliptical gas bag above, which appeared imposing. Abel couldn't help but take a deep breath of cool air. Was this the skyborne airship? Could it be that the legendary Wizard Land really did exist? The massive and imposing airship before him undoubtedly refreshed Abel's perception and made him realize that Owen's words might not have been a lie to deceive him. As the doors of the cockpit were lowered, several long-robed wizards disembarked from the airship, one of them levitating several heavy boxes using Mage's hand. In contrast to the astonished Abel, the attendants beside him were already used to such sights and stepped forward to help carry boxes of glass products into the house. Laud quickly noticed that there were more people coming to support them this time than before. In addition to 7 official wizards, there were also more than 10 halflings, and even Lydia, Darren, and others had come. But that was normal. It was said that Lord Lynn was preparing a very impressive alchemical device that required a lot of manpower. While thinking, Laud did not dare to idle, and went aboard the airship to join the others, carefully moving a meter-tall iron box down from the airship. Abel asked curiously, seeing how cautious the people were. Lynn's figure appeared out of nowhere beside him, startling Abel considerably. But soon, Abel's attention was drawn away by Lynn's words. Assist in electricity generation? Could it be some kind of alchemical device capable of casting thunder magic? Lydia looked at Lynn, who appeared suddenly before her, with an astonished face, almost doubting whether she was hallucinating. Barely 11 hours ago, Lynn had been saying goodbye to her at the Aida Academy. Could it be that the Dean actually runs faster than an airship? You could consider that I used a kind of miraculous magic, Lynn said with a smile, then led everyone into the temporarily erected magic laboratory, with Abel quickly following behind. At this moment, in the magic laboratory, a group of wizards was gathered around a huge magnet that had been cut into shape, debating something. Lynn asked casually, magnetic, or was one of the special products of the Hadlata kingdom? This kind of, or that could attract iron, was considered by the church to be a godly stone with strange powers, and thus it was strictly controlled. For Laud to obtain such a large piece of magnetic ore, it had taken considerable effort. Headmaster, this kind of ore is incredibly fascinating. It can attract certain metal objects on its own without the application of magic, and two magnets can also attract or repel each other, Orlando said with great interest, being very curious about this magical, or this thing can generate a magnetic field, which is why it can attract those metal objects, Lynn explained with a smile. He had seen some books on electric and magnetic effects in the wizard land, but there were very few wizards who studied this subject. After all, there was no magnetic ore in wizard land, so the only samples available were lightning from the sky and the bioelectricity inherent in living beings. Orlando paused for a moment. The last thing that was called a field was the gravity field. According to Lynn's theory of universal gravitation, it was a force of attraction brought about by a distortion in space, acting upon all objects. But this kind of magnet could only attract specific things. A male wizard from the Aedes sect hastily asked, "No, magnetism is magnetism. Gravity is gravity." Lynn shook his head. Seeing that everyone present was extremely curious, he began to explain. Just as we know, everything is composed of elements, and within these elements, electrons are constantly spinning and orbiting the nucleus. Both types of motion generate magnetism. The special thing about a magnet is that it inherently possesses a magnetic moment, with its internal elements aligned in a specific pattern, forming a powerful magnetic field. Lynn's theoretical explanation was beyond their comprehension. They could only understand it simply as the arrangement of elements within the magnet naturally forming some kind of magic, making a naturally occurring alchemical object, which is why it possessed such amazing powers. Orlando asked, puzzled. Lynn smiled, but didn't answer directly. He picked up an iron sword and placed it on the neatly cut, huge magnet. The two immediately clung tightly to each other. About 5 seconds later, Lynn forcefully pulled the iron sword away and then placed it on a block of iron. The iron block trembled slightly, and after a moment, it jumped up on its own and attached to the blade of the sword. This amazing scene surprised everyone present. Lydia also had a curious look on her face. A few months ago, although Lynn had explained to her the principles of static electricity from friction and the attraction of small paper pieces, these two phenomena didn't seem to be the same. The headmaster didn't rub the iron sword just now, did he? Lord Lynn, what is going on here? Orlando was completely baffled and could only scrape together all the magical knowledge he had to explain this extraordinary phenomenon. Perhaps the magic stored in the magnet had been transferred to the iron sword. Because magic power can flow between certain materials, which is also the principle behind some enchantment magic. Chapter 227, Electromagnetic Effects. Please subscribe. Chapter 240. Chapter 227, Electromagnetic Effects. Please subscribe. No, this has nothing to do with magic power, nor can it be described as conduction. Lynn shook his head, rejecting Orlando's conjecture. In fact, you were wrong just now. What they have in common is that they can be magnetized. In most substances, the directions of electron motion vary and are disordered, resulting in a cancellation of the magnetic effects. Therefore, they do not exhibit magnetism, Lynn explained offhand. Abel hurriedly asked for clarification, and he knew that iron conducts electricity. Lynn inquired, a violent, difficult-to-control element with extreme speed and astonishing power, Orlando mused aloud. Abel nodded proudly, for even within Master Anthony's school, only a few wizards were able to master thunder magic, a power they acquired at the risk of their lives. Is that all? Lynn asked with a smile. I know. Lightning is a phenomenon caused by the movement of electrical charges separated into positive and negative charges. Like charges repel each other, and unlike charges attract. Moreover, it is present in each of our bodies, which is why we can move. Lydia rattled off the principles of electricity's formation. The wizards present were all wearing expressions of astonishment and amazement. They didn't expect this non-magical halfling girl to have such profound knowledge about lightning. Orlando, driven by curiosity, started inquiring about what electrons and charges really were. Under the questioning of Orlando and others, Lydia's face grew redder, and she stumbled over her words, unable to answer. She was only repeating what Lynn had previously taught her verbatim. If she had to actually explain these terms, she wouldn't know how, only frequently glancing at Lynn with eyes full of a plea for help. Since you've only learned half of it, there's no need to show off, Lynn chuckled, shaking his head and giving Lydia's head a light flick. The scholars of the Secret Magic Society believe that an electron is a subatomic particle with a negative charge, and a charge is the positive or negative electricity carried by an object or the particles that make up an object. Lynn suddenly said, seeing Abel nod his head. Lynn understood that Abel's school had not mastered the ability to sense electrons and charges, which couldn't help but ask. The process of casting magic was crystal clear to every wizard. It involved finding the element, recording it with a material decompilation skill, and finally, using magic power for mimicry. If they couldn't sense them, then casting was naturally out of the question. Thinking this, Orlando and the others looked toward Abel, who was clearly a formal wizard. How was he able to cast thunder magic? Abel was quite smug, with no intention of explaining. This was one of his school's most important secrets. But soon he heard Lynn begin to speak. There are many ways to create lightning, such as manipulating magnetic fields to generate an electric current, utilizing temperature differences for electricity generation, biomass energy generation, solar energy generation. Lynn casually listed a string of methods, all the while intently watching Abel's expression, eager to determine which method the other party was using. However, Abel's expression grew increasingly bewildered, seemingly dazed by the barrage of terms thrown at him. To him, thunder was a powerful and mystical force. With Lynn's words, it seemed almost anything could be harnessed to wield thunder magic. Abel simply couldn't believe it. If it were that easy, they wouldn't need to collect and store lightning during thunderstorms, risking their lives. He even began to suspect that these people might be putting on an act to coax the secrets of thunder magic from him. Especially Lynn's earlier explanation of the principles of electricity, Abel harbored deep doubts, considering even Lord Anthony had not been able to uncover the nature of thunder magic. Mr. Lynn, you just mentioned that these magnets naturally possess a magnetic field. Abel asked, half believing, half doubting. Exactly, Lynn nodded, then instructed Orlando and others to bring over 2 magnets that had been cut into an arc shape and adjusted them to have opposite poles facing each other. He then took a block of silver and used magic to melt it into fine silver wire, which he coiled into several loops, and fixed them in the center of the 2 arc-shaped magnets, ultimately connecting them to the power system of an internal combustion engine. Now, turn it on, Orlando. 1/10 of the power will do, Lynn said. Orlando, who had been waiting for some time, quickly started the internal combustion engine. The wire coils made of silver gradually began to turn, accelerating in speed. All those present were intently watching the strange device before them. Dean Lynn, where is the electricity? Lydia asked curiously. As Lynn spoke, he bent down and blew a breath, causing the dust accumulated on the table to immediately fly towards the constantly rotating magnetic coils. A series of crackling sounds immediately emanated from the exterior of the rotating magnetic coils. To their amazement, furious lightning seemed trapped around the magnetic coils, with azure electrical arcs leaping continuously, striking the fine dust. It was exactly as Lynn had said. He had created electricity. Abel's face was filled with disbelief. He couldn't help but reach out his hand, wanting to confirm whether the scene before him was just an optical illusion technique. This sudden action caught everyone off guard. Lynn had no time to stop him, and Abel's fingertips had already reached inside the two arc-shaped magnets, barely touching the rotating magnetic coils when the shimmering electric arc struck him. The strong electric current instantly coursed through his body, causing Abel's muscles to tremble violently. Before he completely lost consciousness, only one thought remained in his mind. Yes, this is the sensation. It's electricity, the power of thunder. Chapter 241, 228. The Nemesis of All Thunder Magic, Faraday Cage. Subscribe requested. Chapter 241, Chapter 228. The Nemesis of All Thunder Magic, Faraday Cage. Subscribe requested. Suddenly electrocuted, Abel startled everyone present as Orlando hurriedly shut down the internal combustion engine, yet the coils continued to spin incessantly. It wasn't until Lynn cast a weakened magic impact that sent Abel flying that this horrifying scene was interrupted. Lydia asked, tongue-tied as she looked at Abel lying on the ground, his fur standing on end and no longer conscious. After checking him, Lynn shook her head and exhaled in relief. Probably because of his practice with thunder magic, Abel's resistance to electric current was far stronger than that of ordinary people. Of course, if the internal combustion engine had been running at full power, unless he became an insulator, his survival would have been impossible. Lynn had not expected that Abel would be foolish enough to touch the electric current directly. Take him down to rest. Lynn turned and instructed as the next experiment was not suitable to be disclosed. Owen nodded his head, pulling Abel away with a look of distaste. Orlando and the others then turned their attention to Lynn, filled with immense curiosity, asking how exactly magnetism was used to generate electricity. They had just seen silver coils continuously spinning between two curved magnets, without the two sides even truly touching, yet the electricity was produced out of thin air. Lynn quickly began to explain to them. Electromagnetic induction, also known as magnetic electric induction, occurs when a part of a closed circuit's conductor moves across magnetic lines of force within a magnetic field, inducing an electric current. The stronger the magnetic field and the faster the rotor coils spin, the stronger the electric current produced. By using a magnet and silver as the conductor, this constitutes the simplest form of generator. The discovery of electricity is undoubtedly great, being one of the most fundamental cornerstones of modernization. The discovery and use of internal combustion engines and electricity are referred to as the Second Industrial Revolution. However, Lynn was not aiming to develop various electric devices. That was a problem for later consideration. With magnetism and electricity at hand, he could now contemplate manufacturing a genuine electromagnetic railgun. In fact, the principle of this device is not complicated. By electrifying a conductor placed within a magnetic field, it is moved forward due to the effects of magnetic induction. By continuously increasing the magnetic field and electricity until the conductor is shot out at an extremely fast velocity. That is the electromagnetic railgun. In his previous life, the Federation even insanely developed an electromagnetic railgun with 20 times the speed of sound, arguably elevating the ancient human skill of throwing stones to a new realm. It was also the magic he replicated using True Mirror, possessing almost legendary sorcery power. If he could create this device, it would certainly be the strongest trump card of the Aida school. Maybe not enough to deal with a real legendary wizard, but more than sufficient to ambush many great wizards or archbishops. Although he could seek the council's help when faced with trouble, Lynn would not place all his hopes on others. Abel remained unconscious for a whole day before waking up from his bed, his sore muscles still trembling faintly, reminding him that what he had seen was neither a dream nor an illusion. Abel took the initiative to express his wish to meet Lynn before Owen could speak. Lord Lynn, regarding the exchange about thunder magic and the cooperation you mentioned earlier, I need to go back and ask Master Anthony for his guidance before making a decision. If all goes well, he should agree to meet you. Abel spoke earnestly, pausing for a moment before adding. Abel invited him sincerely, feeling that just talking about it himself probably wouldn't convince his colleagues at the academy. How could that work? Laud and others quickly objected, deeming it too dangerous. You make a good point. A visit from an unfamiliar wizard might indeed provoke some hostility. Lin nodded, then suddenly burst into laughter. His spell was set upon the ring in Laud's possession, naturally necessitating the other to act on his behalf. Laud was completely stunned, stammering as he looked at Lin. This isn't good, right? Going alone to another wizard's headquarters, facing a great wizard, even just for negotiations, made Laud feel somewhat uneasy. Abel frowned, realizing that bringing a normal person who couldn't use magic, though it might reduce some objections, wouldn't be very helpful. I will prepare a gift, one that should validate what you say, Lin remarked. What gift? Abel asked expectantly. Lin shook his head and continued. Hadralta, the capital, within a hidden chamber, an old man with white beard and hair stood solemnly at the center, his mind stirring as powerful and violent currents of electricity were drawn from the lightning conducting stones placed around and surged towards him. Lightning strikes splitting the air formed numerous lightning trees within the chamber. The electric arcs spread rapidly like a spider web, and soon the only sound was the incessant booming of thunder. The temperature rose swiftly, turning the chamber almost into a mini thunderstorm zone. The fearsome thunder continuously struck the magic barrier protecting him. Then the weakened current entered Anthony's body, roaming incessantly around him. The severe numbness and pain turned Anthony's complexion paler. His muscles began to twitch, and faint sparks appeared over his skin. About half an hour later, having reached his limit, Anthony performed a spell to gradually calm the violent thunderstorm, then couldn't help but sigh. It was still not enough. Utilizing the thunderous force collected from the previous storm had significantly improved his mastery over thunder magic, but it was still far from sufficient. Anthony's ambition was not limited to this. He truly sought to unravel the mysteries of thunder magic. Not like now, using the crudest and most dangerous method to force the electric current into his body, attempting to record and replicate the power of thunder through magic in another way. This point was crucial. Knowing that the cardinal residing in the kingdom was a sixth-order cleric, the only way he could possibly defeat him was through this powerful, unique thunder magic. Otherwise, his plans for the magic kingdom were but castles in the air. Chapter 242, 229. I'm just a cripple who can neither do magic nor divine arts. Chapter 242, Chapter 229. I'm just a cripple who can neither do magic nor divine arts. The tightly shut secret room was finally opened, and Anthony, with a weary step, walked out from it, immediately surrounded by the gathered wizards. A female witch, who was closest, hurried forward, attempting to support Anthony. Even from the outside, they could hear the rumbling thunder within the secret room. The intensity of the energy had reached the levels of 5th or 6th circle magic, far more dangerous than any experiment before. Fula, I am fine. No serious harm. Anthony waved his hand to decline the support from the others, and then shook his head with a sigh. Master, you just need some time. There will be another thunderous day. The witch named Fula consoled him. To forge a new path in magic was no easy task. Her teacher being able to command the natural force of thunder and create corresponding magic was already an incredible feat. Anthony nodded, dragging his tired body, preparing to return to his room to rest. But then, as if he remembered something, he spoke again. Abel. Abel was one of the people he had sent to investigate William and had been missing for several days, which forced him to consider the worst possibility. I heard that 4 days ago, there was a battle in a remote street in the capital. Nearby, people heard thunderous booming sounds, and it's rumored that a large number of priests rushed there, which might relate to Abel's disappearance, another male wizard said worriedly. Anthony's brows furrowed slightly. It seemed Abel might have had his movements leaked and been captured or even killed by the clergy from the sanctuary. Just then, a commotion suddenly arose from afar, followed by an attendant rushing in hastily to report. Anthony paused in his movement. Delight appeared on the faces of Fula and the others. How is Abel now? Lord Abel seems fine, but he is currently arguing with Lord Rail because he did not come back alone. He has brought a very important guest, the attendant cautiously replied. Fula's face also showed a hint of anger. This was the school's residence. If the news leaked, it could lead the sanctuary's personnel here. The consequences would be unimaginable. One of the male wizards immediately raised this concern. Abel had been missing for several days, and now he had suddenly returned unharmed. It was natural to suspect whether he might have betrayed them. How can you be sure? The school's wizards debated back and forth excitedly, while Fula, regaining her composure, began inquiring about what the guest Abel brought looked like. It's a cripple who can neither do magic nor divine arts. He said he has something very important to discuss with Master Anthony. The attendant hesitantly responded. Upon hearing this, Fula and the others were momentarily stunned, unsure of what Abel was really up to. Anthony said pensively. Several wizards nodded and followed behind Anthony as they walked towards the outside, quickly arriving at the conference hall. The vast majority of the wizards and apprentices stationed at the academy had gathered here, encircling the two people in the center with vigilant eyes. As soon as Fula entered, she saw a middle-aged man standing next to Abel, hunched over, leaning on a walking stick, looking plain, and even somewhat bald, with the only redeemable feature being his decent attire. After a quick glance, Fula turned her gaze to Abel and sternly chastised him. "Have you lost your mind, Abel?" Abel firmly said, then turned towards Anthony and bowed respectfully. Anthony's tone was very calm, yet unmistakably imperative. To answer the master, it all started a few days ago. Abel immediately began to recount the events, and expressed that during these 4 days he had been visiting at that estate, receiving very good hospitality. "And this gentleman is an envoy from the wizard land of Green," Mr. Abel introduced. "Green?" Fula exclaimed in disbelief. Another wizard queried skeptically. Laud nodded, speaking courteously. "State your purpose," Anthony said straightforwardly. "Lord Lynn hopes to discuss a potential cooperation with you," Laud declared righteously. Anthony scrutinized Laud, but did not respond. Even though Abel vouched for him, he couldn't trust a force claiming to be from the so-called wizard land, appearing out of nowhere. Additionally, Lord Lynn has some research on lightning and hopes to have the opportunity to discuss this with you, Laud added tentatively. William shouted angrily. "Thunder magic is not something you can covet." The wizards present were all stirred up. Believing that Laud's talk of cooperation was merely a pretext, his real intention being to steal their academy's treasures under the guise of the so-called wizard land. Abel's expression turned somewhat embarrassed, because many of the words spoken were ones he had once said. However, it turned out his face was about to be slapped swollen. Chapter 243, 230. Your thunder magic is meaningless before me. Please subscribe. Chapter 243. Chapter 230. Your thunder magic is meaningless before me. Please subscribe. Seeing his colleagues become increasingly excited, some even suggesting that Laud be imprisoned for interrogation, Abel hurriedly spoke up in explanation. "Gentlemen, I can vouch for my life that Mr. Abel stated this unequivocally. Though he had never personally reached Wizardland, the magic craftsmanship left no room for doubt. Whether it was the airship that was bigger than a house, yet could become invisible and fly into the sky, or the device capable of generating electrical currents for alchemy, all these required a solid foundation of magical theory for support. Most crucially, before leaving the manor, Lynn had shown him an interesting little gadget that completely shattered Abel's skepticism. For their so-called thunder magic, it was utterly meaningless in front of the other party. Abel's daring guess made some wizards begin to waver. However, people like Rael were more convinced than ever that Abel had certainly betrayed them. "Our airship is parked just outside the capital. If you are interested, you could personally go to Wizardland to see," Laud said earnestly. Fula couldn't hold back any longer. This was clearly a trap. But before she could voice her objection, Laud spoke again. "Additionally, Lord Lynn gave me an interesting little gadget to bring as a gift. Please allow me to demonstrate it." Anthony asked, puzzled. Laud turned to look at Rael. Rael snorted coldly, yet he ordered the item to be brought forward. All eyes were instantly drawn, eager to see what kind of present this self-proclaimed cripple from Wizardland had brought, a human-sized spherical cage composed entirely of copper wire. Fula's expression grew ugly as the same thought crossed her mind as Rael's. This was considered a gift? Laud hastened to introduce. Of course, I'm not a wizard and can't perform the corresponding magic, so I can only use this cage for the demonstration. Laud's arrogant words instantly ignited the powder keg in the room, and everyone couldn't help but rise to their feet, staring at Laud with flames nearly bursting from their eyes. Absurd, you're courting death. Rael rebuked sharply, having carefully inspected the object before. It was just a copper cage, and he couldn't feel the slightest hint of magic power in it. To know that the high temperature contained in powerful storms could even melt steel. And besides, copper was a conductor of electricity. A person standing inside would be incinerated by the intense current. Fula was so infuriated she could only laugh. She couldn't believe someone could be so ignorant. But what stirred even more was anger. To master thunder magic, each person had to endure being struck by lightning hundreds of times, with many colleagues falling on the path of experimentation, learning, and harnessing the power of thunder. And now, this lame man who couldn't use magic was pointing at a cage and telling them it was the nemesis of all thunder magic. It was a naked humiliation. Even anger was visible on Anthony's face. Thunder magic was the fruit of his life's research. He would not tolerate any desecration. Surrounded by a crowd of wizards who could easily kill him, Laud felt immense pressure. In truth, he hadn't wanted to be so arrogant either. But before coming here, Lord Lin had specifically instructed him to squash these people's pride in order to take the dominant position in the upcoming cooperation. However, looking at the current situation, Laud couldn't help but wonder if he had pressed a bit too hard. Despite a twinge of regret in his heart, Laud stood up straight, not crushed by the nearly tangible malice. After all, he now represented the Aida school and even the entire Wizardland. He could not afford to back down. Gentlemen, as I have tried before, even a common person who cannot use magic can resist all the thunder magic I control with the help of a Faraday cage. Abel said with a sigh. It was only after Lin demonstrated the function of the Faraday cage to him that he truly understood why Lin had sent the magicless Laud. It was to tell them that once they grasped the method of resistance, their thunder magic actually wasn't so remarkable. It couldn't even kill a commoner, let alone those wizards who could construct a Faraday cage with magic power. Do you realize what you're saying? Abel. Rael stepped forward, clutching Abel's collar, bellowing angrily. Abel shook his head. If you have doubts, you could try for yourself. Laud spoke up, walking straight into the copper cage, but he quickly added another line. Rael released Abel, angrily walked up to the Faraday cage, lifted his hand, and aimed at Laud inside. Rael's move was a third-ring magic spell. A dazzling flash of lightning burst from his fingertips, instantly turning into thick bolts of electric serpents, slamming into the Faraday cage. Accompanied by a series of intense, thunderous roars, terrifying electrical arcs constantly jumped and flickered on the outside of the copper cage, and powerful currents conducted through the copper wires to every part of the Faraday cage. Fula and the others stared intently at Laud in the cage, wanting to witness firsthand this lame man who dared to mock the honor of their school being turned into char by the thunder. Yet the reality was beyond their expectations. There stood Laud in the center of the cage, his feet even arrogantly planted on the copper. He made no protection for himself, allowing the thunder that could have killed him 100 times to explode around him and beneath his feet, but his expression remained nonchalant. Chapter 244, 231 Disappear Beneath the Thunder. Heavenly Punishment, Thunder Judgment. Chapter 244, Chapter 231 Disappear Beneath the Thunder. Heavenly Punishment, Thunder Judgment. Watching Laud, who stood unharmed inside the cage under the cover of thunder and lightning, Rael's face revealed an expression of disbelief, even starting to wonder if he was hallucinating. But Rael quickly recovered and said fiercely, Fula, it seems this thing has some tricks up its sleeve. He refused to believe there was such a thing as a thunder nemesis. Perhaps his inspection just now wasn't thorough enough. This so-called Faraday cage might have been enchanted with some magical spell, or perhaps it was simply coated with a layer of copper on the outside, but actually made from materials like resin, sand, or rock that could block thunder and lightning. However, even so, it would be shattered by a more powerful thunder spell. After Rail spoke, more than 10 wizards stepped forward, casting thunder magic together. Each one unleashed their full power, chanting spells, and dazzling lightning bolts flashed out of thin air, striking toward Laud. Still coming? Isn't this too violent? The usually calm and composed Laud was now somewhat unsettled. Although Lynn had previously demonstrated the magic of the Faraday cage, witnessing the terrifying lightning bolts striking at him, Laud couldn't help but fear, his legs trembling slightly, and he dared not move an inch. In his mind, he continuously recalled Lynn's words that a person gets shocked because the human body can conduct electricity in current forms only when there is a voltage difference between bodies. Inside the Faraday cage, there is an equipotential body with zero internal voltage difference and electric field, key to protecting against thunder magic. He didn't understand what voltage difference meant, but he knew these terrifying bolts of lightning could turn him to ash in an instant. So, Laud didn't dare to move at all, fearing the disappearance of this so-called equipotential body. The speed of thunder magic was faster than Laud's thoughts. The chain lightning, unleashed by the group of wizards, soon struck the Faraday cage. Almost tangible electric arcs surged, forming a dense thunder net in mid-air, enveloping the entire cage. The intensity of the thunder spells had increased by more than tenfold since earlier, approaching the level of fourth-tier magic, even forming dense electrical sparks outside the cage. Cold sweat streamed down Laud's forehead. However, just as Master Lin had said, all the dangers were blocked outside the Faraday cage. Although the lightning danced close beside him, he felt no discomfort at all, as if all the thunder was just an illusion. The only sensation was a refreshing breeze blowing straight at him. Laud didn't understand that this was called electron wind, the airstream emitted from the negative pole. Such a refreshing breeze, unable to hold back, Laud exclaimed in relief, which, like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely dumbfounded Fula and others who had put their utmost effort into strengthening the electrical current. Although the cage was engulfed by thunder, and they could see bright sparks floating around Laud, he still issued such a relaxed exclamation. How could they accept this? Rail froze in place, his complexion ghastly. He could not accept that despite risking his life and wielding the power of thunder, he couldn't kill a lame man who didn't even know magic. Could this so-called Faraday cage truly be the nemesis of thunder magic? Impossible! This must be an illusion! Rail screamed hysterically. Perhaps the opponent was an extremely skilled illusion magic grand wizard, deceiving their senses, redirecting the thunder somewhere else. Yes, it must be so. Thinking this, Lin cast a mage shield on himself, then stretched out his hand to touch the Faraday cage. Don't touch it, Lin. Abel, who had similar experiences, urgently tried to stop him. However, Lin was even more convinced of his idea. He was determined to expose this deception and directly placed his hand upon it. The wild thunder that gathered near the Faraday cage seemed to have found its target. Before Lin could get close, a bolt as thick as an arm struck, blasting him away. This was real, not an illusion. That was the only thought left in Lin's mind. Fula and others exclaimed in shock, rushing forward to check on Lin's condition. Just a bit of the thunder's after effect had pierced through the mage shield. Lin's arm was charred, his neck and half of his face were covered with terrifying lightning patterns, and he lay on the ground, life or death unknown. The people present were somewhat at a loss, and Anthony, who had been watching from the side, finally spoke up. Hope was restored on the faces of Fula and the others as they glared fiercely at Laud with an innocent expression inside the cage. Their inability as official wizards did not mean their teacher, the founder of thunder magic, could not break this damned Faraday cage. Anthony's expression turned very serious. Immense magic power emerged from his body. His hair and beard danced, and specks of lightning flashed throughout the conference hall. With the rise of spell chants, faint lightning appeared between Anthony's pupils, his aura growing more and more concentrated. A suffocating, oppressive feeling emerged in everyone's hearts. Laud looked like he was facing a great enemy, gritting his teeth to barely keep from kneeling. It wasn't about feeling ashamed, but fearing that the act of kneeling would create what's called a potential difference, which could be fatal. As wizards, Fula and others felt a premonition of death, even though Anthony's target was not them. The wizards present couldn't help but construct protective magic. Magic barrier, protective field, mage shield. Magical barriers emerged one after another in the air. Seeing this, Laud's scalp numbed, and he regretfully thought he shouldn't have come here. At Anthony's gesture, purple thunder interwove and gathered above the Faraday cage in the conference room, forming a huge column of lightning that crashed down mightily. The purple thunder arrived in an instant, leaving only the brilliant lightning and the fierce roar dominate the space. The power of a six-circle spell was undoubtedly terrifying. The entire Faraday cage shook violently. The violent current washed over the copper wire cage, and amidst surging electric arcs, the ground's bricks and stones cracked layer by layer. Ripples echoed continuously within the conference hall, and the magical barriers laid down by hundreds of official wizards exploded in just a few seconds. Chapter 245-232. The Broken Faraday Cage. Please subscribe. Chapter 245. Chapter 232. The Broken Faraday Cage. Please subscribe. Under the ravages of thunder magic, the meeting hall had become a pile of ruins, with a massive whirlpool of thunder constantly vomiting ferocious lightning at its center, its formidable power causing the entire area to collapse. Even though Fula and the others reacted swiftly, they were not completely spared from harm. The violent force instantly flung those closest to it outwards. Fula wiped the fresh blood from the corner of her mouth, her face filled with admiration. "He's definitely dead. He's definitely dead." A male wizard shouted excitedly, as under such an immense force, not only a commoner without magic would face certain death, even a grand wizard caught in it would have no other fate. So-called Faraday cages would only turn to dust under such thunder. Cough, cough. Releasing a sixth-ring spell was a tremendous burden for Anthony. His face was deathly pale, and his eyes stared intently at the flickering whirlpool of thunder, as if trying to penetrate the barrier of lightning to glimpse the interior situation. This magic was originally his trump card against Cardinal Lozak, yet now it was unleashed. He was desperate to shatter this so-called bane of thunder magic, to vindicate the results of his years of effort. Tens of seconds later, the whirlpool of thunder began to fade. Yet to everyone's despair, the copper cage, though slightly twisted from the falling debris, still stood erect amidst the collapsed ruins. Laud inside the Faraday cage was dizzied by the violent impact, clearly having not yet recovered from the lightning column that nearly engulfed the entire area just before. Laud said in a daze, just as astonished as Fula and the others. At the instant the thunder struck, he thought he was certainly a goner, yet the reality once again attested to the strength of the Faraday cage. Even after such a powerful baptism of thunder magic, he was unharmed. It was not until that moment that Laud realized, in an effort to maintain his balance, he had unconsciously grabbed onto the edge of the copper wires, and while spurts of electric sparks emerged, he was like someone unaffected by it. For a moment, Laud even felt the illusion that he had mastered thunder. Inside the meeting hall, silence reigned as hundreds of wizards stared at Laud in the copper cage, surrounded by currents of electricity, looking like a god of thunder, disbelief filling their eyes. Fula collapsed to the ground, her mind flashing back to her colleagues who had paid with their lives in the quest to study and master thunder magic. If this so-called bane of thunder truly existed, what meaning was there in their sacrifices and all the pain she had endured? Anthony's body shook violently, and within his perception, the structure of the entire Faraday cage couldn't be clearer. There was no life magic cast inside it. It was just an ordinary cage, yet it had blocked his most powerful thunder magic. Bane of Thunder, Anthony murmured softly, seeming to age a decade, as the thunder magic he had devoted half his life to researching proved to have such a fatal flaw. Normally, it would be impossible for enemies to bring a cage in a battle, but for a great wizard of equal rank, creating a Faraday cage with magic is not a difficult task, as long as one knows the method. Under the stares of everyone, either in shock, fear, or hysteria, Laud swallowed hard, fearing that the people, in a fit of pique, might kill him. Anthony, staring at Laud, caged in copper, asked almost beseechingly. Lord Lynn said that it has to do with the elimination of electrical potential difference. Beyond that, I'm not sure, said Laud cautiously. Anthony frowned and thought about what exactly this electrical potential difference was, when suddenly a voice rang out in the conference hall. The principle is actually quite simple, because the electric current always flows from a higher potential to a lower one. However, inside the Faraday cage, there is an equipotential space. The electrical potential at every point on the shell is the same. As the voice sounded, a figure appeared out of thin air inside the Faraday cage, a very young wizard wearing a long green robe that shimmered with the light of magic power. Anthony, looking at the young wizard who had suddenly appeared before him, quickly determined that this wasn't his real body but a magic projection. Lynn nodded. Anthony didn't care how the projection had arrived. He pondered the implications of Lynn's words. Although the terms electrical potential difference, equipotential, and such were new and unheard of, they weren't completely incomprehensible. Moreover, copper is a very good conductor. Under the influence of an external electric field, electrons within the conductor will move to its surface, creating an opposing electric field of equal magnitude, thus canceling out the internal and external electric fields. Lynn said with a smile, "I see." Anthony's mind trembled. Indeed, only the power of thunder could counteract thunder. Anthony asked eagerly, but then paused, since that was obviously the most important secret. After Lynn explained the principle of the Faraday cage, Anthony couldn't think of any way to break through this almost perfect thunder nemesis, unless one used a force other than thunder magic. Where there's electricity, there's magnetism. When an electric current passes through a copper coil, it will generate a magnetic field. Lynn said, intrigued. Anthony's eyes lit up as he closed them and tried to sense it. The magic mimicry of the electric current was conducting along the copper wire, and a mysterious force was radiating outward. That was the magnetic field. Suddenly, Anthony's eyes snapped open, his right hand clenched, and an unpleasant, hoarse rumble sounded. The Faraday cage, which still stood firm under the tens of millions of volts of high-voltage electric current, began to bend and twist inwards. Laud yelled in terror. The robust Faraday cage was no longer his protective deity. Instead, it had become a deadly prison. Chapter 246, 233 Lynn. Goodness, everyone must undergo electrotherapy. Please subscribe. Chapter 246, Chapter 233 Lynn. Goodness, everyone must undergo electrotherapy. Please subscribe. Laud's urgent cries came to an abrupt halt as Anthony's movements suddenly stopped. The Faraday cage at this moment had become dilapidated, turning into a spiked sphere that caved inward, and the static shield that formed on the surface was completely destroyed. Had Anthony not been restraining the current with a magnetic field, Laud, who was inside the cage, would have been electrocuted long ago. Lightning and magnetism. The old wizard with graying hair mused as he looked at the Faraday cage he'd easily destroyed, his expression somewhat distant. 1 second ago, it had been the nemesis of lightning. The next, due to the magnetic field generated by an electric current, it had become a real cage. It was then that Anthony understood it wasn't that his research on thunder magic was deeply flawed, but rather his understanding and research were far too superficial, remaining on the surface. The change between the strength and weakness of magic happened in an instant. It truly confirmed that saying, for wizards, knowledge is power, Anthony muttered to himself with utmost satisfaction, his face full of excitement and exhilaration, even comparable to the first time he had harnessed lightning. Although the wizards present did not fully understand Lin's lengthy discourse, they all witnessed one fact. The accursed bane of lightning had been breached. The thunder magic they had learned at the risk of their lives was not meaningless. This reinvigorated the spirits of Fula and others who had lost their drive, and they secretly noted the knowledge that magnetism could solve the Faraday cage in their hearts. Lin did not mind revealing the principle and countermeasures against the bane of lightning, because using metal elements wasn't the only way to build a Faraday cage. If anyone firmly followed this method to counter him, they would be at a significant loss. After the initial excitement and enthusiasm, Anthony quickly regained his composure, looking towards the excessively young wizard before him and bowed slightly in respect. Regarding electric potential and magnetic fields, there is much I don't understand. If possible, I hope you can stay here for a few more days, as I have many questions I wish to ask you. Fula and the others exclaimed in shock. For them, born in the kingdom of Hadarada, the Grand Wizard Anthony was the most powerful and wise figure in their eyes. To witness their venerable, gray-haired teacher humbly asking for guidance from a younger wizard was something they found hard to accept. Anthony, however, did not care. Having reached his age, he had long put aside concerns about face and pride. If he could not break through to the legendary level, he would probably die within 10 years. The Magic Kingdom project of his dreams and uncovering the secrets of thunder magic were the obsessions that consumed him. He was desperate to understand what lightning truly was, how it formed, and why it existed. And the wizard before him was the only one who might have the answers to these questions. Just from the principles behind creating the Faraday cage and the conversion of electromagnetic relationships, Anthony realized that Lin's understanding of lightning and magnetic fields was likely far beyond what he had imagined. It wasn't only Fula who was surprised by the Grand Wizard's attitude. Lin was just as taken aback. Although within Wizardland, there are many high-level wizards willing to let down their guard to discuss magic theory on equal terms with him, it was the first time he had encountered someone like Anthony, who directly used a tone of seeking advice or learning. After all, he appeared too young. In a community of wizards that require the accumulation of knowledge and display of power, some skepticism was inevitable. This was also why he often appeared in the guise of other scientific authorities to continue his deception. Lin pondered for a long while before speaking. Of course, that's no problem, but this is only an avatar of mine, and the time it can stay is limited. While speaking, Lin tossed over the magic ring he had prepared earlier, which landed precisely in Anthony's hand. Anthony looked at the ring in his hand, engraved with strange runes. You can think of it as an academic organization dedicated to exploring the true essence of magic. Lin explained casually and then paused before speaking again. I have a question that I'd like you to answer. This was a question that had always puzzled Lin. Initially, he thought it was related to magnetic fields and electricity generated by magnets, especially since the kingdom of Hadrada had a large magnetite mine. However, Abel's understanding of electromagnetic induction was very limited. The man was astounded by the concept of a dynamo, so Lin's speculation was definitely wrong. Our method is to weaken the power of thunder and then channel it into our bodies, allowing our inner magic power to gradually become accustomed to this unusual force until it can mimic thunder with magic mimicry, Anthony said candidly. The process is very lengthy. Depending on individual talent, it usually requires enduring hundreds or even thousands of electric shocks. Not everyone can master this technique, and to date, more than a dozen wizards have died due to excessively strong electric currents. Listening to Anthony's explanation, Lin's expression became rather odd. So, everyone has to undergo electrotherapy, huh? Really brave. No wonder Abel could withstand an electric shock with his body alone, and, after resting for half a day, was up and jumping around again. He was already used to it. After speaking, Anthony looked at Lin, expecting an evaluation. Truly a unique method. It took Lin quite a while to squeeze these words out of his mouth. Of course, His words carried no hint of mockery. Anthony had essentially reversed the use of magic's properties, allowing wizards who couldn't initially perceive electric charge and a magnetic field to wield the power of thunder magic in advance. It was indeed a shortcut to gaining power. Thinking thus, Lynn glanced at the meeting hall, which had been almost completely destroyed by the earlier thunder magic, and at Faraday, who had fainted on the ground, his fate unknown. Lynn then spoke. "I think you have some troubles to handle, so let's end today's meeting here." As his voice faded, the magic projection disappeared into a faint glow before everyone's eyes. Laud adjusted his robes for effect, bowed to the assembly as a formality, and then took his leave as well. Chapter 247. 234. This is the true essence of thunder magic. Please subscribe. Chapter 247. Chapter 234. This is the true essence of thunder magic. Please subscribe. After Laud took his leave, Fula and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Everything that had happened felt like an unreal dream to them. A male wizard asked helplessly, if they truly come from Wizardland and possess considerable knowledge of thunder magic, that might not be a bad thing, Anthony said in a deep voice. In fact, the Hatterada Kingdom wasn't lacking in wizard academies. It was just that those individuals were of no real significance. Rashly pulling them into his plan could likely lead to more trouble than help. But this didn't mean they didn't need allies. The church's influence was deeply rooted within the kingdom, and wizards were still in an absolutely weaker position. Had it not been for the tacit approval of that one individual, they couldn't have dared to hide right onto the church's nose. Fula whispered softly to herself. She, too, had heard the rumors about Wizardland, but had always considered them to be nothing more than fantasies of some wizards. Anthony turned his head and asked. After a magic potion master checked Rail's condition, he shook his head and sighed. His injuries are severe, his right hand is likely beyond use, and it'll take a good while to recover. Anthony nodded. The loss of the right hand was not a big deal, as he knew of at least 3 magic potions that could regenerate lost limbs. Of course, each one was incredibly expensive. Fula, take care of this place. Abel, come with me. Anthony spoke again, interested in Abel's experiences over these days, especially the internal combustion engine and that alchemy device capable of generating electricity. The rest, including Fula, started cleaning up the meeting room that had been reduced to ruins. Fortunately, Anthony had already activated the protective magic that enveloped the entire residence during the casting. Otherwise, such a powerful surge of energy would surely have attracted the church's people. Half a day flew by, and by the time the wizards cleared the last of the fallen bricks, midnight had already arrived. Anthony, accompanied by Fula and the others, returned to the secret chamber and carefully placed the ring on the ring finger of his right hand. Anthony gave a few serious instructions before activating the magic of the ring. The next moment, he found his consciousness split apart. In front of him was a void space, without a clear sense of up, down, left, or right, surrounded by endless darkness with only specks of light twinkling far away, one beam shining brighter than the rest. This light was not like candlelight. It seemed to penetrate millions of miles of distance. He felt as though he was roaming at high speed through this void and dark space. Only when he drew closer could Anthony see that the exceptionally brilliant light was an immense fireball. He couldn't find any words to describe its magnitude and grandeur. It was like a furnace of hell, with towering waves formed by flames rolling over its surface. Anthony murmured to himself, "That is the star shining in the cosmos, our sun above." Lynn's figure appeared before Anthony. He looked around and spoke with a smile. Anthony glanced at the dense cluster of light points in the distance, already having a vague guess in his mind. They are also stars, of course, but they're so far away that their light seems dimmer, Lynn answered with ease. And this place is beyond space-time. You can understand it as a cosmic projection created by the Secret Magic Society. Lynn spoke with a sense of emotion. He hadn't dared entertain such an audacious thought before, but after witnessing August project the domain of apocalypse into the real world, the idea took root. Anthony felt shaken. He had estimated the reach of the secret magic society as high as possible, yet their ambitions still exceeded his expectations. The projection of an entire universe. What kind of grand vision would that take, and how finely crafted and perfected must the magical theories be to support it? Anthony couldn't even fathom it. Anthony inquired thoughtfully, considering that perhaps only such a sacred land of wizards could undertake such a grand endeavor. Lynn explained casually. Lynn's answer surprised Anthony, but he quickly understood it as a broader organization encompassing the most outstanding wizards of the entire continent. Now he had become one of its members. Anthony took several deep breaths to calm the turmoil in his heart and continued to speak. However, I still have many doubts and hope you can generously enlighten me. I want to know what lightning is. Anthony couldn't wait to ask, as this question had troubled him for a long time. As Lynn spoke, he extended his right hand and snapped his fingers, and many faint light points appeared around them. Electric charges come in positive and negative types. Two charged materials will exert forces on each other and feel the forces from the other. Objects with the same charge repel each other, while those with different charges attract each other. As Lynn explained, the faint points of light around them trembled and began to simulate the attraction and repulsion reactions of positive and negative charges, resembling rambunctious children hugging each other or disdainfully keeping their distance. Then, gathering and colliding, flashes of brilliant light suddenly appeared in the dark space, drawing web-like electric arcs through the void. Anthony watched everything before him in rapture. This was what he had longed for, and now it was being presented to him in such a vivid way. Chapter 248, 235. This is the answer to electricity and magnetism. Maxwell's equations. Please subscribe. Chapter 248, Chapter 235. This is the answer to electricity and magnetism. Maxwell's equations. Please subscribe. This is the origin of thunder. It took a good while before Anthony came back to his senses, murmuring softly, and then he suddenly thought of how positive and negative charges repel and attract each other, which was very similar to the properties of a magnet. Anthony said, as if he had discovered a new continent, his voice filled with excitement. He felt that he had glimpsed the secrets of thunder and magnetic fields. No, that's not quite right. Electricity and magnetism, although inseparable and interdependent aspects, are not the same thing. Where there is electricity, there is magnetism, but the presence of magnetism does not necessarily imply electricity. Lynn shook his head. Anthony's expression immediately froze, and then he became confused again. If they were not the same thing, then why could they generate and convert into each other? Many questions flashed through his mind, and Anthony could only look to Lynn eagerly, waiting for his explanation. Lynn said with a smile, according to the scholars at the Secret Magic Society, it is a special form of matter that exists around magnets, electric currents, and moving charges, a vector field that has direction and magnitude at any point in space. Lynn extended his right hand and snapped his fingers, and a colossal azure planet appeared before Anthony. Because his knowledge of the continent was limited, most regions were covered by thick clouds. But this was obviously not the point. As Lynn's words fell, countless materialized lines of magnetic force extended from the north and south poles, drawing beautiful arcs, wrapping the entire planet like a vast net in the center. Gazing at the colossal celestial body beneath his feet, Anthony was so shocked that he was lost for words. At this moment, he could not even bother to wonder why the continent was spherical. He asked in astonishment, so, does that mean the land beneath our feet is a huge magnet? Anthony immediately thought of the theory of elemental charges that Abel once mentioned to him, which perfectly explained the phenomenon of things falling towards the ground. No, that's actually the work of the planet's gravitational force, Lynn said with a smile and a bit of exasperation. However, magnetism and gravity do resemble each other in some respects. Using the colossal planet as a blueprint, Lynn proceeded to explain the mysteries of electricity and magnetism to Anthony, from magnetic flux lines and magnetization to electromagnetic induction, and then to the mutual influence and conversion of electric and magnetic fields. Electromagnetic phenomena in the quantum domain, a fundamental element of a universe, would take days and nights to discuss thoroughly. Sound, electricity, magnetism, light, color, heat transfer, thermal radiation, chemical reactions, and even the formation of life, at their core, all stem from electromagnetic force. Any single branch of this field is so deep that a person could spend a lifetime studying it and might still not fully understand it. This is why Lin did not cling to this knowledge alone, developing related magic by himself. After all, the culmination of thousands of years of human wisdom cannot be summarized, organized, and combined with magic to reach a higher level by just one person. It would simply be delusional. Neither the advancement of science nor the development of magical studies can be achieved by a single person. Although Lin mainly explained macroscopic electromagnetic phenomena and had not yet delved into the more profound electromagnetic quantum theories, it was already extremely shocking for Anthony. Originally, Anthony thought his understanding of thunder magic was deep enough, with only the key cause eluding him. However, after Lin's explanation, he realized that his knowledge was so superficial. Electrons, electric charges, alternating current, direct current, and then the static magnetic field, alternating magnetic field, pulsating magnetic field. All these concepts and terms rushed into his brain, making Anthony feel ashamed of his years of research. He had created many powerful thunder magics, discovered the phenomenon of electricity producing magnetism, and even created alchemy runes that could harness electromagnetic force. But his understanding of lightning was undoubtedly still superficial. Wizard Lin, may I know who is the master or legendary wizard behind these theories and studies? Anthony asked, clearly curious. The development of electromagnetism is not the effort of one or two individuals, but the collective research results of many scholars within the secret magic society, Lin began to recount, such as Master Faraday, who discovered electromagnetic induction, Master Ampere, who determined the direction of magnetic lines, Master Millikan, who measured the charge of electrons with the oil drop experiment, and many more. Lin modified the stories of these sages to fit the identity of a wizard. Hearing this filled Anthony with longing, wishing he could join them and study the mysteries of the electromagnetic domain alongside these masters. However, to his surprise, Lin did not mention his own contributions, yet he had such deep understanding of the development and intricacies of electromagnetism. This was obviously very unusual. Magical theories are incredibly precious, and no one would teach all their research to another person without reservation, unless it was a master-apprentice transmission, an academic exchange among peers, or with ulterior motives. For example, Lin had explained a lot of electromagnetic theories and phenomena to him, but he had still been very vague about many critical issues. Anthony could tell they were hooks, but his thirst for knowledge made him disregard such concerns, willing to taste the sweetness of the sugar coating, even if it hid a poison. After talking for a long time and rousing Anthony's emotions, Lin finally pulled out his trump card. As Lin finished speaking, brilliantly shining points of light appeared in the void. They gradually converged together, outlining 4 mathematical equations composed of letters and symbols. These were Gauss's law, which describes how electric charges generate an electric field, Gauss's law for magnetism, which states that magnetic monopoles do not exist, the Maxwell-Ampere law, which describes how currents in time-varying electric fields produce a magnetic field, and Faraday's law of induction, which describes how a time-varying magnetic field induces an electric field. This set of equations could be said to be the epitome of all, unifying electricity and magnetism in an almost perfect way and predicting that light is an electromagnetic wave, forming the foundation of electromagnetism. Chapter 249, 236 Anthony. Could it be that you are Lin Maxwell? Please subscribe. Chapter 249. Chapter 236 Anthony. Could it be that you are Lin Maxwell? Please subscribe. Lin's indifferent voice echoed beyond space and time. Anthony's gaze was fixed firmly on the string of complex mathematical formulas before him. memorizing them fully in his heart. Without annotations or explanations, he could not discern the meaning of each symbol at all. But those precise mathematical formulas and Lin's words made him believe that they certainly contained the most arcane electromagnetic theory. Maxwell's equations, Anthony murmured softly, knowing there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world, and now it was time for him to pay. However, Anthony could not imagine what knowledge he possessed that could rival the ultimate answer to electromagnetic magic. Was it a formula for converting magic power into lightning? Or insights into studying thunder magic? Or perhaps alchemy runes that could trigger electricity and magnetism? Anthony plunged into deep confusion. How could he present such trivial things? The counterpart would only understand it more deeply. Another thing he valued highly was the whole wizard school. But thinking about it, he knew the secret magic society only accepted elites and would not care for his apprentices. After thinking back and forth, Anthony suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes burst with a gleam. Lin was completely stunned. He had used Maxwell's equations as bait, intending to exchange them for Anthony's research results on thunder magic. Since the latter had developed the six-ring thunder magic, and definitely had unique insights into the conversion principles between magic power and electromagnetism. But unexpectedly, Anthony, an old man, had the idea of worshiping him as his master. Lin didn't know that, after experiencing the Faraday cage, the principle of thunder generation and planetary magnetic fields, Anthony had lost all confidence in his own research results. Besides the equivalent exchange, the only thing Anthony could think of to keep the other party explaining was the mentor-disciple inheritance. As for the issue of age, Anthony wouldn't judge by appearance. He knew well that some powerful witches often used a special alchemy potion made with unicorn blood and the juice of magic quill wood to keep their appearances in the best condition. Thus, Anthony speculated that the counterpart was a greatly skilled witch with age-defying techniques, perhaps even a legendary wizard who liked to appear youthful. After all, knowledge could not be faked, and coupled with the fact that this man-wizard had the power to control this universe's projection authority, a bold idea arose in Anthony's mind. The counterpart was the key figure summarizing electromagnetic theory, the high echelon of the secret magic society. Lin Maxwell, only the originator of the theory, was entitled to pass on the equation representing electromagnetic magic to another person. Precisely thinking of this, Anthony did not hesitate to set aside so-called pride, requesting to become the other's disciple. Perhaps there was still hope in his lifetime to break through the six-ringed wizard level, or even glimpse the higher tier, the legendary domain. After a brief surprise, Lin quickly regained his composure. He neither agreed nor declined, but his lips curled into a slight smile. It's too early to talk about that now. Wait until you have mastered all these arcane knowledge. Then we can discuss further. As Lin spoke, countless points of light reappeared in the void, turning into a multitude of intricate symbols and formulas. Solid geometry formulas, curve equations, finding limits, countless calculus equations, and theorems almost filled every corner of the surroundings. Indeed, calculus was a prerequisite for learning the Maxwell equations, and this was a trap Lin had intentionally set before. Using the lofty electromagnetic equations as bait, if the other party wanted to learn, they would have to start with calculus, a prolonged process. In return, he would be able to exchange for the other party's years of research results. By the time Anthony really began to study the Maxwell equations, Lin's own power would have already advanced to another level, by which he wouldn't care anymore. However, the other party was very perceptive, and Lin didn't mind speeding up the process. With a thought from Lin, those equations floating in the void surged towards Anthony, transforming back into light points and merging into his body, as Lin prepared to make a trial. Anthony immediately sensed something assaulting his brain, and, after a hesitation, he let go of the mental defenses he had constructed. A mass of unfamiliar knowledge immediately surged into his mind. For a moment, it so overwhelmed Anthony that he became somewhat dazed, completely immersed in these intricate, advanced mathematical formulas and symbols. It actually worked. Lin's eyes flickered. When he had learned previously that the smart brain could break through other people's mental defenses and mobilize computing power, he had considered whether he could engrave part of the knowledge into the other's mind. It seemed that it indeed was possible. Of course, this didn't mean he could make someone immediately master certain knowledge. At best, it only sped things up, because knowing and learning are two different things. This method was equivalent only to forcibly stuffing the content of a book into one's mind. To fully comprehend it, one still needed to slowly study and research it. About 10 minutes later, Anthony's consciousness emerged from the magic domain, and the group of wizards from the secret magic society immediately crowded around him. "Professor, how are you doing?" Fula asked with great concern. Since activating that ring, Anthony's expressions had started changing violently, and his form also trembled slightly, looking very off. Anthony stood up from his seat, his face filled with excitement. At this moment, he didn't look like an old man with pale hair. His whole being seemed to be filled with new vitality. Fula and the others were taken aback by Anthony's overreactive response. Subsequently, they sensed a strong surge of magic power emanating from his body. Dense electrical arcs began to show around Anthony, and metallic items in the room, as if drawn by some force, started trembling rapidly as they flew towards him. Accompanied by a burst of intense thunder, iron spoons, trinkets, and sword blades began to twist and melt under the influence of tens of thousands of degrees of heat in the magnetic field. Anthony was surrounded by a surge of magic power. Its intensity continued to climb nonstop, even surpassing previous levels and advancing to a new stage. Chapter 250-237, Advanced Material Decompilation Skill. Subscription requested. Chapter 250, Chapter 237, Advanced Material Decompilation Skill. Subscription requested. At that moment, in the secret room, Fula and the others were cornered by the sudden flash of thunder and the terrifying aura emanating from Anthony. A male which stared in horror at everything before him, speaking incredulously. He was well aware that his teacher, Anthony, had been stuck in the realm of a 5-ring wizard for over 10 years, lamenting more than once that he was over 100 years old, and his physical strength and spiritual power had reached their limits, fearing that advancement was hopeless. Unexpectedly, after discussing with that seemingly young male which for over an hour threw a ring, he had advanced again. Anthony was too preoccupied to pay attention to the others as he intently felt the changes in the lightning and magnetic fields, and in a trance he actually sensed the existence of the charge that Lin had mentioned. However, this thing was quite peculiar. Anthony couldn't even tell if it was a fluid mass or a single element. He could only vaguely sense that this thing seemed to exist somewhere, but when he tried to perceive it more deeply, the charge suddenly disappeared. Soon after, Anthony emerged from this strange state, and then he realized that he had advanced to a 6-ring wizard. However, he had only just missed that final step in the past, and this initial glimpse into the microdomain naturally enabled him to take that final step. Seeing her admired teacher using such a respectful title, Fula couldn't help but frown. Anthony said disappointedly. Having personally experienced the magic and peculiarities of the charge, Anthony had once again elevated his assessment of Lin's strength. With such profound understanding of electromagnetism, he must have reached the legendary realm. Upon learning that Lin might be an aged legendary wizard who liked to appear youthful, Fula and the others quickly let go of their unease and began to fantasize about what wizard land rumored in the tales might look like. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, in the office of the dean at Aida Academy, Lin opened his eyes and withdrew from the magic domain. Having successfully deceived another great wizard, Lin was naturally in a very good mood. Ever since proposing the non-existent organization Secret Magic Society, although he had gained many conveniences, he had also acquired a risk, almost constantly thinking about how to resolve it. Fortunately, Helram's magic domain provided him a gathering place, and now that he had brought Anthony's lineage into it, He could later travel to the kingdom of Hadlata and deceive more academically spirited wizards to establish a basic framework. After that, he only needed to develop it gradually. He could always get by. Thinking this way, Lin quickly began studying another function of the magic net he had just unearthed. That was the ability to engrave knowledge directly into someone's mind, while also subtly breaking through their mental defenses. Earlier, the supercomputer had taken advantage of the gap in knowledge transfer to accelerate the progress of cracking the mental frequency, and it could now harness about 5% of Anthony's computing power. Do not underestimate that 5%. The improvement in computing power was even more than the combined increase of Tick, Alva, and 12 other three-ring wizards. Lin pondered whether to create a function for knowledge exchange to integrate more people into the magic net system. A strong spiritual fluctuation has been detected from target number 14. Lin paused, immediately formulating a guess. From the spiritual power assessment provided by the AI, it seemed he had advanced from a fifth-ring wizard to a sixth-ring one. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Lin thought to himself, and in the next moment, the world in front of him turned fantastical. The space around him slightly twisted and deformed, with countless elements leaping around him, conjuring an elemental wind under the control of his spiritual power. This was the strange world perceived by a great wizard. Although Lin had withstood a substantial increase in the upper limit of his spiritual enhancement after breaking through the third ring, 1/20th of the computing power of a sixth-ring wizard still made his brain tingle slightly. With a thought, a steel sword on the table levitated and landed in his palm, following which his right finger's tensed and magic power enveloped the blade. High-level material decompilation skill. This was a spell Lin had recently mastered, an upgraded version of the level 0 magic material decompilation skill, a critical spell for an elemental wizard. Its powerful force was enough to disintegrate metallic objects, reducing them to their basic elemental form. After more than a month of exploration and rigorous practice, Lin had finally managed to engrave it into his sea of consciousness and had already analyzed the element of copper. Now it was time for iron. The levitating steel sword in his palm trembled slightly, and about a minute later, a faint thud sounded inside the dean's office. The smooth blade began to crack and disintegrate slowly, a process that was excruciatingly slow and consumed an immense amount of magic power. Beads of sweat emerged from Lin's forehead, and about 10 minutes later, the 1-meter-long blade had transformed into a cluster of elements invisible to the naked eye. 96% iron, 1% carbon, along with impurities like silicon, phosphorus, and sulfur mixed within. Compared to non-metallic elements like hydrogen, oxygen, and helium, the manipulation of iron and copper elements was undoubtedly more challenging, and the consumption had increased several times. After acclimatizing for a moment, Lin began experimenting with this fourth-ring magic he had witnessed many times. The iron elements floating in his palm promptly arranged themselves orderly, forming countless tiny particles as fine as sand, swirling towards the square table in front of him. It was as if thrown into a crushing machine. After the iron sandstorm passed, the solid mahogany square table had been shredded and scattered with chips and debris. It was foreseeable that if a person were caught in it, they would likely be turned into a pulp in an instant. After reducing the mahogany square table to scraps, the power of the iron sandstorm did not diminish. In fact, it seemed inclined to expand further, pulling in nearby chairs and coffee tables. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.